Garrett has not shown up, though, for any of the offseason workouts and has been a no-show at OTAs, which he hasn't attended since 2021. Battleby, the starting quarterback, will continue this week when the Browns return to Berea for OTAs. And Coach Todd Monken likes the effort he's seeing from the veteran, that being Deshaun Watson.
Here's a guy that really, at this point, has made plenty of money. I think we all know that, right? He's had plenty of success and has had disappointment in his career. A number of things he couldn't control from an injury standpoint. But to come back and want to battle, want to further his career and change the narrative, I think it's really cool.
Browns return to practice for OTAs this week tomorrow, but first the team will partake in the 26th annual Cleveland Browns Foundation Golf Tournament today, the event being held at the Firestone Country Club in Akron. Guardians off today, then begin a 6-game road trip in New York, going to face the Yankees tomorrow night. Guardians coming off a weekend series where they dropped 2 of 3 to Boston. The Guardians bullpen with back-to-back games have given up 6-run innings in the 9th on Saturday, in the 7th on Sunday. Joey Cantillo gets the start tomorrow night for the Guardians. The hope is that when the Guardians begin their series in the Bronx tomorrow night, Angel Martinez will be back in the lineup. The Guardians announced on Sunday Martinez dealing with a mild strain of his left foot and is considered day-to-day. Martinez had to leave Saturday's game early because of that injury and did not play on Sunday. You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel. Get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas. Up next, time for Baskin and Phelps here on 92.3 The Fan.
When it's your time in the car, focus on what matters to you. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. Talk sports with guys in the know.
It's embarrassing. I mean, are they not embarrassed?
It's time for Baskin and Phelps, Cleveland's sports radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Welcome to June 1st to be exact. Why is that important? Well, it marks the date the teams can release or trade players to spread massive dead cap penalties across 2 seasons instead of taking an entire hit in a single year. And you get restructurings, releases, and trades across the league. It is June 1st. It is a big day in the NFL, a league that continues to make headlines despite the fact that they don't play all 12 months out of the year. They can dominate the news cycle, and they will again today at 4 o'clock when that window opens and we find out a lot of things, maybe even including the future of Myles Garrett. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Baskin and Phelps. My name is Andy Baskin. His name is Jeff Phelps. Good morning. Happy June.
Thank you. It's always good to welcome June.
Yes. These are things we never had to worry about, I think, when we were kids. I don't ever remember sitting around going,
no.
Oh, I mean, we were all floored when the supplemental draft came around, right? We're like, how did they get Bernie Kosar? What's going on there? How are they doing that?
Let's see what happens.
So anyway, also,
not just in Cleveland, but all around the league.
Yep, and also we'll talk to Scott Petrak today. Joe Posnanski's going to join us. He's got a new book out now. Big fan with Michael Schur. And we're also going to talk a little bit. We'll head out to Akron and see what's happening with the Browns charity golf outing, what they're doing, all those great things in the community. But everybody is gathered at Firestone today, and it's going to be interesting to see how this thing plays out because I don't know that we'll hear anything specifically from Akron this morning, especially if Todd Monken speaks early before they tee off today for their annual charity golf outing. But I don't, Jeff, your thoughts on Myles Garrett, where we're going with this thing? They stretched out his contract. They made it easier for him to get traded just a few weeks ago. And as one person that I talked to who's a little bit in the know said, it's really weird. There's no distractions. It's just very, very quiet. So maybe something's on its way. I don't know. It just feels that way right now.
I've said since the end of last season, Myles has been nothing but phenomenal as a football player here. He's been great for the team, done a terrific job. And if somebody wants to give you a real good haul for a 30-year-old defensive end who's already played 9 seasons and your team won 3 and 5 games each of the last 2, let them do it. We'll see. I mean, would you like to have him on the field? You bet you would.
Yeah.
You bet. However, how good is this team going to be this year? And having perhaps the best defensive player in the National Football League on your team the last 2 years won you 3 and 5 games. I mean, that's just a fact.
Sure.
So
I wonder.
We'll see.
The question for me is just what will they get in return if they do decide to trade Myles Garrett? I do know our insurance rates will probably go down because he's got a few. I'm sure that he's jacked up our insurance rates around Northeast Ohio with a couple of his speeding.
Too
tickets.
harsh?
Too true? Too truthful? Sorry. I mean, I'm not.
We have other guys who can step right in and take over that mantle.
And someone's got to drive 100 miles an hour. Somebody's got to keep the State Highway Patrol employed. But that's not my point. My point's not about that. I just look, if they're going to trade him, let's just get it done. That's what I say. So you can move forward and you can get things going. Myles Garrett has been a great Cleveland Brown on the field. Impressive in his numbers. I don't want to lose the best player in the NFL defensively, according to awards. So I'm not a big fan of that. But by the same token, if you do have a chance to give yourself the opportunity to grab a couple of first-round picks and maybe some young players, I could understand why the Browns would do it. I could also understand why fans would be super hot about it. But if you're going to do it now. Don't wait till the season starts because that's when people are going to get – that's when I think fans get really aggravated. At some point, if they trade him now, Jeff, I think fans will have a chance to let it settle in. Then they'll see what's going to happen, and they may just kind of chill a little before the season starts and turn the page on it, especially if they traded him to the NFC and we don't see him very often. And then I'd be okay. It makes it even easier.
The catch to me, Andy, is I would think under normal circumstances there's no way. But he's played 9 years, and he's 30. He'll turn 31 in December. And I just think, how many good years does he have left? Let's be optimistic. 5. Optimistic, 5. How many does he want to play? And this goes back to what I've said about Myles in the past. Myles has a lot of different interests, and he's never struck me as the kind of guy who needs to play in the NFL for his own self-worth. To me, he's the kind of guy who could pull an Aaron Donald, which is, hey, this was great fun. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah.
And never return and be just fine with it. He's always struck me to be that kind of guy. And that's not a bad thing. That's a good thing. Hey, I had enough. Thanks. I'm done. Thank you very much. Other guys have done the same thing. Jim Brown did it to go, have a movie career, and maybe was forced to do it, but did it. Robert Smith from Euclid had a short career. Robert was like, "Thank you. I'm done." We see guys do that all the time, and I wonder if Myles becomes one of those guys. I think it's a possibility, but again, you don't play your second 9 years as well as you played your first 9. And how often do you play 9 more once you've played 9? So stay tuned. Anything happens, we'll have it for you all day.
Yeah, it's not like the rules are protecting defensive ends the way they protect quarterbacks.
That is correct.
So I don't.
In fact, make it difficult to play defensive end.
Yeah,
which means 23 sacks is pretty darn impressive.
I'm kind of kicking around what they would get in return for Myles. It'd have to start with 2 first-round picks. Wouldn't you agree? It would start with 2 first-round picks, then you'd see what would happen after that.
I would like to think so.
Anything under 2 first-round, at least 2 first-round picks, and then something.
Well, remember, if you get a couple of first-rounders for him, including one next year, you just basically told everybody in the NFL, "Hey, we're taking a quarterback next year."
Maybe. Unless for some reason you feel like one of your quarterbacks could emerge this year, and then you find yourself in a different. But wouldn't it be nice to be able to just use that as house money if one of your quarterbacks did pop out here? And I'm not planning on it.
I would think they. Yes, that would be nice. I would think they're not doing that, but you never know.
All right, so I don't know, was it Friday or Thursday last week? Somebody said, and it might have been you, it may actually have been a caller that said the situation with Miles feels a lot like Byron Scott and LeBron. And if you remember, LeBron was here for how many days while Byron was the head coach?
Couple. Anyway,
wasn't very long.
Yeah.
Was it a couple weeks maybe?
I don't think
Remember,
I don't think it was that long.
He gets hired, and then Byron goes down to Akron. Was it LeBron? It was LeBron's camp. It was like a LeBron something like that. And he goes down there, and that he and LeBron don't even talk. And so you're like, oh man, this is over. Shoot, we're losing LeBron. If for some reason he can't talk to, a respected coach like that and try to just to have some kind of contact. And that's kind of the same thing it's felt like with Todd Monken and Myles Garrett. And listen to Adam Schefter. He was on in Philadelphia this morning on 97.5 The Fanatic. Check out what he had to say here.
Well, look, here's the thing. That's a very unusual situation there. The fact that he has not shown up there, he has not seen Todd Monken in person, that's a little odd to me. But, again, I'm not expecting that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to pursue anything there.
So, again, he was on in Philadelphia. Adam Schefter from ESPN was on Philadelphia radio, 97.5 The Fanatic. Thank you for letting us play that. To me, if Schefter's saying that, it's like, really? I mean, Schefter making a big deal about that? Or is Schefter just saying, this isn't the way the NFL works? It's more what I kind of, and I'm like, well, if Schefter's saying that, and this isn't the way the NFL works, and the two aren't talking, or they haven't had a meeting, a face-to-face meeting, and we've heard what the coaches are almost at the point of being irritated by the fact that they haven't talked to each other yet, or especially early on, that's not a good sign. It's just not a good sign.
Oh, I don't have a huge issue with that. The whole voluntary and everything else, the NFL wants contact, then they can go ahead and make things mandatory. When things become mandatory, and if Miles is still on the roster and he doesn't show up, then you have a problem. Until then, Andy, I'm not going to read into it. We all know the situation, but whether or not a player picks up the phone and calls a coach, or the coach calls the player, or whatever, our man Rudy talked to him, or conversed with him, or texted with him, or interacted with him.
Or
whatever you want.
Yeah,
I think interacted was the word. So Mike Rutenberg and Miles had an interaction, whatever that is.
Was that, hey, you coming to mandatory camp?
Click.
And then he click. It wasn't that. It was a text.
That was my interaction. Click.
Back with, who dis? Rudy? Rudy who?
New phone. Who dis?
He didn't even say new phone. He just went straight out. He said, he didn't even try to lie through it. You're like, I wonder who this person is. You're like, who dis? New DC. You know who I am? Rudy. Good movie, dude. Love that. I watched that to get inspirational. Who dis? So anyway, I don't think that's a good sign. I'm preparing for life after Myles Garrett. I'm just going to be honest with you. I'm not trying to be negative about this. I wonder how fans are. I mean, like, are you sitting in the roller coaster waiting to see what happens here on June 1st? And maybe this is all wrong. Maybe this is all, like Myles Garrett going on the Get Me Out of Here tour during the Super Bowl a year ago, and then ended up coming back. I mean, there are a lot of things Myles has vested in Cleveland, too, including a piece of the Cavaliers. And so there's got to be...
Again, LeBron owns a piece of the Boston Red Sox.
That's true, but I don't know. I just... some of the things that I've heard along the way here, especially over the last couple of weeks about, Myles liking Cleveland and it's not about it's more about the football on this point. If they let him go, it's like, okay, we've had this great defensive player. There's no way they're going to be able to replace him. They're not right away, at least. And then you got to hope for the next great defensive end to come in. I mean, we've waited the entire history of the franchise to have a defensive end like Myles Garrett. So,
who has been phenomenal, and you won 3 and 5 games the last 2 years.
Right. He's got a sack record.
And 5 wins.
Is that a ring? Do you get a ring for a sack record?
And I'm not blaming Myles for that, but it's, I think it's telling. You gotta have more than one incredible player.
I don't know. So we're sitting here June 1st again, and I told you why it's an important day, because it marks a date when teams can release or trade players to spread that massive dead cap money they have, those penalties across 2 seasons, instead of taking the entire single season hit. So you can cross it over 2 years. And then, he had a restructuring of his contract just a few weeks ago that would make it easier to send him to another team. Are we sitting on the edge of the end of Myles Garrett's career here in Cleveland? And we'll have to wait and see how everything unfolds. And then you just heard what Adam Schefter said. That was interesting. There are other players that could move today. We'll find out. We'll talk about them. Scott Petrak is out at Firestone today for the Browns golf outing, so we'll get more on that. We have an NBA Finals matchup to get to, too. Knicks and Spurs as we get ready. Knicks and Spurs in the NBA Finals, and we'll talk a little bit more about what happened out west over the weekend. And Joe Posnanski is going to join us later. We'll talk about him. Big fan with Michael Schur is his book that's out. So that's all straight ahead right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey, everybody, it's Anthony Lima for
Rewind weeknights 11 to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092, 216-474-0092. June 1st, as we've already talked about, big day in the NFL because it's got a chance to spread the contracts, dead cap money over 2 seasons. And, you can see a lot of action today. It's, restructurings, player releases, trades across the league, all kinds of good stuff. And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with the Browns, obviously. And I think this might be what do you think? A.J. Brown and Myles Garrett, probably the 2 biggest names
without question.
Today. I can't think of anything else. At
least as the June 1st date approached, those are the 2 big names on the table. And everybody's thought about A.J. Brown for some time, and the assumption is he'll be a New England Patriot sooner rather than later.
We'll see. For us, though, I think it goes back to Myles Garrett, and I want to dig into this a little bit more. Jeff, if you had Myles Garrett as equity that you could trade to get something back, and I know I've said it starts with 2 first-round picks for me. I don't know. You tell me, Jeff. What is Myles Garrett worth? And if you want to let me know too, 216-474-0092. What is Myles Garrett worth to the Browns if they decide to trade him?
I think we can sit here and think all we want that you're going to get 3 first-round picks and players. I don't know if that's the case. Micah Parsons was traded, obviously by Dallas to Green Bay.
Mm-hmm.
Micah was 26 and had played in the league for 4 years. He's worth more than Myles Garrett. Strictly not because of play, strictly because of demographic. Myles is 30 years old and has been at it for 9 years. So when Micah Parsons was traded, everybody thought, that sets the new standard. I don't think it does. I don't think it does because Myles is older and has more wear on the tread. Micah Parsons went for a 2026 first-round pick and a 2027 first-round pick and a starting defensive tackle in Kenny Clark. So that's 2 number 1s and a player.
2 number 1s and a player. That sounds
light. Sounds light.
Yeah,
but it's not.
I think that's.
But remember, there was a contract situation with Micah Parsons too. So does that affect anything? I don't know. I would just. If the Browns could get 2 number 1s and a player of significance, I think they'd be doing really well.
Dan, what for you is fair trade for Myles Garrett right now?
A young player on a rookie contract and 2 firsts. To me, that would be perfect.
That would be ideal.
Yeah. That would be exactly what I'm looking for.
At what position?
A position of impact. I know that's really generic, but like if somebody came to me and said, let's use the Eagles as an example. If Jalen Carter was on the table, that would constitute a player of impact.
That's huge, though.
If Cooper DeJean was on
that's
that
huge.
would be the same thing. Mitchell, the same way. Quinyon Mitchell. Those are 2 corners and a defensive
What about
tackle.
Tanner Burke?
That one, I don't know if I would.
The backup quarterback.
You mean Tanner McKee?
McKee, I'm sorry.
No. I'm so tired of doing dart throws and dice rolls at the quarterback position. Just either tell Deshaun Watson to go home and hand the keys to the lottery tickets that you have here, or just come into this season realizing that the quarterback of the future is not currently on the roster. I'm so sick and tired of doing dart throws.
Andy, I would think if you trade Myles Garrett, it's to get draft capital to get a quarterback next year. Your thought about maybe if somebody emerges this year and you don't have to do that, that's valid.
I mean, it's a pipe dream. I know it is.
But it's a valid thought.
Right.
But what would you rather have? One of the 4 guys on this team emerge this year and become competent, or go ahead and take the big swing next year on a draft class where the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks are supposed to be really, really strong candidates to be, long-term big-time QBs in the league.
For me, again, it starts with 2 first-round picks. Are you guys good then if you walk into next season? Alex Wright on one side, you've got Isaiah McGuire over there too.
There are other defensive, for instance, Joey Bosa is still out there.
Yeah, you're gonna have to make a move at defensive end.
You could go get somebody. So maybe somebody will get cut here June 1st. And you could go bring somebody in.
No matter who you throw out there, it's not going to be the quality of
Well,
Myles
no,
Garrett.
of course not.
Like, that's just not going to
But you're still going to have to fill the spot.
Correct. You'll have to fill the spot. I mean, you could either go the over-the-hill route of the guy who's just the pure pass rusher who is on the back 9 of the career, or you could just play the kids or sign something in the middle there.
Bosa would be interesting. I'm just looking at what they have right now. Julian, no, I know.
He's injured. He's been injured a lot.
His body's failed him.
But the thought would probably be you need somebody for this year.
Yeah. And he'd probably sell jerseys, too, still at this point, if that means anything to anybody. You're still sitting at, what, Julian Okwara and Logan Fana, which is Spencer's brother.
Keep your fingers crossed. That's a guy who didn't get drafted, so you're hoping somebody becomes something.
Well, both those guys.
And maybe they could. Maybe they could.
I don't know. You could maybe move McGuire to the other side.
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I don't think it's.
You move the ball around anyway.
If it's the Cowboys, would you do it for George Pickens in a first?
Yep.
You'd have to pay Pickens.
Yep.
Yeah.
I still think this team needs a veteran wide receiver, which is why you should keep an eye on things around the NFL today too.
To see if they pick up another wide receiver.
Well, some other guys might get cut who might be interesting guys to bring in. Brandon Ayuk in San Francisco. Who knows what happens with him? Saw Tank Dell in Houston, who's coming back from a major knee injury. Not a big guy, but a real burner. And let's just see who gets released. The Giants are bringing in people, which makes me think they know Malik Neighbors isn't anywhere near ready to go.
Yeah, I'm looking at this going, well, okay, you're sitting here. If you're going to trade Myles Garrett, what do you need? What do you need to start? And then the other part of this is there fan backlash? And I don't know that, I know there's instant fan backlash on this stuff, but I think by the time the season rolls around and you win a couple games, you'll have your eye on Myles if he plays for another team, and you'll be sitting there going, oh, look, there's Myles with another sack. He could have done that here. Why did we let him go again? And you keep asking yourself that, and then you're saying, well, was it best for the franchise? Was it best for what's happening? And I'm totally just preparing myself to see that Myles is gone. But I felt this way too when Myles said he wanted to be gone.
Would it change?
It's the same feeling.
Would it change your outlook on the team?
Yeah.
Why?
It would.
And how? How would it?
So the biggest reasons it changed my outlook is that, okay, we gave up a really, really good player. So we're going to take a hit there. And now you go back to, if you're going to take draft picks, you better trust the front office, again, to come through on those draft picks. So now the finger is pointed at the front office if you do trade them. Again, the other thing, too, you're looking at, history will tell you that, Andrew Berry's sitting on trading one of the worst trades in NFL history for Deshaun Watson. And now, if this doesn't work out, he'll be haunted by not only that, but by saying he traded Myles Garrett. Both of those things. So you look at both of those, and you're like, okay.
That guys get traded late in their careers, though, Andy.
But I don't think Browns fans feel like he's late in his career at this point.
Well, he is.
I still think, though, that fans are like, that's Myles Garrett. Like, we're trading away a guy who's a future Hall of Famer. He could
without question.
Be 37. And, I mean,
Andy, he's not going to play that long. I'll bet you lunch. You can call me in 7 years.
Okay. I'll call you in 7 years. We'll see how it goes.
He's still going. You owe me lunch.
Hey, let me pop my teeth in here. All right, let's go get something to eat. Stan is in Solon. Hey, Stan, how are you?
Hello, Stan.
Okay. Hey, my money is that he goes to Dallas.
Okay.
Dallas picked up the extra draft picks for Micah. Garrett's from Dallas, so to a point they could overpay for him and not really skip a beat and hurt their draft choices in the future.
To me, Dallas was my first thought. So when we first started thinking about trading him, especially to give him the opportunity to go back home, I don't know if they're giving him any opportunities. They're going to do what's best for the franchise. I'm sure they don't care about what your address is. But Dallas was my first thought too, Stan. So
that's what I'm thinking. That's where he's going to go because they could, like I said, they can give up extra draft picks because what they got from Green Bay, and they could turn around and just still not skip a beat and fix their defense. Right back again with Garrett.
All right. Well, thank you, Stan. Appreciate it.
The one thing, Andy, that I think is safe to say, no team that's in a rebuilding situation is going to make a deal for Miles. And I think the team, if somebody is going to trade for him, they have to think they're close, which would mean what kind of draft capital are you going to get? Lower first-round picks. You would think not in the top half of the league.
So if you go out and you kind of look at who's out there, the Eagles, and we heard about Adam Schefter on 97.5, The Fanatic, talk about the possibility of Garrett going there. Cowboys, obviously, we just talked about. The Rams seem to be a team that's rumored pretty heavily.
And they drafted Ty Simpson. Means they don't need first-round picks for a quarterback.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point, Jeff. That's a great point. And then just looking, Lions, Commanders, Jaguars. Other teams that could possibly be in the mix for Myles Garrett. What do you want for him? If they are going to trade him, what do you want? And by the way, if they do trade him, how upset are you going to be that the Browns are walking away from a guy that's going to be in Canton? And in some ways, I think when teams trade players can still be loved by the city. It's when players start yelling and screaming, "Get me out of this town."
You mean like Miles?
Yeah, but I think people forget about it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right.
When Albert Bell left, that was all about the money, right? It's all about the money.
$55 million worth.
But as we saw twice now, a couple players have left for the money and then come back, or left for different reasons and been kind of worshipped a little bit.
Jim Thome
and LeBron James. So both those guys sitting out there. Your thoughts on everything we're talking about, because it is June 1st, and to be honest with you, our eyes are on Myles Garrett. And so when you look at that and you say, what's the future? What's the future? It's all sitting right there in front of you. Chuck is in Brecksville. Hey, Chuck, how are you?
Hello, Chuck.
Yo, hey, fellas, what's up?
What's going on with you?
I'm good, man. It's beautiful out here.
I know, nice day.
Great weather.
We need this.
Enjoy it when you get off, man.
Summer, it's going to be here at least till the end of the week, and then we'll have snow next week probably.
Yeah, that's sweet. So I just want to say one thing. How we got into the situation with all these years with no number one picks is by jumping the gun. Giving up, you destroy the team again if you trade Myles Garrett, get picks, and think you're going to get a rookie that hasn't proven itself. You're giving up those picks is quite dangerous. I think it's counterproductive. I think right now, while we're on a good stint of bringing in good players, you just keep building the team. I mean, if you look, you don't need elite quarterback play to win a Super Bowl in the NFL. You need to have a team around a guy that's playing pretty average. I mean, all the great guys haven't won one. Lamar, Allen. So I just think you just keep building the team, guys, stay the course, and let it happen organically. You know what I mean?
I hear you, Chuck. I hear you. Thank you. I don't have a problem with that philosophy at all. It would be weird because you'd be on the other side of Deshaun Watson, right? With Deshaun Watson, you brought in the player and gave up all the picks. Now you're giving up the player and getting the picks. What do you think? 216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. It's June 1st. It's a big day in the NFL, and there are big questions about whether Myles Garrett is going to be on this roster by after 4 o'clock, after tomorrow, or in the near future. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan, 216-474-0092.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage
Next week in London, the winner of 23 major titles, the most by any woman in the Open era, has not played in a tournament since the 2022 U.S. Open. Want to get challenged from the Fan from earlier today? Get over to 923thefan.com, our favorite 923 The Fan on the Odyssey app for all today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes right here on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Jeff Thomas.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now, here you go. You can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. That includes the morning guys, Ken and Anthony, 6 to 10, Andy and me, 10 to 2. Afternoon guys, Nick, Jonathan, 2 to 7. Each and every weekday on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You can subscribe to that channel for free. Good word. And watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan, live and on demand right now.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. It is June 1st, a big day in the NFL as we could see some movement, after 4 o'clock this afternoon once they kick into this June 1st rule. And if you have a little bit more explanation on that, after or today or after, if a player is released or traded on or after June 1st, the team only absorbs the current year's prorated bonus and pushes the remainder of the dead cap hit into the following year's cap. It unlocks millions of dollars in immediate salary cap relief for current teams, the current season. So you've got that part of it, but then you've also got the restructuring part for Myles Garrett as we sit here and talk about, the future of Myles Garrett and where we're going. He's not the only player that could be, names that are out there that could be moving today or in the near future. A.J. Brown is the big one. We talked about him. The Eagles ready to move on from him. That's probably another reason why the Eagles are a suitor, you would think, for Myles Garrett too. But as we heard from Adam Schefter, 97.5 The Fanatic out of Philadelphia, from ESPN, Adam Schefter, saying he didn't think Philly was in the mix. They just said...
Suitor is a good word, by the way.
Yeah, he was looking at, Schefter talked about the Browns too, and I don't know, we can play that cut again for you here in a second. But Schefter talked about what I think a lot of us have been thinking about a lot lately, about what kind of contact's going on with Garrett and the current coaching staff. Here's what he said.
Well, look, here's the thing. That's a very unusual situation there. The fact that he has not shown up there, he has not seen Todd Monken in person, that's a little odd to me. But, again, I'm not expecting that the Philadelphia Eagles are going to pursue anything there.
All right, so, they've got A.J. Brown to worry about there. And, you were talking, Jeff said New England. I think a lot of people are thinking New England on that too. If they should let Myles Garrett go, would you be interested in Max Crosby, whose trade didn't go through? And so he's still sitting there with the Raiders, and you got to wonder what they would be looking for. But then you still need him to pass physical. So that was one of the reasons that he didn't get there. So we'll kick around a couple other names, take another phone call here too. So let's go to Chris, who's in West Park. Hey, Chris, how are you?
Hello, Chris.
Hey, how you doing today, guys?
Good.
So I think it's a little frustrating. Of all years that we talk about getting rid of Myles Garrett, for the first time in a while, we actually could look good. If Deshaun Watson plays just like a normal quarterback, with the offensive line we now have, with the weapons we now have, we know the defense is good, this would not be the year that Myles would want to leave. We might actually be good.
Okay, I like the optimism.
I do too. You're also banking on a quarterback there.
Well, here's the thing. Watson doesn't have to be, 2019 version of Watson. He just has to be kind of like Baker was in 2020. With a healthy offensive line and a serviceable quarterback, you have all those wide receivers. You take them to the right, you take them to the left, and then you throw Junkins up the middle for 70 yards.
Easy for a team that can't get over 14 points a game.
And the wide receivers are young guys, though, Chris. That's a little scary.
You're banking on real young guys.
I understand that, but we've got weapons and we've got, potentially something to lure the defense other places.
Fair enough. Chris, thank you. I wish I could have that optimism. I don't. I need to see it before I believe it now. I used to sit here and bank on promises and hope and thinking, wow, this guy's going to look as good, if not better, than he did in college. When I see it on the field in the NFL, I'll believe it. I'll believe it. And, Denzel Boston could have a great career. Casey Concepcion could have a great career with the Browns, and I am rooting for that. But
would be nice, wouldn't
I'll
it?
root a little bit harder once I see it. And I'm still skeptical about the offensive line. I mean, again, you're asking 5 guys to dance together. They know how to dance individually on other teams. They just don't know necessarily how to do it here. And you've got a very young one at left tackle. Even though he was a high draft pick, he's still got to learn the game. It's not. Some guys are 100% NFL ready. Some guys are 95% NFL ready. And even if he's 95% NFL ready, there's still that 5%. And he's got to get used to playing with 4 other guys on that offensive line. I'm interested in the offensive line. I'm hopeful for the offensive line. But how often do NFL teams change out all 5 guys on an offensive line? How often does that happen?
Have it really work?
Yeah. I mean, you're asking for a lot.
And remember, they brought in, no disrespect to the guys they brought in, they didn't bring in guys who, are on their way to the Hall of Fame. They brought in some competent NFL offensive linemen, and you hope that they can grow here together and individually.
Kyle is in Euclid. Hey, Kyle, how are you?
Hey, guys. I was just thinking there's about a 0% chance Myles Garrett's getting traded.
0.
I think this happens every year. He never goes to the voluntary training camps.
Yeah, I don't think it's about that anymore.
One, I don't think he really needs to go to the voluntary training camps. I mean, the dude's the best pass rusher in the league, pretty much. Why would he want to go to these camps with these players that are just on a lower standard? He's doing his own thing. If anything, the Browns need to be calling him, asking him what he's doing right now. And my other take was, if LeBron James wants to be the GOAT, he'll come back home on the hometown discount. All right, guys, have a good one.
Thanks, Kyle. Kyle, I think the story is way beyond just him coming to an optional training camp. I don't think if we thought, Jeff, you tell me, is it? I mean, I'm looking at the story going, I don't care if he shows up. He's right. He's good enough to jump in, and if it was so important. They would be mandatory camps. So the guys have an opportunity to do this. I'm not worried about the OTAs for Garrett. I think it's way bigger than that.
I would agree. The fact that he went on the big tour and talked about being traded, and talked about being traded as if it was definitely going down.
Yeah,
and then got paid and came back and had a phenomenal season. He was really good individually. Don't you think that trade thought's still out there? And I would think in his head he'd be like, "Hey, I'm fine with it. That'd be great. Go ahead and trade me. That would be fine. No animosity, no ill will.
Yeah,
happy to be traded. Thank you."
Yeah, I don't think it's on Myles. I think it's on the team.
No,
here.
I think he'd be happy to be traded though. Be just fine with it.
I think he'd be fine with it. I don't happy. Maybe I don't know if he'd be happy or not. But he knows the business part of this game. He gets it. He understands it. He went through it. I mean, he went through it when he went to all the radio stations and said, "Trade me, trade me, trade me." I get it. The bigger picture, Jeff, is the organization has to figure out how to get better than the limited number of wins they've had over the last couple seasons, and that's with a guy who's going to Canton. And I think that when you say things like that, it makes sense.
Can I throw out a thought?
Sure.
His significant other, is Chloe Kim, the Olympian.
Yeah.
She's from Long Beach, California. Does that mean anything?
I don't know. Get him out to California?
I don't know.
Well, so that would put the Rams in play as you look at these teams that we're looking at that could be possible suitors.
I don't know if that means anything, but just throwing that out there.
But again, that might be a nice thing for him, but that's still not. That's out of his control.
Absolutely.
It's not. We're not sitting here trying to figure out. I don't know. In some ways, it's kind of depressing. And you're talking about letting one of the best players in the NFL go to trade him to try to look forward to the future. And in the moment, it's depressing. I think as a fan, it's depressing. I heard somebody call up this morning and say, "I'm done. They trade Myles. I'm done. I'm giving up my tickets." We've heard that a lot of times about a lot of things. All those fans that were never going back to the ballpark after they changed the name of the team, too. Where are they now, right? Those are just all kinds of limited things. Do you have a point?
Oh, no, I was just going to continue to say we've all quit on this team for the last 25 years, more times than we could count. I mean, it's we joke and make the jerk reference all the time. If that's it, that's all I need except for this lamp. Like, that's truly what it is, except leaving the team.
I think we all do that, though, don't we?
If they don't re-sign Derek Anderson, I'm out.
What a nice fellow he was.
Right, but, I mean, we've done this enough times. If they draft
Sixth
Johnny
rounder.
Manziel, I'm out.
Big guy, became a Pro Bowler, like Taylor Green. Oh, I'm sorry. I was hallucinating for a minute.
If they trade for Deshaun Watson, I'm out.
I don't know. It could be, I'm still wondering how much they can get. I think it's more than. I think it starts at 2 number ones. Could it be more than 2 number ones? Could it be 3 number ones? That's a max you can give. Right?
Could it be 1?
It could be 1. I don't know. It could be. I don't know. I still think it's 2 number ones. 2 number ones and something if they do trade him.
30
That's
years
where it
old
starts.
may scare teams.
What is it?
Said 30 years old may scare teams. I wonder if that's scaring some of these teams.
Well, that's why we might sit here and think, well, Micah Parsons got 2 number ones on a player. You're definitely getting 2 number ones on a player. Not necessarily, because he's been in the league 9 years. Let's be honest. 9 years. He's played his best 9 years in the NFL. Chances are he's played his best 5 years already in the NFL. The next 5 won't be as good as the last 5.
What would be
likely?
All right. So what would be a major haul if they do trade him? Right.
3 number ones.
3 number ones.
That'd be huge.
When you say major haul, is it the, oh my gosh, we should probably drug test the other GM? Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay, 3 1s and a young player. 3 1s and a young player would be like, okay, that GM needs to be drug tested.
Probably so.
I would probably go, even if it's not a young player, if they threw in a couple 2s with those 1s. Because now you're kind of in the same way. Like if you're a team that's in that situation, you probably are happy with a lot of things you have already right now, and you feel like that he's the missing piece. And if you're willing to give up 3 number ones, why wouldn't you throw in a couple number 2s? Because that way you keep the team you currently have. You're not messing with, you're giving away the future. You're not giving away the current. Does that make sense? But if it's all draft picks, that'd be interesting to see if the Browns do it that way. All right, we'll continue on with this conversation. Scott Petrak, Chronicle Telegram. He is at the Browns charity golf outing at Firestone in Akron. We'll talk to him live next right here on Baskin and Phelps.
sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
June 1st, NFL, all kinds of news about to break here, I think, after 4 o'clock between maybe with the Browns, but other teams in particular, the Eagles looking at making some moves. So a lot of stuff on the table. We got to talk about the NFL. So we are going to head out to Akron right now at the Browns charity golf outing. It's our friend Scott Petrak from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, and he is on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Scott Petrak, my friend, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Nice day to play golf. Finally, we got a little bit of summer here, huh?
And you're hitting them.
You guys do this every year. I don't think I'm going to be hitting them. I'm staring at, I don't know if it's the west or the north course right now.
Is there water?
It's gorgeous out here. Yeah, there is water.
No,
it's the north.
North course.
Yeah, I know it's not the south. Yeah. Yeah. So, but yeah, it's a gorgeous day to play golf. Hoping to play tomorrow. It's a nice day for the Browns to have their outing.
You should just sneak out after they're done.
Yeah,
you should have brought
nobody
your
will
clubs.
notice.
Oh yeah, put it on the Browns club.
I always have my clubs if anybody bails out at the last minute.
Sure, you never know. Someone might pull an
Gotta
ACL.
be prepared.
Yeah. Always bring your putter.
Be prepared. June 1st, things can happen. Is Myles Garrett on the Browns by tomorrow, by the end of the week? What do you think?
I still think he is. I get it. I get all the speculation. I understand why. The way the contract was tweaked to allow that to happen. I still think the Browns want him here. I've got no indication otherwise. Now, if Myles is behind the scenes demanding a trade or requesting a trade or making it well known that he doesn't want to be here anymore, then I think that could either force the hand of the Browns or move them in that direction. But I still think he's going to be here. He's too good a player. They didn't trade him last year when they could have, and it would have made more sense, and then they gave him that huge contract. So I still think he's going to be here, but it's going to be an interesting, time period here to see if something happens. I know that's what everybody's talking about, and I completely get it. I still think they're better off not trading him. And the thing is, if they decide to trade him, to me that really signals they're not going to compete in 2026 unless there's something in this trade that I'm not forecasting, right? So is Jimmy Haslam willing to take that on to go 3-14 and 5-12 and then have another bad season? I don't know if he is. So I think there'd have to be a lot of things would have to line up in order for a Myles Garrett trade to happen.
Scott, with that thought in mind, I don't think you make a Myles Garrett trade unless you're getting draft assets for next year. And the best draft asset for next year would be your own pick if you don't do very well. Right? I would think the only way you move him is because you're thinking you're getting a quarterback in next year's draft.
I think you're right, Jeff. The problem is if you trade him, you're trading him to a contender because that's a team that would want him, right? And then he would improve whatever team he goes to. He's got a no trade clause in the contract, so he's not going to go to a bad team. So let's say you get two number ones that are the number 30 pick in 2027 and the number 32 pick in 2028. Those picks aren't getting you a quarterback. They're not moving you up high enough to get a quarterback. So that's why I struggle with it. I'm not saying that there's not value to those picks, and there's plenty of people that disagree with me and think they should trade Myles. But if the goal is, okay, you have these two picks and you have your own pick, and it'll help you get up to get the number 1 pick in the draft or the number 3 pick in the draft, I just don't know if that is enough to do that, right? And the value of the pick not being for another 11 months or 10 months, like that decreases the value as opposed to if you traded and gotten a pick in 2026, right? And I know why they didn't do it in the June 1st aspect of it, but there's just a lot of things here that make me think, Are they going to get proper value back for Miles? And that's been my issue the whole time when we started talking about it after the 25 season. Are they going to get proper value back for Myles Garrett? And I still struggle to think they will.
Okay, so if you were the general manager, what would proper return on return on a trade be to make you happy? To make you say
to
yes.
Make me happy would be 3 number ones and a quality player, probably an edge rusher. And I don't think the Browns would get that. And when we talk about quality picks, I think you'd want something as high as possible, obviously. And you're not going to get that unless that team you traded to had a disaster of a season that they're not expecting to have. So is number 22 and then 28 and, an 8-sack edge rusher enough to trade Myles Garrett? I mean, that's what the discussion is, right? Mm-hmm. And to me, the bottom line is, and I've said this to you guys before, if the Browns are able to contend, let's even say the window opens in 28. Do you think Myles Garrett can still be a top 5 defensive player in this league in 28 and would be a guy that helps you get to the Super Bowl? I say yes, because he's a physical freak and he's the best player in the league, the best defensive player in the league right now and has been for the last few years. If you think there's going to be a fall off and 2 or 3 years from now, Myles isn't the same player, then it makes more sense to move him because you're getting younger assets, and when you're going to be good, Myles isn't going to be the same factor. I still think he's going to be the best or one of the top 3 or 4 defensive players in the league 2 and 3 years from now, which means the value you would get isn't going to match because wherever he's going to be, you'd be like, man, this team, the Browns, would be better if they still had Myles Garrett.
Huh. Scott, there's a lot of buzz here. And Scott Petrak joining us from the Chronicle Telegram, brownzone.com, where you can read all of Scott's coverage of the team. A lot of buzz about Myles possibly being moved. Do you think Myles is behind that, or do you think the Browns are behind that? And I don't mean the buzz, but I mean let's just, if there's smoke, there's fire. Who's setting the fire? Is it the Browns or is it Myles?
No, I think it would be Myles, and I'm not saying it is Myles. I'm saying if there is legitimate trade talk, which I don't know if there is, right? This is all just speculation because of the date. If there is legitimate trade talk, and if Myles Garrett were eventually traded, which could happen as soon as today, right? I think it would be driven by Myles Garrett. I don't think the Browns' thinking has changed. When Andrew Berry said that Myles Garrett was going to be a Brown for life and go straight from Cleveland to Canton, I don't think his thinking has changed. I don't think Jimmy Haslam is any more willing to go through another losing season now than he was a year ago and 2 years ago. What would have changed is Myles went back to his, I don't want to be here anymore, and I want to play for a contender, and this team isn't ready to contend, and he would force the Browns' hand. That's my opinion. That's how this would come about, and then the Browns finally said, okay, he doesn't want to be here. Let's get as much as we can, whatever. I still think they would fight that, but if it came to fruition, I do believe that it would be Myles' camp and Myles pushing for that.
Give me a percentage. Think he's on the team next year, yes or no?
I do. I mean, I think it's I could be like way off here, but I think it's like 70% that he's on the team, maybe even higher than that. My opinion hasn't changed. Like, I felt this way when they tweaked the contract language, and I have not heard anything that has made me change my mind. Now, again, I could be wrong, and something could happen at 4 o'clock, and maybe I'll find something out in the next half an hour that makes it think, oh, shoot, I got to get ready for this. But like I said, I don't think the Browns thinking changed, and the only way it would change is if Myles is really pushing for a trade. That's my opinion. That's my read of this situation. And maybe it's gotten to that point, but I have not heard that it has.
You think there's something the Browns are really keeping an eye on around the league, hoping that maybe a position group takes a couple of hits here, guys, I don't know, wide receiver, whatever position, and they're looking to sign somebody who might be a casualty today?
Yeah, it's interesting. We've been focused for such a long time on receiver, and I think that's probably it's got to be lessened after the draft, right?
You would think so.
Bringing those 2 guys in the first, 39 picks.
I still think it's screaming for another veteran, though.
Yeah, I hear you. So I wouldn't close the door to it. I think it moves down the list of priorities. I think even with Myles Garrett, defensive end is worth watching. You know, they tried to sign A.J. Epinesa, and that didn't work because he failed his physical. It feels like there's a hole there to me. You know, linebacker, they're really young at linebacker outside of Quincy Williams. Could they add somebody there? Running back, they're really young behind Quinchon, right? And Quinchon looked good last week doing the individual drills. So I know that they're counting on him, and he should be fine to be the number one guy. But they're really young behind him. Is Dylan Sampson, you know, second-year guys. They're all really young. You know, those are just a couple of positions you're thinking, okay, before training camp, I could see an end. I could see a veteran running back at some point, maybe even during training camp. And then, like you said, you could keep an eye on receiver.
I don't know. The other part of the story here, too, for the Browns as we move forward, do you think there's anybody out there that they might have their eyes on that they could be trying to bring in that could be, you know, a cap casualty or somebody that gets released here positionally, too?
Yeah, I mean, let's assume Myles is still here.
Okay.
Again, I think it's still end. Maybe, you know, D-tackle, just because we saw Mike Hall go down last week, and I know the Browns, the initial thought was that it wasn't serious. You still have Malik Collins coming off his torn quad last year, right? So I feel like they might be a little thin there. I mean, they have some guys, but I could see the defensive line being a position. You know, I think they're set at corner, but you just never know at that position. You know, you have Denzel Ward, you have Tyson Campbell. I really like Miles Harden. Could they find another nickel that was an upgrade there? I felt like that way going into the draft, and they didn't really find somebody. You know, so those are the positions I keep an eye on.
Okay, with that thought in mind, Todd Monken rolling right along. Things seem to be going okay. Do you think, just knowing what we know about him, Scott, do you think in his mind he's hoping that one of these quarterbacks emerges over any of the others, or do you think he's completely wide open on this thing?
Oh, I'm sure he's hoping somebody emerges. Just because.
Do you think he has somebody in mind who he's thinking, I hope this is the guy?
Yeah, that's a great question, Jeff. I don't know that answer. To me, logically, and we've talked about this, it makes more sense for it to be Shedeur Sanders because he's young, he's cheap. There's a chance that he could be your future quarterback, where I just don't see that from Deshaun Watson. Now, maybe he proves me wrong and he plays great this year and he gets an extension and he winds up being your guy. But that feels so unlikely given everything we've seen from Deshaun Watson since he's been here that I would think Shedeur Sanders at least has a chance to fill that role. So if I were the Browns and Todd Monken, that would be my thinking. But I think Todd is open to whoever emerges being that guy, but he wants somebody to emerge, right? He does not want to take this thing as deep into training camp as it could go. You know, he's talked about hoping to have it decided at the end of the spring. I just don't know how realistic that is, especially given, you know, Shedeur's only in his second year. So it's going to take some time. It's taking time to learn a new offense. I don't know if you want to rush into a decision and decide, you know, when minicamp ends June 11th. Like, oh, we know it's going to be Deshaun Watson's going to be the guy we give all the reps to in training camp. To me, that feels like a disservice to Shedeur because he's young. He didn't get a lot of reps last year. And if Watson gets hurt, which he's gotten hurt plenty of times since he's been here, all of a sudden you're putting Shedeur Sanders in, and he hasn't gotten those reps with the ones. He hasn't gotten a lot of time because you committed to Watson too early. So I think you need to take this competition at least a week or two into training camp before you make a final decision and really give somebody the bulk of the reps.
Ooh, it'd be interesting to see how they play this thing out. Great point. Scott, we will talk to you soon. If I were you, I'd just jump on the course. You know, foursome, fivesome, that course is so big.
Nobody's going to know.
Nobody's going to know.
Nobody will know?
No, nobody.
So.
And just blame Phelps if there's a problem. Just go for Jeff Phelps. I can do that. And they'll be good.
Yeah, that'll work.
All right, Scott, thank you. We'll read you every day. Chronicle, Telegram, BrownZone.com.
Thanks, buddy.
Man. Thanks, Scott.
Thanks, Phelps.
All right, and Scott Petrak on the Wise Heart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Talk to Scott Petrak. He's leaning towards thinking Myles Garrett's going to be here. What do you think? 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan.
Minnesota sitting in third place in the division, 5.5 games back from the White Sox. You can listen to The Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Come on, go. There it is. Okay. As always, you can listen to this show, all of our local shows on The Fan, on Apple Podcasts, on Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. By golly, you can listen to us and everybody else right here on The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Man. You know, we talked to Scott Petrak, and, you know, both of us kind of had the feeling, I think a lot of us have the feeling that with the June 1st deadline going on here, or the June 1st restart of the NFL season, you know, that Myles Garrett is right there to be traded. And it kind of just feels that way based on a lot of things, like not talking to the coaching staff. I know Jeff doesn't think that's gigantic, but I do. I don't really care about the not participating in optional practices. To me, that's meaningless if he's talking to them and he's got to play. It's like what Denzel said last week. He's like, no, I'm talking to the guys. I've got an iPad at home, and, you know, I'm working through it. And that's kind of what I think we wanted to hear.
Well, I said last week, Andy, if it were me personally, yeah, I'd call the coach. Why not? And to me, it shows a slight level of disconnect.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have to. So I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. When things become mandatory, if anybody doesn't show up or anybody doesn't communicate, then you have an issue. Right now, all it can do is feel funny. And it does. You know, Andy, new head coach, I'd call the guy.
Yeah, I would too.
You would too.
I'm sure he has. But don't you think he has? Come on. Todd Monken's picked up the phone and called Myles Garrett. There's no way.
Well, I meant the other way around.
Oh, if you were Myles.
If I was the player, I would call. At the very least, I would send the coach a text. You know, hey, coach, you know, Myles here. Looking forward to working with you. See you at mandatories. Could be that simple.
Okay, yeah,
you know? I
agree.
I mean, you don't even have to call and say, hey, old buddy, how about we meet for some oatmeal one morning?
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. Smoothie?
Who's going to an oatmeal meeting? And have you been to an oatmeal meeting? Because I feel like we need to address this immediately.
You know, it's never too early to start, you know, treating your cholesterol. You got to keep it down.
You're killing me. How about some Honey Nut Cheerios this morning, huh?
Those are, by the way, those are great.
That little bee told me it's good for you.
They're a great snack.
They are a good snack. I give you that one.
See, there you go.
Yeah. I've just never been invited to an oatmeal meeting. I mean, typically it's like, let's grab a cup of coffee and talk. And, you know, it's just never been like, hey.
Pass the brown sugar.
Let's meet together. We'll get ourselves a big old bowl
You
of
don't
oats.
put brown sugar on that.
On oatmeal?
Oh, I thought on Honey Nut Cheerios.
No.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
A little some blueberries in the oatmeal, some brown sugar, and a little butter, which defeats the purpose of the cholesterol, but it still works.
Yeah, you do have some odd little things. Although I agree with that. I'm with you on the oatmeal. That's the way to prepare oatmeal.
Thanks.
When it comes to Scott and what we were just talking to with Scott, I just your thoughts on what he had to say, because I don't know that
Scott wasn't all on board on a trade. Not necessarily sure that it would happen.
Did you think that was personal, or did you think that was what was best for the team? You know what I'm saying? Like, I agree with him. Like, trading Myles Garrett, not a good idea. Unless you're getting something amazing coming back at you.
Here's the thing. Does the guy want to be here?
What do you think?
I'm willing to be wherever anybody wants to pay me $40 million or whatever it is, Andy.
Sure.
I mean, you know, why wouldn't you? And he's spent 9 years here. He clearly likes the community and enjoys it here. But we've mentioned this about Myles before, and this is perfectly okay. He has varied interests in a lot of things. Huge NBA fan, owns a little piece of the Cavs, which is great. His gal pal is from the West Coast, and she's an Olympian. He's from Texas. if he wanted to, you could see him doing other things down the road. Couldn't you see him doing some kind of acting or something like that?
Yeah.
So I could see that. I could see him kicking back and writing poetry. I don't think this man is defined by football. And that's why, in my mind, I keep thinking, I can't imagine him playing more than 3 years. I don't think he's defined by football. And if I'm the Browns and somebody's calling me and they're offering me a boatload, there's no question I'm trading him. I won 5 games with him last year, and that's not on him. That's not on him. My team, what the 5 wins means, Andy, is this. My team needs a lot. That's what it means. It's nothing against Miles. 23 sacks. I mean, what more could he do?
If you put yourself in Miles' shoes on this, okay?
Put yourself in Miles' shoes.
I'd be like, you know what? I like Cleveland. I like the fans. It's cool. I own part of the basketball team in town.
I've made Dan laugh behind the glass like 3 times today.
Oh, congratulations.
I'm really happy about it.
Good job.
It's one of the things I shoot for every day.
We're just here to entertain each other.
If I'm Miles and I'm looking at this thing and I'm going, all right, a year ago I wanted out of here. I don't know what the conversation was other than money to want to come back for another season.
He hasn't seemed unhappy playing for the Cleveland Browns, has he? I don't think he's ever seemed unhappy playing for the Browns. But the whole trade thing, Andy, either it was complete leverage to try and get a new contract, or it was it feeds into what I had said before. I don't think he's defined by football, and he thought, okay, time to go somewhere else. It's either that or the money or maybe a little bit of both when he was all adamant about the trade.
Okay. If I was Miles, and as a fan, if Miles wanted to leave right now, I don't know that I would be. I don't know. I mean, I love him as a football player. I want him to stay here.
I like him as a guy. Seems like a good guy.
I mean, we've been down this road before with other great athletes.
Leadfoot.
We've been down this road before with other great athletes in this town, whether it was the Indians back in their heyday or LeBron leaving and then coming back. So, I mean, I'm at the point now where if it could help this franchise, do it. And in some ways, if it helps Miles, I'm okay with that too, especially if you get traded. I mean, we've talked about this before. When a team trades a player, fans normally don't turn on the player. They turn on the team. They're mad at the team for a little bit, and then they always come back, especially if the team starts winning, right? It's kind of the way it plays out. When a player demands a trade, that's when players
he's a bad guy. You don't like our team. You don't like our town.
All he wants is money. Money Bell. Remember him? And Money Ramirez. That was another one.
Which really fit nicely. That was funny.
It was a little better for him than it was for Albert,
right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah.
But we never got mad at Kenny Lofton, did we? Ever?
I don't know that Kenny actually ever wanted to be traded.
I don't think he did either. And he ended up on 700 teams before he was done.
I think he played on 9 teams in 9 years, or 10 teams in 10 years, or something like that.
Which also probably hurts him for Hall of Fame consideration too.
I would think it does.
It's weird though. I feel bad for him.
Kenny should be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah,
by the way.
I think so too.
Topic for another day.
Put yourself in his shoes. Would you want to leave? If you were Miles, would you be like, okay, I get it?
Yes.
Yes,
I would.
And to go to a team that has a chance to perhaps go deep into the playoffs next year?
And that's why I'd want to leave.
And that's also one of the reasons why you wouldn't want to trade him, though. Because
if you're Miles, you got to be looking at this. Wait a minute. I got 23 sacks, and we won 5 games. And I'm looking around, and I see them counting on a lot of young guys, and young guys don't win in the NFL. They didn't draft Victor Wembanyama. They drafted some hopefully good young players, but they didn't draft a franchise changer. So if I'm Miles, I'm definitely looking to be traded. I would think it would be awesome.
216-474-0092. 216-474-0092. Again, 4 o'clock is the deadline, or is when the new, it's not new league year, is it?
It's when things can happen and you can, it's when okay, we can save some money by doing this now.
Yeah, it's
it's just the deadline.
That's all it is. But after 4 o'clock, you're going to start hearing things about,
all hands are off.
The June 1st rule kind of works like this. If a team cuts or trades a player before June 1st, all of the remaining prorated bonus money and guaranteed salary accelerates into the current season salary cap. It creates massive, sometimes unmanageable cap hits, right? Known as dead money. That's what that is. Now, on today or after today, if a player is released or traded, the team only absorbs the current year's prorated bonus and pushes the remainder of the dead cap hit into the following year's cap. It unlocks millions of dollars in immediate salary cap relief for the current season. That's why we was talking about the June 1st designation, the post-June 1st. Plus, in Myles Garrett's scenario, they tinkered with his contract a couple weeks ago to make it easier to trade him if they wanted to, extend the money out, to make it more viable for another team if they wanted him, or if he wanted to leave and say, let me get out of here. That's why we're in the situation with Myles Garrett that we are. And then the franchise is probably looking at this saying, look, what is Myles Garrett's value? What can we do? What does this do for our long-term prognosis? Do we think we're in it to win it this year? If we do, I think you'd be hesitant on trading him. You get one of the best players, if not the best defensive player in the NFL on your roster. Are you willing to part with that? And what does the return on investment need to be to say, okay, we will let Myles Garrett go? Are they in a tough situation? And you're also on the heels of 1 year ago, said player, acting like he was out of here, asking for a trade, looking to leave. So where do you go with Myles Garrett after today? That's what they have to answer in Berea. I mean, if he didn't leave, I'd be the happiest guy. I'd be good with it. If he did, I really want to see what they get for him. And if we sit here afterwards and go, what did we just do? Oh, my. Here we go again. Another Deshaun Watson type deal? I don't think the fans can stomach that. You'd be around if they start winning, though. That's when after. Immediately you would say to yourself, why? Why are they trading Myles Garrett? I'm out. See you later. Give me the fan reaction part of this, Jeff.
I don't know how the fans would react to this. I really don't. I mean, you don't get good very often by trading great talent. But sometimes there's a time to trade great talent. And I will always, the words of Wayne Embry, who is one of the guys I respect most I've ever dealt with in my life, will always stick in my head when it comes to being a general manager. And that is, you can't fall in love with your players. And if you think the time to trade a guy is here, the return we're going to get by keeping him doesn't match the return we're going to get by trading him, and your situation and everything else, you got to do it. So I would get it if they trade him. And you won 5 games with a guy who had 23 sacks. And your team needs a lot, man. And I'm sorry. I like the young guys they drafted. Young guys aren't going to win for you this year. They're going to help, but it's is the whole idea to win this year regardless? I don't know.
All right, he's not the only big name in town that's kind of floating out there on another team. We're going to talk about that coming up a little bit closer to noon. How about Evan Mobley's name being kicked around over the weekend? We'll get into that. Plus, we want to talk about the NBA Finals. You got the Knicks and the Spurs. We had a Game 7 over the weekend. All kinds of cool stuff. So we will talk about that. Also, the Browns are at Firestone, and they're playing golf today at their annual charity golf outing. Question is, will there be a move while those guys are out there? And there'll be plenty of people talking. There are interviews going on right now, so we'll hear what they're saying in Akron as well as the Browns have their annual charity golf outing, and we'll talk about that coming up to in a little bit. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan.
At Bank of America, we support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge. What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Why listen to the game when you can feel like you're sitting courtside? It's time to draft a better sound system for your ride. At Summit Sound, we're a designated Alpine Style Center, bringing you the best of the best in car audio. From thunderous bass to crystal clear play-by-play, our expert installers customize your system for a true stadium experience. Don't settle for factory standard sound. Upgrade to a pro-level lineup today. Visit our showroom in Twinsburg or head to summitsound.net. Summit Sound. See it, hear it, feel it.
If you dread dealing with your insurance company more than you dread yard work, in 90-degree weather,
wow, it is a scorcher out there today.
With a swarm of hungry mosquitoes buzzing around, then you might have Insuranoia. And if you have Insuranoia, then you should get NJM. They go to great lengths to do what's best for their policyholders. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Jackson Comfort Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing has been getting 5-star customer reviews for 100 years. Listen to what Jackson Comfort team members have to say.
You know what? That recognition of receiving a 5-star review, it's an incredible feeling, because not only is it confirmation that you're doing the right thing, but it's confirmation that you made an impact in someone's life.
It lets us know that we're doing our job right.
You know, that's just icing on the cake. I love being able to provide a great service and build new relationships along the way.
HVAC and plumbing can be stressful. That person was probably having a rough day, and that just means that you were able to make their day better.
You have to log into Google, right? You got to find us. You got to go through, give the 5 stars, right? And the amount of time that you're going to take to go out of your day to do that, I mean, the feeling's so special.
Find out about Jackson Comfort services for yourself. Heating, cooling, plumbing, drains. JacksonComfort.com. 330-946-6678 or JacksonComfort.com.
When equipment breaks down and operations come to a halt, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to actually fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals. No more hunting down parts. No more drowning in paperwork. With MaintainX, your team can access manuals from anywhere, create new procedures in minutes, and turn voice notes into clear and complete work order feedback. What used to take hours now only takes minutes. Keep your operations moving and your wrenches turning. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams that are already fixing more and filing less. Try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
At Bank of America, we support businesses at every step, providing insights and expertise to help you gain an edge. What would you like the power to do? Explore winning business solutions at BofA.com/gamechangers, official bank of the FIFA World Cup 2026.
Sunny skies for your Monday, high of 68.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
Jake from State Farm. I'm winning. I finally cleaned my house, so I'm breaking out my new tropical room spray.
Keep winning and create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. It's like your own personal paradise.
Ooh, hey, grab me a coconut water.
Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. 2020 Sports.
Don't wait for new windows. Get a free upgrade to Weather Seal's triple pane Ultra Seal windows and 60-month zero interest. 330-920-4494 or weathersealhomeservices.com. Browns back to OTAs tomorrow in Berea. This will be the last week of voluntary activities before mandatory minicamp kicks off next week. Today, the official start of summer in the NFL, and teams have the flexibility to spread out dead cap over several seasons for players that are traded or released after 4 o'clock today. The restructure of Myles Garrett's contract back in March has made it easier for the Browns to trade the future Hall of Famer. However, Andrew Berry has said this offseason they plan to have Garrett as a career Brown. Guardians have the day off today. They'll be kicking off a 6-game road trip tomorrow, beginning with the Yankees in New York. Guardians dropped their second consecutive series over the weekend, losing 2 of 3 to the Red Sox. The club hopes to have Angel Martinez back in the lineup tomorrow night in the Bronx. Martinez dealing with a mild strain in his left foot and is considered day-to-day. He left Saturday's game due to the injury and did not play yesterday. Serena Williams will be returning to the world of professional tennis after 4 years away from the sport. Serena has announced she'll be returning to play in the upcoming Queen's Club Championship. The 23-time Grand Slam champion has requested a doubles wildcard for the event, which kicks off on June 9th. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith King.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Want to hop in on the conversation, 216-474-0092. 4 o'clock today, NFL,
NFL things start to happen time.
Yeah, June 1st designation date. That's probably the right way to put it, right?
You can spread out that cash.
They'll come up with some snappy
Makes it
name later.
viable to trade guys, cut guys, do things you want to do.
Something to
Alvin
give.
Kamara in New Orleans is a guy who's been rumored to be maybe on the move. Tank Dell in Houston. A.J. Brown perhaps being traded. Brandon Ayuk in San Francisco maybe.
I'd be interested to see if they do want to let Garrett, if they do want to trade Garrett, then would they be interested in a guy like Josh Sweat? Would they be interested in Max Crosby if he's still there? I don't know what you'd have to give up to get him. We don't hear about three-way deals in the NFL very often either, right? Could that be a possibility? I don't know. Have we ever heard three-way deals in the NFL? They don't happen very often, do they?
Not like they do in the NBA.
Yeah.
We have 17-team trades.
Yeah, that's how that works too.
Well, you oddly do.
And then when you get drafted,
Seems.
you wear a hat of a team you know you're not going to. That's another one of my pet peeves.
There's a Baskinism coming to the forefront.
Well, it's stupid. It's just dumb. Just no hat.
You shouldn't have to foul out either.
I'm with him on the NBA hat thing. Foul
Yeah,
thing, I
it's
can't
pretty-
get behind
That's
it.
stupid.
That's pretty
Why would
stupid.
you that hat thing? Who cares?
The hat
man?
thing is obnoxious.
Let's make a big deal about nothing.
Hey, Kobe Bryant has a picture of him with a hat on a Charlotte Hornets uniform.
It's kind of cool, though,
Or
isn't it?
Charlotte Hornets hat. And you're like, why? What did this do?
Made no sense at all.
It was so dumb.
Dumb. Shannon, Sheffield Lake. What's up, Shannon?
Hey, with them thinking about trading Myles Garrett, has anybody thought about the fact that maybe Myles Garrett doesn't want to play here anymore because of the whole coach? I wouldn't blame him for wanting to go.
Yeah. All right, Shannon.
I
yeah.
think it's a possibility, don't you, Andy?
Yeah, but I don't know how is he ever gone on the record to talk about how he felt about. I think he was pro Schwartz, but I don't know that it was. I don't want to be here anymore if Schwartz isn't here deal.
Maybe
I don't know.
not.
Has anyone magically heard something about that? It's business. Guys come and go all the time. Unfortunately, we want to believe that these guys are all for the team, the brotherhood, the this or that. That brotherhood ends the second the team cuts you or trades you or you retire. Right? I mean, it's like
Nothing wrong with that.
They will find someone to replace you. no matter what the position is.
Isn't that kind of okay, though?
All the way up to owner.
I mean, honestly, I've always thought players should just view themselves as mercenaries. Because the team will move on from you in a heartbeat if it has to.
It is true what you're saying. I do think it's a conflict, though. Like, it's a conflict about what we think sports utopia is. I'm not trying to get deep, but we want to believe that, these guys get on a roster and they're going to be brothers till the end and that they're all in it for the team. And I'm not going to let my brother down. And, if they let him go, well, we're going to have that scene from Rudy where if Rudy's not playing, I'm done. I'm going to turn my jersey in. Oh, my God, was that Hollywood? Really? Really? Joe Montana's like, nah, I'm not playing quarterback this week. You're not going to play Rudy? I'm out. Really? Really? No, it doesn't work that way. It doesn't. But I do think we all want it to be that way. We all want every team to be Rudy. Oh, he's the hardest working practice guy in town. You should play him, coach. In fact, I'm not going to play if you don't play him. Are you serious? Are you serious? And so when you get into these other situations.
I know that's what all the guys on that championship team at Heights said about you. You got to play Baskin or I'm out, coach.
Yeah. Did I? They all showed up the next day.
You didn't do yeah, I'm still in, coach.
Oh, you mean that?
Baskin's on his own.
Oh, that great cheerleader that sat on the bench? Really?
At least you were there, my friend.
I got the
Give yourself credit.
I got the splinters to prove it.
Give yourself credit.
I don't know. I just, we all want to believe something that's not there sometimes. I'm sorry. Myles Garrett is an independent contractor in the NFL.
Yes, he is. Highly paid independent contractor.
And, whatever happens to him, happens to him. I'm sorry. I'm just getting too old to even, you go out and you got young kids and you want to go out and buy them a jersey. And you're like, here's a Myles Garrett. We're going to get you a 95. This is going to be great. And
that's why you buy a Browns jersey and put Baskin on the back.
So you can show up in case you're hurt, in case someone gets hurt during the game and they can put you in?
I just did that because it's another one of your pet peeves. I figured it
Is that all we're going to do?
Give you a rant.
Is it Pet Peeve Monday? Jeff, do you go to...
Andy, we need a longer show than that for yours.
Jeff, when the PGA, leaves town completely after this year, are you going to show up and just, watch people play golf with your golf shoes on in case they get hurt? So you can step out there with your putter? Is that what you're going to do? This is your last chance for the seniors, Jeff. You better get out there this year with your golf shoes on in case someone gets hurt. Oh, you with the golf shoes. Phelps, come on in, man. Help me out. You can take that putt for me.
Hey, Andy.
Hey, Jeff.
Would you like to come over and watch the second quarter of an NBA game with me?
Why? I could just show up for the end and just see all that matters there. Give me the final 5 minutes. I've even expanded my time on that. Used to just be the final 2 minutes. But now that since everybody throws three-pointers up like crazy and they don't care about running any kind of offense, let's just watch the last 5 minutes of an NBA game and you'll get everything you need. True? Oh. If you say nothing, then I'm correct.
Hey, Andy.
Hey, Jeff.
The guy just picked up his 9th foul. How about that?
Oh, that's typical. And by the way, did he do anything egregious? Did he do anything egregious? Absurd. It is absurd.
Who might be joining us? Well, whose press conference might we be joining at noon?
Oh, Jeff. Todd Monken's.
Well, that'd be great.
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Do we really, with a...
I hope if we're able to have Todd join us at noon, his press conference from Firestone, I sure hope somebody asks him if he's talked to Myles Garrett.
That's question one, Jeff.
Don't you hope?
Can I be honest? I'm excited that we're going to pick up his press conference at noon.
Hey,
but
Todd.
I expect him to say nothing.
Hey, Todd. Have you talked to Myles?
Oh, why in the hell would I have talked to Myles in between there? We've got a beautiful day outside. We're out here playing golf. We're going to chase a little white ball around and figure what the hell's going to happen from there. You're going to ask me about a guy who's not here? I'm worried about the guys who are here swinging clubs, making sure they don't throw their backs out.
Is this a...
Coach Kevigan is gone, but by God, Coach Todigan has arrived.
It's really hard to do that and not swear. It's so hard.
It's also hard to continue talking afterwards after you go like that.
It is true. You're really pushing it.
Get ready for Coach Tottigan coming up next week.
Can someone on his team hit a putt? That's all I care.
How much of it will we actually be
gotta
able to air?
score.
Seriously, how much of it will we actually be able to air?
We've
How often are we
already
gonna be hitting
talked
it?
about it, and they're going to be pre-produced.
We're going to pre-produce them so that we can do it correctly.
Oh, no, I was talking about the live press conference coming up in 9 minutes.
Well, we all have a dump button, so.
It's like how Matt Damon would always sit down and say to do a true Boston accent, you have to curse, and I can't do that on TV.
So you're saying there's a word
By the
before?
way, and he has a great
How about
one
them
when
apples?
he wants to.
There's another word there? Really?
Yeah, Cable, trims those out and comes up with other fun ways to state it.
I love when they dub in a voice that doesn't even sound anywhere near the actor.
Snakes on a Plane is one of those with Samuel L. Jackson. If you've ever seen that on cable, it's brutal. That movie's not good to begin with, but the great line from there turns really sad.
One of my favorite things, and I actually heard it here on our station during our show today, when companies hire people who sound like the people who do their television spots to do their radio spots.
Oh, there's a chicken wing commercial that sounds just like an actor that used to be on a major popular television show.
There's a Jennifer Garner spot out for whatever bank it is that she does.
Yeah.
That her radio spot, it's somebody who sounds a lot like her.
But it's not her?
But it's not her.
Well, could it be AI?
And they never say it's Jennifer Garner. No, if it were AI, they'd have to pay her. I would think. If you copied her voice.
Yeah, if on a copyright. Yeah, you're right.
But if you find somebody who sounds like her, no, we just hired somebody.
Could you imagine if they AI'd us and kept us going long?
No,
like
Andy.
100 years from now, someone turns on the radio and they hear Baskin and Phelps, but they AI'd us.
And then somebody will go to social media and complain about us. It'll be great.
Well, they won't. An AI complainer will go on there.
No, young kids in 100 years.
It'll all be a loop. It'll all be a big loop. All right, so let's give you the rundown for what else is coming up on the show.
Yeah, do that, would you?
So we're hopefully going to hear from Todd Monken coming up at noon.
Technology willing.
There are Cavs rumors floating out there. We'll get to those.
Are there ever?
I just
involve somebody named rhymes with Kevin.
I can't believe you just said that. That's so stupid. How about just
Dan
say
says get out.
Just say Evan's name. Oh, are you kicking us out? All right, kick us out.
Yeah, we might have Todd.
All right, Todd Monken, hopefully coming up here in a few minutes live from Akron.
Well-oiled machine.
Coming up live from Akron, and hopefully he'll say something about Myles Garrett. I expect nothing. What do you expect? We'll find out all together coming up in just a few moments. Plus, Joe Posnanski is going to join us a little bit later in the show. He's got a new book out. Big Fan with Michael Schur. Baskin Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. He's Jeff Phelps. I'm Andy Baskin. Welcome inside the noon hour. Hope you're having a great day. The weather is outstanding outside. It is June 1st. What does that mean? You hear about June 1st designation all the time in the NFL, and it marks the date when teams can release or trade players to spread massive dead cap penalties across 2 seasons instead of taking the entire hit in a single year. So that's part of it. And then the other part of it is Myles Garrett restructuring his contract a few weeks ago, and it made it easier for the team to make a move with him. And so that's where we're at. We're waiting for Todd Monken now. He is at Firestone Golf Club, Country Club. I can't remember. I think it's
Country
Golf
Club. Firestone Country Club.
So we're waiting for him to speak there, where the Browns are having their annual charity golf outing. Jeff, if you have to wait until 4 o'clock before you can hear anything, I'm not expecting Todd to have a whole lot of information. Maybe he'll knock our socks off and tip us off early, but I don't know if he'll say a whole lot here. But in case he does, we got it for you. So.
I bet he talks about his short game.
You mean for kickers?
No, I mean
guys that can kick inside the 25.
7-iron in.
Yeah, I don't think so, Jeff. Think you will? Will he swear through it? That's the thing.
I hope so.
What do you want to hear from Todd?
I have no idea what to hear from him today. Give me a preview of mandatories.
I would wish that he would say something about June 1st. I think he's going to have to. Is he going to give us anything? Are we going to have any indication, or is this going to be like Scott Patrick?
His job.
Hang on. Or is it going to be like? You think that this team hasn't left head coaches out there to talk about stuff that isn't their job before?
Oh, ask Kevin.
Kevin lived that life. Or is this Scott Petrak? Scott said, "I'm not." He doesn't think anything's going to happen. So, and if you missed the interview with Scott, of course, you can always hear that on the Odyssey app. And if you miss any moment in the show, you can always use a rewind feature on the Odyssey app. Powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Dan, what do you think? Is he saying anything?
Nah, I got a feeling it's going to be a big old nothing burger.
You think it's a nothing burger?
I think he's going to be out there going, it's great to be out here with the Cleveland Browns Foundation, help raise some money for people who need it. We're really proud to be out here on a gorgeous day. Any questions? And then he'll kind of tiptoe around those questions for a bit and move on. And it's just because you're at a completely different place than the field. He hasn't watched practice. He can't really give you a rundown of anything he's watched. The only thing he's watched is a bunch of guys putt. So, outside of breaking down putting strokes, I don't know how much more he's truly going to be able to give you. Not to mention, they're not going to talk about guys on other rosters.
He'll talk about the quarterback. Well,
he'll always talk about the quarterback.
Yeah, that's coming.
Yeah,
you know
proud
why?
Of what Shadour's been able to
because he'll
accomplish.
always be asked.
Every
you know
time.
why?
Every press conference.
They don't have one.
Yeah, proud of what Shadour's been able to accomplish in these practices. Proud of the evolution of Deshaun Watson.
Boy, does
coming back
Deshaun
from the
look good.
Yeah.
Boy, Dylan's still not very tall.
Dylan Gabriel's ability to process has been through the roof as well. We've been really impressed.
And Taylor Green is a freak.
We're working with him every day.
It's going to be awesome.
Getting better every day.
All right. Can't wait. Looking forward to it.
Anyone know how to hit a punch shot?
That said, I just always enjoy hearing from the people who run our teams, coach our teams, play for our teams. When I hear what he has to say, you never know when they're going to slip out a little chewy nugget handy that'll be, ooh, wait a minute, there's that one.
Here's what I do hope. I do hope that if they are going to trade Myles Garrett, they do it today or tomorrow, and let's stop talking about it. Because it's either one way or another on this thing. But they, both sides, have teed us up as fans and as media as we sit here to be in this position to be talking about this June 1st designation and what happens after June 1st. And then would they be possibly trading him knowing that these teams can move and have so much more money today than they did yesterday? Or the difference between having so much more money at 4 o'clock compared to having it at 3:59. So either one way or another, let's move forward. But there are teams out there that you might consider, contenders in this thing. The Eagles seem to be the big one early on, because they've been out there before talking about it, or at least there's been rumors out there talking about the Eagles and the Browns. Dallas is another one. We talk about that constantly. You got to believe the Rams are a player in this game. Especially because they don't need a quarterback. Also talks, the Niners have a ton of salary cap space. Commanders, Lions, the teams that are looking at trying to get her done and get her done now. Teams that are just inches away from having huge success in the playoffs, not just getting into a wild card and squeaking in.
You know what I wonder?
Teams that would leave the Browns with really late first-round picks.
Riddle me this one.
Okay.
What if, Andrew Berry's job is to talk to teams about players. Okay, so maybe he's talked to teams about Miles and other folks, and maybe he's got something in mind. Well, what if with the June 1st designation, happening and everything going through at 4 o'clock, what if he happens to get a call out of the blue?
At the last second?
Yeah, from somebody that he might not have heard from as of yet.
I don't think if he has a deal in place, I don't think he turns his back on a deal in place.
Why not?
Because I don't think that's
dirty pool.
I also think you can't get anything done in the NFL if you're going to play like that.
Yeah, but
we don't have a lot of assets.
You only get one chance to turn Myles Garrett into something if you're going to move him.
What do you do?
You only get one chance.
You go back and
just
say to the team,
"Hey, fill in the blank. I just got a call and they threw in this. I don't want to back out of our discussions, but can you sweeten it a little bit?"
I mean, that's his job, isn't it?
Well, it is his job.
But he's also, Jeff, I do think that he doesn't want it hanging over his head that he's the guy that made the Deshaun Watson trade.
No, it's already there.
Well, that's there. Okay, and it's the and part of the statement. And the guy that traded Myles Garrett. And I think in the moment, it looks bad. Like when you say, wait a minute, what? That guy gave up what for Deshaun Watson? And he got what back in return from Myles Garrett? Are you kidding? Wow. No wonder that team didn't win. I mean, if you're living in the moment and maybe you're sitting in another city and you're mildly interested in what happens to the Browns and great players, or if you're sending Myles to another team and now all of a sudden you've made that team that is your team's rival better, you're like, man, what are the Browns doing? Why would they do that? Why would you trade a Hall of Famer? Who does that? The Browns, right? And I also, Jeff, I actually think that our fan base is 100% secured and in place for what would happen if they traded Myles Garrett. I feel like we've been on the street for...
Meaning what?
If they trade him, they're just...
Going to freak out? Or
no, I don't think they are. I think they're expecting
the understanding.
I think they're expecting it. Smart Browns fans are somewhat expecting it, I think. Locked in Browns fans are expecting it. Guys and gals that know what's going on with the team are like, yeah, no surprise. Kind of see this coming, right? It's coming. Myles Garrett, another team. Sucks, though. I mean, we've been a city that have traded away big stars before.
They all have.
But not us, man. You go back to, I'm still upset about Nettles and Chambliss. What are we going to say?
Hypothetical Monday. All right,
Okay.
let's go down the hypothetical road. I know Jeff loves this more than anything else we do.
Yes.
I do enjoy it greatly.
If, let's say, they decide to move on from Myles Garrett, and again, just an if.
Yeah.
Would you put Denzel Ward on the table then?
I think Denzel's here. I think Denzel's happy. I don't think Denzel's moving.
I would agree with Andy. To me, there's an undercurrent of Myles would be more than happy with a trade. And perhaps even behind the scenes this time has asked for one. Because we know he publicly did. And Myles would have nothing but great things to say about his time in Cleveland, and the Browns would have absolutely nothing but great things to say about Myles Garrett. But I don't think Denzel would be on the table.
I don't think Denzel's there. I think there have been points throughout Denzel's career where I thought he was leaving. I don't necessarily know if it was by his choice.
So we're all down the hypothetical road here.
I thought about Denzel this morning too, but I don't think, and little bubblings that I hear every once in a while make me think Denzel's good to go. I don't think he's going anywhere. But if someone knocked on the door and offered you 3 first-rounders for Denzel, would you? Oh, I can't talk to you.
Well, there's a different story,
right? I mean, you just don't know,
right? I mean, no one's slamming the phone down for any of this stuff, but Denzel Ward's in the position where he's getting close to the other side of 30 in cornerbacks. It's not usually a gradual decline for the best corners. It's usually here's the cliff and clunk, and so
he'll be 30 going into next season, not this
right.
One. Yeah.
So we're getting near that point. I mean, you could go through the history of cornerbacks. They don't age gracefully. So
yeah, well, it's the same thing with defensive ends.
Some defensive ends have aged a little bit better.
I know. Corners are more dependent on their speed and their athletic ability.
I mean, Nnamdi Asomugha was the best corner in football until he wasn't. Darrelle Revis was the best corner in football until he wasn't.
I get that.
And it's not a gradual decline. It's clunk off the cliff. Oh boy. Now this guy can't stay in front of anybody. So it's just one of those I've never been the biggest fan of half measures. And so I partially wonder if you're going to yank that ripcord, if you need to just full-blown yank the complete ripcord and start going, all right, what would be the deal for Denzel Ward? I've got Tyson Campbell over here. I can pay him. Then we can start to rebuild a couple parts of the secondary as well for the next run. And it wouldn't be a teardown or anything like that. The defense would still be outstanding. You would just be in a position where let's get some of the veteran pieces out of the way, play the kids, and let's roll.
Others talking about perhaps a Myles Garrett trade. Pro Football Talk, Mike Florio. He talked about the biggest name obviously being A.J. Brown. A.J. Brown bigger than Myles Garrett?
No, but that's been talked about for months and months and months.
So
and
maybe
it almost seems like it's a foregone conclusion.
Yeah, he talked about...
But AJ's about as close to Myles Garrett as you can get. He's really good.
After June 1st, which is where we are now, a trade would actually create cap space for the Browns by sending Garrett's 2026 option bonus and his salary to a new team, leaving behind only his 2026 bonus to be paid, $15 million on the books this year. Any remaining cap charge would move to 2027. And then, it's kind of where you are. So Garrett's deal becomes tradable after June 1st, even though the Browns have insisted he won't be traded. Now, does that make you feel better?
No.
I mean, that's on Pro Football Talk. So, he did talk about Max Crosby, too, and Josh Sweat. He said the Cardinals, who paid defensive end Josh Sweat guaranteed option bonus of $7.22 million in March, could trade him. And if you lose Garrett, would you want to go out and get Sweat, or would you want to maybe go out and get Crosby?
Or Bosa.
Or Bosa.
All you got to do is sign Joey Bosa.
Well,
then keep your fingers crossed.
He didn't talk about Bosa, so I don't know. I don't know. I keep saying that, but I kind of just have this feeling Myles is gone. That they're going to trade, but maybe I hope I'm wrong. I'm not saying I'm 100% correct, but we're getting all these vibes to make you think, look, here we are. It's June 1st. Today I think we would find out in the next day or two after 4 o'clock if Garrett is truly could be traded, would be traded, if the store is open for them to come on in and try to ship Myles Garrett somewhere else.
Is there a Myles store? Is that what you're?
Yeah, it is. It's on
Nice.
Myles Road too. It's right next to the market.
How about that?
The Myles Garrett store. All right, we are standing by for Todd Monken's press conference. When that happens, we will have it for you. Otherwise, we'll just keep on going on here a little bit, too, with what could happen to Myles Garrett. We're also going to get into the Cavaliers. Trade rumors going on there, too. So, Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan.
Hey everybody, it's Anthony Lima for Van Scoy Hair. And with the temperatures heating up, you don't have to wear a hat all the time.
Chicago looks to gain more ground on the Guardians in the division tonight when they kick off a 3-game road series against the Twins. Minnesota sitting in third place, 5.5 games back from the White Sox. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smooth.
Pay for clean. If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
Basket of Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. We are waiting for Todd Monken's press conference. Not sure if the new laws about not changing daylight savings time has hit out there in Akron yet, but we were expecting that to happen at noon. It still hasn't happened. So when we hear from him, we'll hear from him. How's that sound, Jeff?
I love that idea, Andy. You know, Todd's on the range, man. He's having trouble with the driver, so he's working on that.
Oh, I don't blame him. I mean, if a guy needs to be out on the range a little before he gets out there, and especially if it's for charity, right?
Oh, sure. Let's go with that.
We've spent the last 2 hours talking about this June 1st designation date for the NFL and Myles Garrett. And while Myles Garrett seems to could be maybe not on the Browns next year, we'll find out shortly, I would think. And if Todd Monken speaks anytime soon, we will play that for you. He's not the only name in Cleveland sports that's getting rumored left and right. Evan Mobley's name is now being rumored. The Athletic saying that OKC, Oklahoma City.
Mentioned? You think it's a rumor? Or is it a mention at this point?
I think it's a mention. What do you think? What are you calling
I'd go mention.
I'm going mention too.
Sam Amick is a good NBA writer, not to be confused with Sam Amico, even though they get confused all the time.
Yeah.
He wrote a piece for The Athletic, who he writes for. He used to cover the Sacramento Kings as a beat reporter and other places as well.
Mm-hmm.
And it's basically taking a look at the Western Conference, seeing, okay, all of a sudden here's San Antonio winning the final 2 games to knock out the defending champs, and Victor Wembanyama, the guy who, oh boy, this guy's already arrived. Uh-oh, what are we going to do if you're Oklahoma City? And Sam wrote, there's long been chatter about the Thunder having an interest in Cleveland big man Evan Mobley as well. But Cavs general manager Kobe Altman insisted in an end-of-season news conference that Mobley wasn't going anywhere, which, of course, is what he's supposed to do.
If you read just a little bit more into there, you know, what's going to happen with Giannis? And Giannis
he's not going to be back with Milwaukee.
Okay.
He will be moved.
Okay. Ooh. Jimmy Haslam could trade Giannis and Myles Garrett in the same summer. Think about that.
Might not be what you're looking for.
Wow. I mean, talk about trying to rebuild teams, right? And so I still don't quite understand how Oklahoma City has the wherewithal to get both, don't you think?
That's the rumor. The way that Amick kind of laid it out was the Cavs would get Jalen Williams in a deal, and Jalen, a wing player who can do some things, and Milwaukee would get Chet Holmgren if I read it correctly. Holmgren was fed his lunch by Victor, and their thought is that Evan Mobley might be able to be a guy who can defend Victor Wembanyama better than most.
Was Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, so was Victor.
Yeah, that'd be 2.
Victor's 5 inches taller.
So was Miles.
So was Miles.
Why do these stories keep intersecting with each other?
And if let's just say, and keep in mind, Oklahoma City has a really good team. Watching them against San Antonio, I kept thinking one thing: boy, could you use another scorer? I don't think you can have enough guys who score the ball well. And I just thought, man, you might be able to use another scorer.
So where do the Cavs? So you're saying Jalen Williams and what?
Oh, I don't know. Picks. Remember, they still have oodles and oodles of draft capital because Sam Presti, for my money, best general manager in the business, still has draft capital to deal with.
Do they want Harden back by any chance?
I don't think so.
All right. Well, I thought it was worth it. I thought it was worth asking.
Not next to Shea.
They have, I'm just looking at their future first-round picks. Wow. To Dallas, they've got the Clippers 12, Philadelphia 17. So they sent theirs away. They've also got, just kind of looking, 27, 28, 29. They've got their own for 28, 29. They could have 2 at the most in 2027. Just looking at some of their future, but you're right.
If Jalen Williams had played in Game 7, it might have been a different outcome. But he was out with a hamstring strain.
You break it down for me, Jeff. Tell me, is that a deal that the Cavs should be making?
My thoughts on Evan Mobley. He's not going anywhere. You trade Evan Mobley, you have a huge hole inside.
It kind of makes you wonder what would Jalen Williams look like on this team last year with the current group they have now, if you could have got him in there. You know what I'm saying? How good would the Cavs have been? Although, if you're not distributing the basketball, what's the difference?
Well, that's valid.
So he does seem like he could have been an answer for the Cavs. So then you would come back with, let's just say you make that deal and you end up with Williams. What are you looking at then? Williams... Mobley's out, so Mitchell.
Gentlemen, we now go live to Firestone Country Club for Browns head coach Todd Monken.
How are you?
Great.
Playing today?
I am not. No. I do like to play, but it's a lot to ask a whole day, and you don't guarantee who you play with, so it's that's a long time to play with people you're not sure who you're playing with.
Do you intend to use all 4 of your remaining OTAs?
We intend to use the 3. We're probably on Friday going to make it a competition day and a little bit fun on Friday, heading into the final week with mandatory minicamp. So I would doubt that on Friday that we'll end up using that day. We'll use it for video and haven't had a chance to address the team, but then we'll have a competition day.
How eager were the guys to get out here and participate in this? I know this is an annual event for the Browns, but the group that you have now, was there sense some excitement for them to get out here, spend the day on the course?
I haven't really seen them yet. I think it's pretty cool. I mean, I think they're excited. You'd have to ask them.
So, Todd, at some point you said you'd love to have your quarterback order prior to training camp. Are you getting there? Can you see the end of this thing, or will you go into training camp not knowing who one is?
Again, as I've said, I think I anticipate there still being competition. That doesn't mean that the reps will be equal. But that's the easiest way to put it. I mean, I think we're in a good place right now with our quarterback room. All of the guys that are in there are working hard, and I like the level of talent that we have in there. But, the next 6 days will go a long way into how we go into fall camp. And we'll have in our minds, I think, where we're at every position. Every position you have a form of a depth chart in your mind, but and maybe it won't be locked in, but we'll certainly the reps will have to get distributed differently once we get to camp.
Can you make that public?
I don't know that yet. I don't anticipate that being the case, but we could.
There's a lot of talk because it's June 1st and the contract about Miles. A lot of speculation there. Have you been told that he's going to be on the team? Do you expect him to be here when we get to the season?
Well, he's not like any other player. I mean, I'm never told who's going to be on the team, who's not going to be on the team. If that's a question, I mean, every day we evaluate the roster. Andrew evaluates the roster. Management evaluates the roster. And like I said, he's no different than any other player we've got. So I don't know how to respond to that based on, because it's really no different today than it's been for the last however many months I've been the head coach.
Have you been assured he'll be here June 9th?
No, I wasn't assured that when I took the job. I was never assured of anything when I took the job, other than once I signed my contract and whatever my contract said, that's what I was assured. And no matter what any of us coaches sign up for, is we show up every day and we coach the guys that are in the building like we've done since we've been here. That hasn't changed.
Could you tell us how you use those GoPro cameras with the quarterback?
So really there's an audio piece to it that you want to hear what the quarterback is verbalizing, because you're not actually in the huddle, what they're saying in the huddle, and then what they're saying at the line of scrimmage, and then how loud are they saying it? We talk about all the time of, is it really, where are they looking within reason, where you can see their eyes, where they start when they start, what did they actually see? It's the closest thing you're going to get. Audio is a big piece, and then the video piece of, what they're actually seeing or looking at.
You used it before?
Used it before. Obviously the advantage is being able to use when you get the video and the audio, but that does take time. How do you piece it together for the player? How do you organize it from when you're re-looking at the tape, all right, from point one or point A, from like, okay, you got the call, the huddle, on the field, and then how the play develops. So it's been really cool. It's been a good learning tool for our guys.
I want to ask you about the whole operation for your first time through. You feel good about the installation, how you've structured things, if you had to make any changes just with the whole
Not really. Haven't really made any changes. I mean, we'll be, tomorrow will be install 7, and then Wednesday will be install 8, and then Thursday will be 7 and 8, and anything else we want to get worked on. And then mini camp will be everything, and maybe some other things we want to get worked on, but it's been fine. Now, we've already installed as we went through phase 2, so we're just repeating that.
Todd, going back to the quarterbacks, we've been out there for two OTAs, and the first time it just seemed like last Wednesday was almost the mirror reverse of what we saw the previous Wednesday. Has that been sort of the plan? Is every other day kind of alternate the
pretty much
Sugar and Deshaun?
Doesn't always work exactly every other day, but we've tried as best we can to give those guys equal reps, equal opportunities with the groups, be it the 1s, the 2s, the 3s, whatever that might be, to certainly give ourselves the best chance to evaluate their play within reason. Now, every day's a little bit different in terms of situational football. Some days you're throwing it more than others. Some days are a little bit more red zones. Not every day's equal in terms of their opportunities, but you try as best you can to spread out who they're doing it with.
In this final week of OTAs, do you think
Last
some
one.
of the rookies will maybe be worked into the first team a little bit more so that they can have some of that experience during mini camp, or are they maybe not ready for that yet?
Well, again, I anticipate the rookies being more integrated. They have already. If you're referring to the old line, we'll work that way. The wideouts have already been integrated in that. And then, E-Man's been dinged up a little bit, so that come into play. But JJ's been with the defensive linebacker, so it's really the O-line guys of working them and getting them up to speed.
Make it a good one, Tony. Okay, real good. At some point, Browns are going to have to make a decision on whether to participate in the supplemental draft for Brandon Sorsby. My question to you is, have you been kept up to date on the organization's research of that player?
Not at all. I mean, it's not even come across my desk. I don't think we're in a position to want to go down that road. That's my opinion. That's not Andrew's. And that, I like the quarterbacks that we have. I think that's a slippery slope when you go down that, irrespective of talent, right? In terms of the situation he's put himself in. Like we all know what that is. He put himself in that situation. And we've seen in other sports with players that have been banned for life from playing in professional sports. I think that's a slippery slope to go down that road. Again, that's a question for Andrew and for management. But from my end of it, kind of a tough angle to go down that road and think that that's going to be your franchise quarterback if he's ever eligible to even play in the NFL.
Thank you.
There you have it. Todd Monken's press conference at the Browns charity golf outing at Firestone Country Club. All right. He talked about a number of things. Myles Garrett, how about the Sorsby answer at the end? We'll talk about that when we come back in a second. 216-474-0092. It's Baskin and Phelps. 92.3 The Fan.
Great fences make great neighbors. Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck. Friends, Ken Carmen here for Northeast Ohio Fence and Deck. Jim Randall and his team been taking care of people in Northeast Ohio since 1981. We're talking from Conneaut to Sandusky, down to Canton and everywhere in between, my friends. They take care of everybody. No pre-cut sections.
923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
No, I wasn't assured that when I took the job. I was never assured of anything when I took the job, other than once I signed my contract and whatever my contract said, that's what I was assured. And no matter what any of us coaches sign up for, is we show up every day and we coach the guys that are in the building like we've done since we've been here. That hasn't changed.
Todd Monken, Browns head coach, speaking at the Browns charity golf outing at Akron at Firestone Country Club as they have their charity golf outing. By the way, we'll talk a little bit more about that coming up in the next hour itself. Jeff, as we kind of dissect what he had to say and didn't have to say, that question he was asked, did you have any information knowing who would be on the roster, who wouldn't be on the roster?
When you hired in?
Yeah, when you got the job. Thoughts?
My guess is he was telling us absolutely the truth.
Yeah, I think so too.
It's like, you're offering me a lot of money to be a head coach, and I've been working my whole career to be a head coach in the NFL. Sold.
Done deal.
I got to play who at quarterback? Fine.
Sounds good. Do I get to keep this job for more than 1 year?
I have.
Not
Who
sure.
at wide receiver? I don't. Good. Let's go.
Some 8th grader? All right, whatever. Make it work. I'll coach him up.
Andy, he was in a position where he could get money. Good. And the opportunity's been waiting and working for his whole career. I'm sure he didn't ask, will Myles Garrett be a defensive end for me?
I wouldn't have asked that question.
I wouldn't have either.
No, there's no reason to.
I would have asked, how many zeros are on that check?
Yeah. Hey, do you need any help
And
with
you
the
like
roster?
me?
I think when it comes to roster construction, do you need some help on that? You don't?
I would ask this.
All right.
How long of a commitment you willing to make here?
To you?
Yeah, if I was Todd, I would have asked.
Well,
and the actual commitment is in dollars, as it turns out.
That's true. That's true. It's not about what he said. It's more about or how he said it. He said one other thing about Myles Garrett. Here you go.
We get to see.
Well, he's not like any other player. I mean, I'm never told who's going to be on the team, who's not going to be on the team, if that's a question. I mean, every day we evaluate the roster. Andrew evaluates the roster. Management evaluates the roster. And like I said, he's no different than any other player we've got. So I don't know how to respond to that because it's really no different today than it's been for the last however many months I've been the head coach.
All right, I know it's not his job to answer it, but guys, can we just be honest? If Myles Garrett was 100% coming back to this team, he would have just said it. Guys, I don't know what all the speculation's about. Myles Garrett is a Cleveland Brown. We want him to be a Cleveland Brown for the rest of his life.
You really think so?
I think so. I think they could have ended this today. He could have ended the whole thing. If he truly 100% was coming back, all intentions are to keep Myles here.
Again, that's not his job. You said it.
I expect to be coaching Myles Garrett all year.
It's not his job. It's not his place. And maybe he knows something.
Would that have made it easier, Dan, if you would have just said that?
Well, of course. We all want clarity in press conferences at all turns, but we don't get clarity in press conferences. We get tap dancing.
Jeff, is that what we got?
Welcome to pro sports.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you got tap dancing. You got a guy who stayed in his lane.
Yeah, you're right. He stayed in his lane. He talked about a couple other things. We'll get to those in a second. Let's get some headlines. What?
You think he wants to be the guy who says, I don't know why we're trading Myles. No, I haven't talked to him.
Yeah, no one asked if he talked to him. How did we go through a whole press conference with nobody asking if he talked to him?
Get in the car, head down to Akron, catch him on the 3rd.
Wow. And Peter said to make this last question a good one. Should have been, have you talked to Myles? Right? Although the last question was a good one. I will say that. All right, we'll come back to that in a minute. Let's do some headlines. Yep, here's Dan Manigan, live from the newsroom. Headlines.
Do it, Dano.
I finally earned my intro.
That's the one you should get every day.
That's really the one. Yeah, here's that guy. He's going to flap his gums for a while. Gentlemen, Odell Beckham Jr. is back to the New York Giants on a 1-year deal. What do we think?
I think Malik Neighbors is hurt more than we think he is. I think that's the main thing.
It's good for them.
Good for Odell.
Yeah.
At the very least, it'll be as if they need more. That'll be a way to generate even more buzz.
They had Juju Smith-Schuster there too, didn't they? They
Correct. They also re-signed Braxton. I shouldn't say re-signed. They also signed Braxton Berrios as well. But we know our old friend got re-signed.
That's lovely.
Good luck to the New York media. Keep your hand on the dump button.
I don't know if Odell was a great Cleveland Brown, and don't think it went as well here as we all had hoped. I liked it when he was here.
I did too.
I liked him. I've always liked him as a player. The one problem I think Odell has had in his career, he's not the biggest guy, and he got beat up. Oh, he had some things. But he's back with John Harbaugh. So he goes back to New York, and he spent a year with Harbaugh in Baltimore.
Yeah.
So why not?
Yeah. I mean, what, you're just taking a flyer on it, really, right? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he might not stick.
Yeah, it's not a gigantic investment if it doesn't work out.
He was so good when he was a young guy in New York. Man, I mean, he was like, it's like, well, clear out a space in Canton right now because that bust is going in there. And then he got,
Multiple reports Russell Wilson finalizing a deal to join CBS Sports as an analyst. No idea yet to be confirmed if he will be on the pregame show or anything like that with Nate Burleson and James Brown and that whole group that's there as well. But Russell Wilson seemingly heading to CBS, has not announced his retirement yet, but typically this is step one.
Am I wrong for liking Russell Wilson?
No.
I always have. I've always liked Russ, and I like his game, at least when his game was really at the top of his game. He was a good quarterback, and I think he'll do great in television. I think he'll be a really good analyst in whatever role they put him in. Good for him.
I can see him doing games, can't you?
Yeah, I can see him doing games, or I can see him doing
mean,
studio. Whatever he wants to do. He'd be terrific either way. I think.
I don't watch. We'll probably have him on all of our games this year.
Maybe he could be our Odyssey Sports NFL insider.
Yeah, there you go. We're just getting him all kinds of jobs.
That's what we do around here. We just get people jobs.
Yep, that's all we want to
We
do.
could go down the line of the various people who have joined Baskin and Phelps over the years and have found their way to jobs.
That is true.
Got them jobs.
Our placement in the NBA has been
Nick
outstanding.
Costo's all over the place now.
Probably.
Nick had a job though, but
Oh, our guy KJ Wright now working for the 49ers.
KJ?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm talking more about Orlando and
Didn't
the
we have
Pistons.
Danny Green on the show before Odyssey did?
Yeah. Rex Walters now all over the place doing college.
See?
All of our guests on the morning show.
Yeah, that's what we do. We get people gigs. That's how we work.
Travis Hafner, now coaching 13-year-olds in Tampa. Got him that gig.
Our buddy Randy Mueller now working for the Saints.
There you go.
We get people gigs.
And then they can't come back and be on our show.
Brian Anderson. Oh, he had that job before he joined us.
Right.
We tried.
We'll get him a different one. Serena Williams officially making her comeback to professional tennis. She'll play in doubles next week. What do we think of this?
Who with? It's not with Venus, is it?
I don't know yet. That's a really good question.
Is it mixed or is it?
These are all questions I do not have an answer to. Here's the first thing.
How old is Serena? 42?
44.
She's 44.
She'll be 45 in September.
The first thing, will you watch?
No.
Okay. Will you seek out highlights?
No, but I'll read about it.
Okay.
If the highlights come to me, I'll watch them.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
And this is a.
Bring me your tired, your poor, your meek, your highlights.
Your highlights. I'm just not a gigantic tennis fan.
This is a generalization, but before the Williams sisters, easy, Andy.
Sorry.
Before the Williams sisters,
hitting the ball over the net.
Remember the era where female tennis players were done by the time they were about 20, 21. I mean, Martina kind of pushed the envelope a little bit.
Tracy Austin,
Martina
right?
Navratilova. Well, a lot of them. And then all of a sudden the Williams sisters come on the scene, and they're young, and they keep going, and they keep getting better. And then all of a sudden women's tennis players are dominant in their 30s. And I give Serena especially, but Venus as well, a ton of credit for that because honestly, women's tennis was teenage gals. It wasn't women. And the Williams sisters changed that, and that's great. And Serena is one of the top 10 athletes of all time in any sport.
Speaking of Tracy Austin, she was, 14 when she was really, really good?
There were all kinds of them. It was her and Jennifer She was probably 15, 14.
How old do you think she is now? Quickly, don't
Tracy Austin?
Yeah.
54.
63.
Well, she was one, Jennifer Capriati, who had some off-the-court issues.
Well, gentlemen, this is not going to stop either as long as the NBA continues to swirl. So here we go.
Yeah!
All right, so our rumor roundup, courtesy this time of our buddy Chris Fedor of Cleveland.com, who had this in his latest piece. If it wasn't Harden, it may have been someone else. The Cavs wondered about Boston's appetite for moving Derek White. Not sort of giving Jason Tatum speedy recovery. They contemplated a Drew Holiday swap with Portland.
This was before the season?
Correct. And there were also a few other internal discussions, including for Bucks star Giannis Antetokounmpo. So before they made the Harden move, they were looking at possibly Derek White, possibly Drew Holiday, and of course the Giannis move will not go away.
Derek White's a heck of a player. Drew Holiday is the perfect type of guy to put next to Donovan Mitchell, despite the spelling of his name.
You get that. That's one of your pet peeves. Andrew Jones was another. The Braves guy spelled Andrew a little bit weird.
Yeah, but
I remember you saying that
the word Drew with a J.
Yeah, I know, but it was still one of your pet peeves. Since we're talking about pet peeves throughout the show.
A-N-D-R-U-W.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You brought that up before.
Drew. But it's not like Drew, J-R-U-E.
I don't know,
Who came up with that one?
And who were the wizards that came up with that one?
I mean, really, we honestly just do this to read rumors and then
without question.
Right.
Just so you can do this.
We're really just doing it for the whip crack at this point.
True.
It really does do a good job of making a point.
It does.
It really does.
Yeah.
All right, Jim, that's about all we've got.
Big fan.
Joe Posnanski is going to join us. JoePosnanski.com. He's got a new book out. Big fan with Michael Schur. Native Clevelander, longtime sports writer. We will get the lowdown with him on so many things. That's coming up next right here. Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. Who do you
in the two spotting sessions where they had Deshaun on one field and then Shedeur down on the other field, Deshaun was mostly working with the first team offense, most of the first team line and receivers and whatnot. And Shedeur was mostly working with the second team offense in those periods.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Baskin and Phelps, 92.3 The Fan. 216-474-0092. Joe Posnanski's going to join us. Excuse me, coming up in about 18 minutes. He's got a new book out, Big Fan with Michael Schur. Native Clevelander, longtime sports writer. We'll get his reaction to all kinds of stuff that's going on in Cleveland sports. You know, obviously the big story of the day, June 1st for the NFL, trying to figure out what the future of Myles Garrett is. Also, when it comes to the Cavaliers, rumors of Evan Mobley perhaps being on the trade block. Sam Amick from The Athletic had his piece saying that Oklahoma City is interested. And then, you know, we heard from Kobe on Friday, Jeff. Much like I really don't want to see Myles Garrett get traded, I don't want to see Evan Mobley get traded either. I thought he played well during the playoffs, but is he your most valuable piece moving forward for the Cavaliers to try to shake things up a little bit? And we all know the Cavaliers will shake things up. That's what they do, right? That's what they do.
Yeah, you can be sure this team won't come back completely intact. I just, what's it tell you that, you know, one of the hot rumors in the NBA is that the defending NBA champs, they obviously won't win 2 in a row, the defending NBA champs think Evan Mobley would be a fine addition to their team. What's that tell you?
Tells you that Evan Mobley's a hell of a player.
Yeah. So, you know, again, you can't fall in love with your players, but are you ready to give up a guy that the defending champs want and will give you who I think is a lesser player but a good player if Jalen Williams is actually in that and some draft capital? Does that make you a better team during the Donovan Mitchell, James Harden window? I don't think it does, personally.
I'm still looking at reshaping this team. And to me, I think it's easier to move. I don't know if it's easier to move off of. How's that sound? I would rather stay with Mitchell, Mobley, and Allen.
I do think Jalen Williams is a heck of a player.
Yeah. But so let's dive into it this way. What should the core be? And Allen gets questioned whether he's in the core or not all the time, which I think is kind of silly.
Your core shouldn't be, I don't think, a 37-year-old player with a track record of bouncing between teams. So I don't put James Harden in the core of this team.
Okay.
If I honestly think the way the team is built right now, your core is Evan Mobley and Donovan Mitchell. I won't even say in what order. Those are your two guys. And then, you know, you can't play with just two. Unless you're overwhelmed, why would you move Jared Allen?
I'm not moving Jared Allen.
Well, I'm not. In the right trade, I am. If Oklahoma City wanted him and wanted to give me Jalen Williams, I would do that trade probably.
So now you'd be looking at Jalen Williams. Are you saying wanted Allen instead of Mobley?
Yeah.
Yeah, I could do Williams, Mobley, Mitchell.
No, don't trade Mobley. If they wanted,
I'm saying
if by chance they wanted Jared Allen.
Here's what I'm saying. So I'm looking at what you're leaving me, and now you've got Williams, Mobley, Harden, Mitchell.
Yep. And Jalen Williams actually has adequate assist totals and has always been able to handle the ball real well.
Do you think they would do that for Allen, though?
No.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't understand that, and I'm not sure, and this is the wrong word, but why Allen gets the short end of the stick on a lot of this stuff.
Because he's an unassuming offensive player. You know what I mean by unassuming?
Yeah. He scores points and you don't really think about it. Is that what you're saying?
When he has those games, you know, like Game 7 JA, as he became known as this playoff season, I mean, it's like, wow, he can really do some things if you get him the ball Remember how good that stretch he had when James Harden first came in?
Yes.
Yeah.
Why did we go away from that? Did other teams figure it out? Or did we just go away from it?
I think our team went away from it.
I do too. I don't know why that suddenly went away.
What's the number one rule about big guys on offense, Andy? They don't have the ball.
They don't control their destiny.
You have to get it to them. Yeah, you got to get it to them.
It's either that or you better grab monstrous rebounds. Time and time again. Like the name that always pops in my head will always be Rodman. Like Rodman didn't need to score.
No.
But man, he would clobber you on the boards. Clobber you. You had no hope when he was trying to go get a rebound. I'm just
watch
really hesitant on
Oklahoma
trading.
City, though. Oklahoma City has a lot of assets, and now they have a target to shoot for. And that's a Spurs team that not only has, Victor Wembanyama, who's obviously the future of the NBA, but De'Aaron Fox has been great next to him. Stephen Castle is a really good young player. And Vassell has been terrific for them as well.
We didn't even get into this at all today. And let's take a couple seconds to talk about your thoughts on the NBA Finals here. We got Spurs.
It's going to be
and
fun,
Knicks.
isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun too.
Yeah.
I love watching Wemby. It's something about him that's just like, I just think he's a little bit different than any other superstar that we've seen before. I do.
He's like a praying mantis playing basketball.
Yes.
Yes. I mean, he's just so long and looks gangly until he starts to move and play. He doesn't play gangly, does he? He plays like he knows what he's doing, because he does. I think I'll take the Knicks in the series. But don't ask me why.
I think, when did they start? Wednesday?
Yes, game 1 Wednesday.
Yeah, I love the fact they gave them a couple extra days off, that they didn't have to do the every other day thing the way the Cavs did.
Well, you milk those TV ratings.
Well, and that's fine. And to me, when the Spurs get rest, and the Knicks also have had all this rest, that's when I think Russ comes in. You're giving the Spurs a little bit of rest, even after they played a 7-game series. And the Knicks have been, and maybe they have been, I don't know what the word is, immune, because they've had to roll through teams that have played in 7-game series before, and that they've been able to pick it up really quick. I'm going to go with the Spurs. I'm going to go with the Spurs in this one. So it'll be fun.
That's an easy team to
through.
pick. So are the Knicks, because we only have 2 choices.
Yeah, that's true. We don't have much. All right, so they played 3 times this year.
That'd be one heck of a story, though.
With the
San Antonio rebuilding as quickly as they have, and maybe Wembanyama, more than anything, reaching absolutely elite status in year number 3.
It's pretty cool.
I believe it's year 3.
The Knicks got them, twice this year? They played in December twice, and they played in March after that.
For the NBA Cup, they played.
It was the NBA Cup, Andy.
Oh, that's right. I forgot
the Knicks
about
took them
that.
down for the NBA Cup.
Oh, wait. Oh, maybe I want to change my mind because of the NBA Cup.
Absolutely.
We can understand that.
They got to raise that NBA Cup trophy banner. It's kind of nice. That's the evolution. You got to win the Intercontinental Championship before you win the World Championship.
Why don't they? Did they put the cup in like one of those plastic magician escape boxes that you could see through, and then they could just take a couple wenches and pull it up into the ceiling, put it in the ceiling? That'd be awesome.
I have to say, it was a really good game for the NBA Cup. They cared.
It was fun. Does it make you mad at all that it's the Green Bay Packers, it's the Jacksonville Jaguars of the NBA, San Antonio, Texas, and they end up with David Robinson. Then they end up with Tim Duncan. Then they end up with Victor Wembanyama. It's like, come on, man.
San Antonio is a lot bigger than Green Bay.
No, but you know what I'm saying. It's not like it's New York or L.A. Oklahoma City may be more like Green Bay than San Antonio is, but San Antonio is not a major market. I mean, that's the only pro sports team they have at a high level.
I'll give you that. I
mean, they're a one-team town.
Yeah.
And they've ended up with 3 of the greatest players in NBA history by just being in the right place at the right time, and then stumble into one of the greatest coaches in NBA history.
TV, you want to play the TV market game as far as San Antonio? It's kind of fun.
I don't think it's stumble, though. I mean, some of it is, opportunistic tanking at the right time.
Yes, well, that's convenient, isn't it?
Yeah, but I don't think stumble into Greg Popovich. I mean, they developed Tony Parker. Tony Parker was a really late pick.
Oh, I didn't
Manu
mention
Ginobili
Tony
rounder.
Parker. They're a great organization, and Sam Presti used to work there early on in his career. R.C. Buford's a great general manager there. Was always terrific when he was the GM, and they're just they've done a great job. Does it make you mad? Okay, it kind of. I've always thought, come on. And Dano, you're right about developing. You got Tony, you got Manu Ginobili. There clearly you've had guys, and you've turned other guys into effective parts. Like Matt Bonner was a good 3-point shooter for them, and he shot a 3-pointer like your grandpa would if he was at the YMCA. But
our guy Danny Green.
And Danny went down there and paid his dues. He had to get down to the G League and learn some
Thiago
things.
Splitter, too. I mean,
without question, there are all kinds of guys. But to me, it's like you're not going to have all that success unless you're playing around for the most part. David Robinson and Tim Duncan and now Victor Wembanyama.
But the funky thing is those guys never left either. It's not like at any point David Robinson was slamming the table and saying,
why,
"Get me
though?
out of San Antonio."
But here's why.
Same with Tim Duncan.
Not only did they have the right guy at the right time, but you had the right temperament of guy. David Robinson was perfectly content living in San Antonio, Texas, and playing for a team that wasn't in New York or L.A. And Tim Duncan exactly the same way. So, it was a great meeting between the right guy with the right number one, pick at the time and the right market. And I wonder if Wembanyama is going to be the exact same way. It certainly feels that way. Here's the other thing. The NBA is nuts.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's a nutty league.
It is.
And if you can get out, if you don't have that I'm a superstar mentality, man, go to San Antonio or Oklahoma City and just enjoy your life and go play in the league.
Yeah, that's a good point.
San Antonio is a nice place to live.
It is. It's.
Hotter than blazes.
You want to talk about the Riverwalk? I mean, that's what we always talk about.
It's overrated.
Yeah, I think it is a little bit too.
But it's a nice place to live. And it matched Tim Duncan's personality, matched David Robinson's personality.
Yeah, it did. It's weird. Like, I think of San Antonio as the international team. They were like the first to kind of get some international guys.
But based
percolated.
around 2 American players who were number 1 overall picks.
I'll buy it. We have 30 seconds. Want to play Is the City Bigger Than? Can we play that game really quick?
We have 30.
You have 30 seconds. All right.
Is this TV market?
TV market, San Antonio. Is San Antonio bigger than Baltimore? Yes or no? TV market-wise.
No.
Dan?
No.
No, that would be correct. Baltimore is market 29. San Antonio is 31. Kansas City. Is Kansas City a bigger TV market than San Antonio, Jeff?
No.
Dan? Bigger city. San Antonio, Kansas City.
Also, I don't know how many people care about this.
I do. San Antonio, bigger city than Kansas City. San Antonio, bigger than Columbus. Yes or no?
No.
No.
Yes, San Antonio, bigger than Columbus.
What's Columbus's TV market?
35.
Well, that stuns me.
There you go. I just want to break. I'll give you 2 more.
Oh,
Cincinnati, bigger or smaller than San Antonio?
Bigger.
Cincinnati, bigger or smaller, Dan?
Bigger.
Cincinnati is not. San Antonio, bigger. Last one. Milwaukee, bigger or smaller than San Antonio TV market?
Bigger.
You think Milwaukee's bigger? Dan?
Milwaukee bigger.
Milwaukee is not. San Antonio bigger. Market 31, Milwaukee market 38.
So that's like 3 minutes we're not going to get back to.
I think people think San Antonio is smaller than it is. It's not. It's right behind San Diego, Baltimore, Salt Lake, Pittsburgh, Nashville, Indianapolis. There you go. That was fun.
Still a small town.
I enjoy that.
When you think of the NBA.
Cleveland's way bigger. We're 19. We're like twice the TV market San Antonio is.
That's
you can believe that. Joel Posnanski, he's going to join us at joeposnanski.com.
Posnanski.
I'm not going to argue with anybody today. was trying to make it through the whole day without arguing.
I'm trying to make sure you don't mispronounce his name when you introduce him.
Poznansky.
Poznansky.
I just said it, Poznansky. I got a little cold. Stop it. He's next, Baskin and Phelps.
Our yoga instructor.
Series in New York tomorrow night. Guards dropped their second consecutive series this weekend, losing 2 of 3 to the Red Sox. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight, all the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Baskin and Phelps, breaking news. Myles Garrett traded. Myles Garrett traded. It's all coming out right now. Dan, you got to help me with this. So Adam Schefter's got it first. Is that where we're going with this? I just want to make sure.
We're multiple reports on all these different things.
All the biggies.
Ian Rappaport was the first one. That's all. Okay, I just want to make sure. All right, so let's get to it. So Myles Garrett traded. How about that? I mean, I think we all kind of had a feeling this was going to happen. Dan, give me all the details that we have on this thing right here because I'm still looking.
So what we have now, according to Ian Rappaport, is Cleveland would send Garrett to L.A. in exchange for Jared Verse.
The Rams. Okay, yep.
To the Rams, sorry.
That's
to the
okay.
Rams for Jared Verse, a first-rounder, and more. That's what I have right now. I'll keep refreshing when we get the full trade. We will for sure get it to you. But
Breaking Browns news. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Okay, so here we have it. Myles Garrett to the L.A. Rams, Jared Verse, a first-rounder, and more, according to reports. Jeff, the first thing I think of when I see this is something that you had said, that maybe if this is what the value is, it might be a little bit less than what we thought. I thought they would for sure get 2 first-rounders.
They did.
We don't know what the more is.
They did.
With Verse? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
2 years, 2 Pro Bowls, Andy. 2 years, 2 Pro Bowls. And he'll turn 26 in November. And you get a number 1. They don't have to go out and find a defensive end. They just did. And you add a number 1 to that. That gives you extra ammo to go up and get your quarterback if you want to in 2027. And who knows what else might be coming back in the deal. You know, it might be if you get another third or something else, it gives you the opportunity. The thing I love about this, you've traded arguably the best defensive player in the game, but you don't have a hole at defensive end.
Yeah. Yes.
You don't have a hole. I mean, you just put him right there. Versus a starter versus a good starter. Real good.
What do you have, 7.5 sacks last year?
And he played outside linebacker for the Rams, was his officially listed position, but they run a 3-4. So what's Myles going to do in a 3-4? Is he going to play that outside linebacker spot and just line up on, it'd be the same type of thing Verse did. And will Verse become an even better pass rusher when he's playing in a 4-3? Verse is 6'4", 265. He's not like he's a 6'1", 6'2" edge rusher. I mean, he's a big guy, 6'4", 265.
Again, if you're just joining us, Myles Garrett traded, according to reports, to the Los Angeles Rams for a first-round pick, Jared Verse, and we're hearing more. There will be more to it. Your immediate reaction, 216-474-0092. The Browns have traded what perhaps many people will say one of the, if not the best defensive player. I heard somebody this morning saying, I'm like, I got to make sure I go back and look through everything, but maybe perhaps the best defensive player in Browns history. Some people might argue that. Myles Garrett traded to the Los Angeles Rams.
At least according to reports.
According to reports.
And it could become official at, 4 o'clock?
Yeah, after 4 o'clock. I don't know. If I'm the Rams, if I'm a Rams fan, I'm probably ecstatic about this. But Jeff,
Andy,
again, you're right.
They've given up a really good young player.
Are we? Do we remain? Where does this put us into next year then? Competitive, right?
Well, I don't
think
Andy,
that takes us backwards.
I don't think you've hurt your competitive aspect much at all. And that's no disrespect to Myles. You've brought in another really good defensive end. He's not Myles Garrett, but he might be one day. I mean, he's only played 2 years in the league.
And you were essentially coming back. You were coming back with a defense with only one change. Quincy Adams at linebacker. Now, you've got young guys that can come in there, and Justin Jefferson or Emmanuel McNeil-Warren. Those are two guys that, we're going to see what they can do. But essentially, you had 10 of your 11 starters coming back. Now you're down to 9 of your 11 starters if you wanted to swing it back around without making any major changes to defense. It's been a weird couple weeks, right? I mean, we all kind of thought about this with Myles and, was he coming back? He isn't really. The coaching staff hasn't said much. They were a little bit like, I played with whoever they coached this morning at the Browns golf outing. So This is big news, folks. Myles Garrett traded. Los Angeles Rams. We're getting your reaction, too, right away on this stuff. Mike and Stowe, you're the first fan we'll hear from. What do you think of the trade? Mike, you there? Oh, the first fan was speechless over this thing.
Put him back on hold.
He's on hold. All right, let's give him one more shot. Let's see what's going on the phone lines. Mike and Stowe, they're getting jammed right now. I think that's part of the problem. Mike and Stowe. Okay, we'll get them set. We'll get the phone lines back in order. Just want to hear what you think about what's going on. We'll hit him in a second after we reset the phone lines and figure this thing out. But again, Myles Garrett. Jared Verse coming to Cleveland, first rounder coming to Cleveland, and more. The Browns headline right now, Myles Garrett traded. We saw that. I mean, you and I both kind of.
Verse was born in Dayton.
We both saw this coming, right? I mean, we both kind of saw this. It seemed like it was percolating. I think the Browns hung on to this a year longer than probably Myles would have liked. I still wonder what that conversation was all about. Again, the reason this happens today is because of because it's June 1st and the books change in the NFL. So I'm like,
save the Browns some money.
I'm not shocked.
Well, we've been hearing rumblings about it for some time, but rumblings are rumblings until they're not, Andy. And I will tell you, getting Verse in this deal, to me, there's your first rounder and a player. I mean, he's your starter. He's arguably your best defensive lineman now. And you just traded your previous best defensive lineman. You've picked up a number one. Let's see what else is in this deal. If by chance it's 2 picks in the vicinity of a second and a third round pick, I don't know how you'd look at this and think, what a terrible trade. I don't think you would. In fact, I think you'd look at it and say, that's a pretty smart deal.
You're good with Verse then, too, for the next
well, yeah.
For at least 3 seasons, right? And then you're going to extend him.
He was a
after
first-round pick, so you'd have a 5th year.
Your option on it. Yeah.
So you got at least 3.
So that's a good deal. All right, I'll give this one more try. Mike and Stowe. Go ahead, Mike.
Hello, Mike.
Hi, are you there, guys?
Hey, now we hear you.
Awesome. All right. So, look, I'm going to go right off the rip, Jeff, and I'm going to – if it's only one first-rounder, I know what you're saying about the player. 2 years in the league. He has no pedigree like Myles at this point. He is our new best defensive lineman, maybe, but we traded the best defensive lineman in probably our lifetime away. Currently in the league, for sure, number 1A. And if all we got was their late first-round pick, which is absolutely where they're going to be, they're ready for the Super Bowl. Now they got Myles Garrett. If all we got was like the 28th pick in next year's draft and a second, a third, and a guy, we got robbed. That's what I'll say, right off the rip, because that's not even close to what some of these other trades for players that aren't even as good as Myles. He hasn't been injured in 3 years. He's got low miles on him for the matter of what his age is. He's ready to go. And if that's all we got, I'm sorry. I wanted to trade him. I did, but not for that. No way. I mean,
if you got another number 1 pick, Mike, you would hope that guy would turn out to be as good as Jared Verse.
But you're picking at the end of the first round. That's not going to help.
Well, so what? I mean, you got Hall of Famers at the end of the first round. What they're looking at is you replaced and you replaced the defensive end. So you've got a starter. You're going to put him in there. He's been to 2 Pro Bowls in 2 years. In other words, he's received recognition for being good. A first rounder, because we all know they're looking at quarterback in next year's draft.
Mike, thanks for the phone call. First on to let us know, Mike from Stowe, letting him know he's not into it. Have we heard the and more part of this thing? He mentioned something about it. I don't know. I didn't see that.
Not yet, man. I still got an eye on it. I'll let you know.
There's supposedly more. Is it a player? Is it picks? Whatever. I'll take established
none
players.
of this can be official until 4:01, I believe it is, after 4 o'clock today. So they may still be working on the odds and ends.
Headline: Myles Garrett traded to the Rams. The reports are Jared Verse, who will instantly be able to fill in his spot, and then a first rounder and more. If you're just tuning in, again, Myles Garrett reported to be traded to the Los Angeles Rams. Will is in Medina. Hi, Will.
Hello, Will.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How you doing?
Good. Interesting day, man. Interesting day.
You know, it's crazy how fast this escalated after just hearing that it might be possible, and there's some discussions. I hope there's more draft lottery coming back or capital coming back. But I think there's a other upside, too. Not only did you get a defensive end to fill the spot, but let's be honest, the Rams are one injury to an aging quarterback away from not being a playoff team in a later round pick versus some of the other people that might have been interested in that trade as well.
Here's the other part of it, Will, that you bring it up that you think it's just kind of I wonder how long this has been settled. I mean, Andrew Berry probably has been talking about this with the Rams for a while.
I would imagine so. I mean, there's no way. But it's still kind of a shocker that, you know, they just come out today and we're talking this trade might be possible, and then it comes to fruition. Like, did we even let the rumors kind of heat it up and get the most value, or did we find out that maybe because of the fact he's going to be 31, there wasn't quite as much value there as we were hoping?
That's a good point. That's a really, really good point.
We've been stressing that point today, Will. And I look, Myles Garrett's a better player than Jared Verse right now. Now.
All right. So
who's going to be a better player in 3 years? Maybe Myles. And we don't know the background, Andy. Did Myles still ask? Did he still want out of here? Did the Browns think, all right, we got too much money here or whatever?
Things were way too quiet for the last couple of weeks. Look, if you were looking at the situation and you were saying, why does this seem different? Why is it different? All you need to do is kind of go back and look at the way, you know, Denzel Ward didn't go to OTAs either. But no one was freaking out about that because when Denzel was asked about it, he was like, hey, look, you know, I don't have to be there, but I'm on the playbook. I've talked to the staff. We're all on the same page. Everything's good. Because Denzel's a guy that could be in exactly the same position as Myles. And could have been traded. Everything that I'm hearing is, you know, he's safe. Like Denzel's not going. That's like they're still in a good spot with Denzel. Everything feels good like that. But we didn't hear anything about Myles, and then when you were hearing questions about whether they've been talking or not, it's been like today's answer from Todd Monken. You know, I coach who they give me, and I didn't think he wasn't avoiding the question. He was answering the question as truthful as he could in the moment that he had to answer the question, and I think that's all you can really ask for out of a coach. And the other thing is they're not going to give anything away, but now this news is breaking. So basically, after 4:00 is when you'll start hearing official statements. We do know the Browns are out in Akron today for their annual charity golf outing. So, you know, Andrew Berry's probably out there. We'll hear from some of those. I'm sure if Daryl's out there, Daryl's going to grab some of these guys to find out what the truth is. But, you know, the story is now reality. Myles Garrett, perhaps one of the best defensive players to ever play for the franchise, has been traded. According to reports, he is heading to the LA Rams for Jared Verse, a first-rounder, and more. We'll continue talking about it. I know you want to talk about it, too, right here on The Fan. 216-474-0092. Again, breaking news, Myles Garrett reported to be traded to the Los Angeles Rams. Baskin and Phelps.
consecutive series this weekend, losing 2 of 3 to the Red Sox. The club is hoping to have Angel Martinez back in the lineup tomorrow night. Martinez dealing with a mild strain in his left foot and is considered day-to-day. He left Saturday's game due to the injury and did not play yesterday. Want to catch highlights from The Fan from throughout the day? Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Myles Garrett off to the Los Angeles Rams. News of the hour as it just broke probably in the last, 12, 15 minutes. Jared Verse coming from the Rams to the Browns, a first-round pick and more. That is what is being reported right now. Andrew Berry was out at the Browns Foundation golf outing at the Firestone Country Club in Akron, and his response on the trade just happened.
Not naive that there's a lot in the social media sphere regarding Myles. Nothing is final at this point. We are in discussions of a potential transaction, including him. I'll have a lot more to say about it once it is final, if it does become final. And I'll discuss the details at that point. But we are in negotiations. We're hopeful that we close something here in the next several hours. But nothing's final right yet. So, like I said, I'll have an update for you guys maybe as soon as tomorrow when there's resolution. All right,
Andrew. When did the talks really start to pick up?
Again, that's all I have to say. All right.
Did Myles request a trade?
That's all I have to say.
Okay, he can't say anything till 4:00, but he has now acknowledged that there's it's done.
If Myles happened to request the trade, goodness, they made a. If he happened to request the trade and they felt they had to move him, then they made a great deal. But there's a report out there, Dan, that
what's the report you have?
The Rams were just persistent.
Rams were incredibly persistent through this. That press conference brought to you by Expert Renovations, expertrenovationsllc.com. There seems to more and more is coming out with this. So Adam Schefter has in his piece in ESPN that the Rams basically were very, very persistent. The Browns were adamant they had no interest in trading Garrett, and even told that to the Rams, according to sources. But the Rams refused to give up what one source called their persistent pursuit, say that 5 times fast, of Garrett. Los Angeles, according to sources, continued calling and calling. The only team that tried to pry loose a player the Browns once deemed untouchable.
That was a heavy sigh by you.
Well, I'm just thinking about Andrew Berry and his resume right now, because his resume will now have 2 things on it that were major moves in the NFL. One, he traded away a Hall of Famer in Myles Garrett. Now, if that turns out to send the Browns to a Super Bowl at some point, he will have made up for the other trade that is sitting on his resume, and that's Deshaun Watson. So history.
Did you just say Super Bowl?
If they make it to a Super Bowl, no one's going to care.
Okay,
I'm just making sure we're on the same page. If they make it to the Super Bowl, and Jared Verse,
those 3 syllables did not enter my mind.
What if Jared Verse becomes the Super Bowl MVP for the Browns?
Great.
Then it was a good trade, wasn't it?
Great.
All
Look,
right,
I want to hear what else is in this for compensation.
I do too.
But Andy, I have a hard time looking at just what is in this trade now and thinking that's awful. Jared Verse is a really good young player, man. He's really good, and he's young. He's 5 years younger than Myles. Only 2 years in the league. Myles came in young, and they get a first-round pick that will be geared to. Well,
it's going to be late.
No, well, you assume that
it's going to be late.
Okay, you assume that, and I assume that as well.
Okay.
What if Matthew Stafford goes out and he has more back problems? And he's out.
I hear you. I mean,
what if Devontae Adams can't repeat what he did at the age of 33? What if Myles Garrett has 24 sacks and they win 6 games?
I'm listening to you. But I can also understand why fans would be upset that a guy who is going to make the short trip to Canton, a guy that was deemed untouchable, and a guy that he just said, according to Schefter, no other team was pursuing other than the Rams. Did I get that wrong? When the way you read that?
That's according to Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, and Adam Schefter. All three of them together.
All three are saying the only team that was hot and heavy for him was the Rams. Maybe that's telling you something. Maybe that's also telling you something that he's at the end of the road. If only one team was going, if you had a chance to get a Hall of Famer and only one team was in on it?
You might not have had a chance because, as Dan said, Schefter in his report said the Browns said he was untouchable, and the Rams just kept calling. Andy, they gave up a two-time Pro Bowl defensive end who's played only 2 years. I mean, that's if you're Jared Verse, you got to be thinking, wait a minute.
How did I just get traded?
I just made the Pro Bowl twice in 2 years. I'm young and I'm affordable.
But then again, Shedeur Sanders made the Pro Bowl too.
It's a different type of deal when you're a quarterback.
Oh, is that how it works?
Ask Tyler Huntley.
Let me go throw another mention that we do have a Pro Bowl quarterback on the roster. But let's talk more about the real story here. And that is Myles Garrett getting traded to the Los Angeles Rams. Your instant reaction right here on 92.3 The Fan. Again, breaking news, Myles Garrett to the Rams. Terry in Cleveland. Hi, Terry.
They can have my season tickets. They can do what they want to do with them. I don't care. They auction them off. I am so tired of us doing stuff like this in all our sports teams. It's like you rock the boat for no reason. I mean, this guy just set a record for most sacks, and I think he's peaking. I think he had his peak. But more than that, it's that you don't get the truth from the people upstairs. Andrew Berry, that should have told everybody. I prefer them just say, ain't nobody untouchable, and just go from there. Because we trying to build. Then you take a solid piece like that and just, okay, so you get a kid, two-time Pro Bowl. But I don't understand how you just decided that for whatever reason that Myles Garrett was, you think, looking at this trade, you don't know what else you got coming, but what you think it was a good trade? That's all I got to say. I don't care if they go 0-17. Thank you, Jeff. Andy.
Thank you, Terry. We appreciate the phone call. That's why we're here.
I don't know if it's a good trade or not. None of us. Let's be honest. Nobody knows if it's a good trade or not. Let's see what Verse thinks when he gets here. Let's see how he plays. Maybe in this system he gets unlocked a little bit more. He was playing in a 3-4 with the Rams. I wonder what happens with the Rams defense. You going to pick up the defensive player of the year who just had 23.5 sacks and play him in a 3-4? Or are you going to switch to a 4-3 to free him up a little bit more? Or do they think they can put him at linebacker? And we saw Myles stand up and play.
Yep.
I mean, he could do that too. He's a great, great, great player. And with him last year, the Browns won 5 games. The Browns need to build a team. And perhaps, I'll say perhaps this is a step in doing that. Indy, if it leads to this, you get Jared Verse to play defensive end. Let's say the Rams have an unusual season and they don't win as much as you think they're going to win.
Right.
The Browns win 5, 6, 7 games and are picking in the top 10. And they combine that pick with this pick from the Rams and whatever else they need to throw in and move up to the top 5 to get one of the top 2 or 3 quarterbacks in this draft and a guy they really like, and they get their quarterback of the future and he turns out to be good. That's a lot of what ifs.
Well, the other part of it is,
you know what I'm saying? You traded
yeah.
Myles Garrett and you ended up with your quarterback of the future.
A lot of times, though, especially those top 5 teams need quarterbacks. So you got to hope somebody that's in the top 5 doesn't need a quarterback.
Exactly.
That's what you're hoping for. So interesting. Casey's at North Ridgeville. Hi, Casey.
Hello, Casey.
Gentlemen, how are you doing?
We're hanging in. Huge news. One of the biggest stories. One of the biggest stories I think we've had happen live on our show since LeBron.
Well, that LeBron thing was big, yeah.
Absolutely. I just look at it this way: is this is finally for us as a team where we can put like the restart button in effect, because we've since last year with the rumors of him wanting to leave, it was all consistent denial. Now we can move to a point where, all right, we got what we got. As much as I can say, yes, Verse is a good player, but I mean, you're right, it's going to be a late first, but we can, I guess, move in a direction where we can actually look at reality. That's really all I got to think
Casey,
about.
Thank you. I think there's a lot. It's funny because when we were talking about this earlier, like most people were like, I think, we were expecting it. We've been talking about this for weeks, haven't we? I mean,
There have been tea leaves in between. There have been breadcrumbs that had been around that have been. How do we properly say?
I'm going to be honest. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked. I haven't. The minute I knew I wouldn't be shocked was the day he asked for a trade and was acting like he was out of here a year ago at the Super Bowl. That's why I'm not shocked by any of this.
The minute they moved that bonus, that was my indicator. The minute I saw that, it was like they're trading Myles Garrett. There's no other reason that you would do that unless you want to make the cap better. Or I should say it had no ramifications with the cap or anything unless you wanted to make the cap hit better for a different team to trade for him. That's the only reason you move that thing.
Myles started this when he said he wanted out.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
And the Browns paid him, and you can be sure this is probably amicable. And I'll bet Myles thinks, hey, great, I'm going to L.A. My girlfriend's from Long Beach. Great.
Huh. All right, and we also want to remind you, we're not going to do it today, but Why Am I Smarter is brought to you by QC Kinetics, the leader in regenerative medicine. In pain, give QC Kinetics a call at 216-770-5488. 216-770-5488. We're all smarter because we now know Myles Garrett is headed to the L.A. Rams. Anything else, Dan?
Press conference brought to you by Expert Restoration, expertrestationsllc.com.
All right, that'll do it. You know Afternoon Drive's going to take your feedback. They'll have more information. Maybe we'll find out the and more to this deal. Breaking news of the day, Myles Garrett to the L.A. Rams for Jared Verse, a first-rounder, and more. What is the more? Hopefully you'll find out on Afternoon Drive. Be a real hero. Be a hero. Be an organ donor. Lifebank.org. See you, Cleveland. See you. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 10.
And that's the show.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
are in discussions of a potential transaction, including him. I'll have a lot more to say about it once it is final, if it does become final, and I'll discuss the details at that point. But we are in negotiations. We're hopeful that we close something here in the next several hours, but nothing's final right yet. So, like I said, I'll have an update for you guys maybe as soon as tomorrow when there's resolution.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and Myles Garrett be gone. We got Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We salute the stream leader, because if we don't, there will be consequences. Jake Merriman on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. You guys can watch all 5 hours on that. Subscribe. Ring that bell. And, of course, like our videos, we desperately like to be liked. And then Meredith Kane on the 2020s. Hi, JP.
Hello. Big day today.
Yeah, great weekend, by the way. Let's get all the things we can't talk about. Rough weekend for the Guardians. Will the Cavs trade these guys? I don't know, because we have to get to the news at hand. Myles Garrett in the process of being traded to the Rams for at least Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick. And Daryl Ryder just sent out 2 other assets in this, a 28 second-rounder and then a 2029 third-rounder. Allow me to just start this, because we all do this thing in all walks of life. Twitter has made this even more prevalent for the fan. We forego the emotion of the moment, and then we get right to, I have to be the most emotionless, I'm analytical, I have all these incredible thoughts. Let me just be very clear about the emotion of the moment. This is why sometimes it really sucks to be a Browns fan. Because more often than not, my entire life with being a Browns fan, I'm on this end of it. I'm never on the Rams end of it.
Where you acquired the super... No, OBJ.
Yeah, come on.
OBJ was acquiring a superstar.
And we knew that guy was a knob when we traded for him.
No, that was the excitement was crazy that day.
I did say more often than not.
Okay,
I was not speaking in absolutes.
Because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, that was the most elation you could have. But yes, you're right. You're right. We are on the side typically of giving away.
But I just continue to that. That's the emotion. There is a sadness. There is a disappointment in this that I can't shake. We can look at the trade compensation, and you're either going to think it's enough or not enough.
Most people think not enough right now.
You're going to look at moving on from Myles, and you're going to think to yourself, well, to hell with him or to hell with the Browns. But just specific to the idea of this trade and what it symbolizes, it's another thing to be tacked on to the worst trade in NFL history, the Deshaun Watson trade. Because if that trade works out, you're not trading Myles Garrett, right? It's another reminder that Andrew Berry walked into Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett, and a butt ton of cap space, and we got 1 playoff win and 2 playoff appearances, and now we're back in the cycle of suck. I understand there's a lot more than that, and I promise you this is not going to be me 5 hours dumping on this trade. But I have to be honest to the emotion that I'm feeling, which is just cool. Draft picks. Because that's what I give a rat's ass about today.
Well, Jared Verse is nice. I like the Verse side of things. I'm honestly surprised. You brought up Jared Verse last week, and in my mind, I was like, I think that might be too rich. I don't know that we're going to get someone like that in return. The other parts of this is, I think, what fans are going to rail on. I think when fans dreamed up this trade, they thought 3 first-rounders, you really start to rebuild this thing, and you go from there. The idea that it's 1 first-rounder, Jared Verse, and then a second and a third, it just doesn't seem like enough for a lot of fans.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those things. I'm sure if this is all the Browns get, which is Jared Verse, a first, a second, and a third, I'm sure that the Browns spin is going to be, well, Jared Verse was a first-round pick 2 years ago, and we believe he has.
They're going to act like that's a first-round pick in general.
Exactly.
Yes. And I really think he's really good, by the way, too. I need to just tell people out there, his advanced numbers are incredible. Top 10 pass rush rate, like a PFF darling, Jared Verse.
We also get to use the word ascending. Right, he's an ascending player.
And he might ascend to be like a Trey Hendrickson type.
You know what the craziest thing is? He's only 5 years younger than Myles.
Yeah, this is how the NFL works. Yes. That's how that works.
Drafted 7 years after Myles, and he's 5 years younger.
But the trade part of this that matters the most is that I think there's a lot of fans that are, at least I am, I'm thinking, all right, last year you had that report out of New England that the Patriots were going to give up 3 first-rounders for Myles Garrett. It's like, if you were going to do this the entire time, why were you so hell-bent on making sure that he stayed in a Browns uniform for last year a 5-win season?
Yeah.
You could have taken advantage of the idea last year. You trade him out, you start this rebuild. It almost seems like you're directionless the entire time, and it just feels like, all right, so now you say uncle? Now's the part where you cave into his demands? It feels like it feels like a missed opportunity. Even though we love the DPOY season, it just feels like a missed opportunity.
Yeah, here's the other part. Andrew Berry already in the crosshairs because of the Deshaun Watson trade, which again necessitates this trade. You screwed that up so poorly, and then you didn't hit some weird pocket of luck to find a quarterback the last 2 off seasons that now you have to trade Myles Garrett. And I get Myles is a part of this, so we do have to talk about as well. Myles' intentions and what Myles wanted to be gone a year ago. But then to go out on March 30th and just say he is a Cleveland Brown forever.
A career Brown.
Yes.
That's the term, career Brown.
That, again,
well, he was always full of it. I mean, no one can take him seriously anyway when he speaks into a microphone.
Remember, he did say, I think in that same press conference, say what you want about me, but I never lie to you guys.
And he's always lied to us. That's all he's done is lie to us. That's why I tell everyone that I listen, all he does is lie to us. And that's fine.
But
that's fine. It's not his job to tell us the truth all the time.
There is going to be a part that, I need to know why this happened now, just to what you're speaking to. Is this a Jimmy Haslam mandate? Is this Andrew Berry realizing if he wants to have this job for another 5 years, he's got to go get the quarterback? Whatever it is, I would like to know the why behind it. And it's so funny, man. I'm going to continue to harp on how disappointing that we got here. And I also have to say, by the way, that I was dead wrong. In terms of the things that people were hearing, and I have to apologize to Lima on this. I was a D to Keith about this yesterday in a text message. Because the whole point has been, it sounds like the biggest knitting circle ever of a bunch of people being like, hey, it could happen, but what about Monken, but what about this? And then because we didn't have anybody on the record saying the Browns are shopping Myles Garrett, I just missed it all out of hand. And once again, I was wrong.
So you're shocked. You're shocked today.
Yeah. If this doesn't happen, and I told you this in a pre-show meeting, I'm basically going to spend 5 hours going at everybody being like, what is on record here? What is visibly on record? And then
it would have made it really uncomfortable for me because I'm like, I would have been like, he's being traded, accepted, and you would have been like, give me more facts. I was like, I got Traeger last week, I got Albert Breer last week. I don't know what to tell you.
If anything else, at least we got to avoid that giant Donnybrook.
It was going to be a 5-hour display,
and the awkwardness that would come with this. My favorite part about this is the Jared Verse side of things. Just if we start talking about the deal in reality, that kid could be, and this is where we have to use coulds, and I hate coulds in talking about this trade. You could be looking at a guy who could be a 10 to 12 sack guy as soon as next year, 2026. That plus McGuire, plus Alex Wright, plus some of the youth you have. I don't necessarily look at this and say you're so much worse that this is going to be a top 3 team next year.
It's a youth movement. This is the whole idea. What Albert had been telling us for how long about the timelines not adding up, this is Andrew Berry accepting that the timelines for this Browns team is more about what happens not this following year, but the couple years, 2-3 years from now, and getting that all on the same page. And so it sucks from a fan base perspective. This sucks because what they're openly telling you is they don't care about this season, Nick. This is not the season that they're going to try to win. This is a season where they just continue to try to grow these players. The younger guys get better and better, and you just kind of let the cards fall where they may. But it is a very disappointing standpoint for anyone, including like Mac, who's betting 12 wins on this team. It's disappointing for those type of people that were trying to buy into this roster being very good.
Yeah, and I do think that idea of the continued overhaul of the Cleveland Browns. I think that's another part of this where it's like when we're talking, as of right now, the only thing I'm seeing is a first, a second, and a third split over the next 3 years. Mm-hmm. It's a little tough for me to get excited what appears to be the 32nd pick in the draft, because the Rams, who were pretty good last year, not sure if you guys remember.
NFC title game?
They just traded for Myles Garrett and Trent McDuffie in the same offseason.
A special teams play away from just basically winning the Super Bowl, all things considered.
So, there's a part of me that's like the amount of things that would have to go wrong for the Rams. Like last year, when we were talking about the Mason Graham trade.
Yeah, the Jacksonville.
We were like, well, it's Jacksonville. What a trash-ass franchise they are. And then, listen, they had a really nice season. That was 13 wins.
Yeah, 13 games.
Good for them. But you at least all season long, you were like, they're going to fall on their ass. Don't worry. Yeah, they started fine. That's okay. It's the Rams, right? You at least had that idea of it could still be a top 20 pick at any point. This, you don't have that. Like, it feels like there is literally no chance that the Rams pick is going to be anywhere other than 28-32, and that's
unless
like,
Stafford's old and gets injured or something.
Yeah, even then, like I don't
know about Ty Simpson stepping in
there's
there.
so much talent around the quarterback with the Rams that it's almost like you never want to say. Well, you might want to say this about the Rams because maybe the sports gods will jinx them, but they almost are quarterback proof between their head coach and that roster.
It's an incredible blockbuster deal that it's funny because we've been talking about it under the radar for so long, and the whole sports world is like, this one really took us by surprise here. Like, this was an absolute out of left field type trade, and the whole thing's incredible. We actually got to a spot where they traded him, and the fans right now they're not solely just killing Andrew Berry, but I think when they see the compensation, I wonder if they're going to change their tune.
Yeah, I mean, that's
the big question I have.
We've spent a year talking about 3 first-rounders.
3 first, we were committed to it, and last year they could have had it, and all you got was a 5-win season, and great, the DPOY is great. Will you remember where you were when he broke the sack record, Nick? Maybe you will 20 years from now.
I was in Wadsworth.
I would have rather had the 3 first-round picks, though. Like, if this was always the end result, I would have just done it and already taken the 3 firsts.
Yeah, but now we're here. And you don't have those things.
No.
And, like, again, I think the Browns are going to be naturally just good enough to not get a top 5 pick. And I think the Rams are going to be, naturally good enough that they're going to get one of the last 4 or 5 picks of that round, of the first round in 2027. And, like, I'll be honest with you, 3 firsts wouldn't have been enough for me. No, because it's Myles Garrett. Like, there's a part of me that's really struggling to comprehend that I've seen the best quarterback that the Browns have drafted, developed, whatever, since 1999, given away for a 5th-round pick, so we could go ahead and do the whole Deshaun debacle, and then the best edge rusher, actually no, between Joe Thomas and Myles Garrett, one of the 2 best football players I've seen wear a Browns uniform in my adult life, and drafted by the Browns, and I've seen them give away for, again, a very nice young player, and 3 picks that could end up being, I mean, I thought back to the Jacksonville deal, the first deal that what's his name, Les Snead made, where he put him on the table, which was for 2 first-rounders for Jalen Ramsey in 2019, and it was Kayvon Chason and Travis Etienne. Oh, gosh, I bet you Jags fans really enjoyed those 3 years of not having Jalen Ramsey around because of Kayvon Chason and Travis Etienne. And, oh, by the way, they don't even have the damage, the absolute emotional blah that we've had. I was trying to think of a better word because the other one was going to use as a curse word. But the emotional damage that we've had during the last 3 years of the Andrew Berry era.
So where does this stop is what I want to know. Is it just Myles Garrett?
The cycle of abuse? Probably never.
Probably never. No, are we now having Denzel Ward conversations? Does that have to be the next route of this? I want to know, is this a garage sale for the Browns? They're going to trade Myles. Is it all about him being discontent and him being unhappy? Because it seems like that's a lot of what's driving this. But also, if you're just going to go ahead and do a value proposition and get everybody ready for 2027, that draft, and 2028, and really line this thing up for when the Browns have their new stadium off and ready to go and a quarterback and everything in place, are we open season now? Or are they just going to half do this?
I don't think anyone can know.
Are they just going to kind of split the baby on this one and say Myles was disgruntled, Myles didn't want to be here, and this was the end result? And are they going to even try to pivot and put it solely on Myles because they maintained for the longest time that it was always their call, it was always their decision, it was always them that were going to be making the shots here. Well, all right, let's see what happens.
We should have known a dinosaur cupcakes in that weird press conference a year ago.
It was so weird. The whole thing was so weird,
and it never got unweird from there.
No,
but again, guys. The entire Myles experience for the last 6 years has been weird.
I know. He is one of the greatest players I'll ever watch play on a consistent basis, but also one of the weirdest. Just from a straight-up coverage standpoint, the speeding tickets, the everything around him. And what's odd is when you think about great Myles Garrett moments, we have the Joe Burrow through the legs sack, and then we have obviously breaking the sack record, but it's more people remembering him hitting Mason Rudolph than it is anything else. It's more moments like that stick out than any exceptional play.
That one I enjoyed. 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at Jay Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We have quick hits coming up in the 3 o'clock hour. We have Chris Fedor coming up at 6 o'clock tonight. Lance Reisland, as of right now, at 4 o'clock. We're working on maybe some other guests as well.
Coach Riz is going to be pissed.
As he should be. I'm right there with Coach
Riz's
Riz.
whole directive is you have to try to win games, and if you're not doing that, what are we doing here?
Maybe he'll fall in love with Jared Verse by the time we hit 4.
This is a direct attack on that line of thinking.
Coaches everywhere will hate it. 216-474-0092. Want to hear your guys' thoughts on the Myles Garrett trade from what you're seeing. Did the Browns make the right move? More to come in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
In sports, the best defense is a great defense.
It's a clothing rack.
You know, I actually bought these on eBay. Wait, are you Kitty Sell Stuff from Brooklyn?
Okay, quiet, please.
Find what you love, sell what you don't. eBay. Things people love.
Breaking Browns news. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive. All right. So I'm in a mind to rip Andrew Berry. It's not even about the trade compensation, right? It's about the idea of this, to me, will always and forever be attached to Deshaun Watson. And if you'd like to salvage my opinion of you, go find me a quarterback that doesn't suck, right? Because when Andrew Berry got here, we had a quarterback who might not have been Patrick Mahomes, but at least you can say Baker Mayfield didn't entirely suck. Now, that being said, the one bit of I guess, credit that I will immediately give to Andrew Berry, you can hearken back to when we've talked about this. I've thought, it sounds like a bunch of reporters rankling themselves up, even like Keith texting us and all this stuff. It just felt like a big knitting circle. But my one condition is, if you're going to do this, and it's not good for sports talk, the best thing for sports talk is this could have dragged out for all of June. Would have been great for the ratings. Would have loved that.
Yeah.
But if you were going to do it, when you get to June 1 or June 2nd, rip that Band-Aid off. Don't tell anyone. Surprise us. Waylay us. So that we don't have to wither in this for an extended period of time, so that by the time we get to training camp, we can put back on those orange and brown glasses and think to ourselves, maybe they'll win 7 games this year.
Is it going to be enough time? Because I don't know that it's enough time for people. I don't know. This is going to be a big blow to the fan base, and I mean, the amount, it's funny, when we came in here, Baskin and Phelps, they were like, oh, callers are pretty positive on Andrew Berry. Well, okay, now we've seen the compensation and in return, and I haven't looked at the call screen. I don't know where they lie. I'm just judging it based off of social media.
We got a Kevin and a Rob so far.
Seems like a lot of people aren't thrilled with Andrew Berry right now.
Yeah.
Seems like a lot of people want to go ahead and just hit him with one of those fake hammers over his head and be like, that's the compensation you got? And for myself, I'm looking at it like, I would have loved 3 firsts. I would have loved 2 firsts and Jared Verse. I think he's a phenomenal player, but I just don't understand why we didn't do this last year.
Yeah, and I think the Jared Verse thing, while we're having the conversation, I think Jared Verse is the clue that they're not trying to tank this year. They might naturally just not be ready. They might naturally not be good this year. But you don't insist on Jared Verse in this trade at the expense of maybe other first-round picks if you're not trying to be at the very least competitive this year.
Tank maybe isn't the greatest word. I feel like we need to come up with some word that describes a team that is trying to win as many games you can, whatever.
Little Carrie Underwood, let Jesus take the wheel.
Let Jesus take the wheel, though, a little bit, where you're just kind of like, all right, the goal of this year is to let the kids play, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of like what the Guardians are doing over there, where it's like, all right, play Bazana, play DeLauder, play some of the young guys, and let's just let the chips fall where they may.
Yeah, but we trust them.
Yeah, well, that's the difference. With these guys, it feels very much like, all right, we're just going to have the growth that's going to happen is that rookie class getting year 1 under the books, and then the rookie class from last year getting year 2 under the books, and having one of the youngest rosters in the NFL, but watching them get better and better, and then building this whole thing to then one day, probably next year, put a quarterback right in place.
216-474-0092. I am seeing people suggest that Jimmy Haslam ordered the code red because Jimmy Haslam really wants Arch Manning in Cleveland next year. There is nothing funnier than if the Browns traded the first or second best player in franchise history since 1999 for a shot specifically at Arch Manning, when if you talk to half of the draft, 100% of the draftniks out there, they're not really certain that Arch Manning is going to be worth the whole Manning legacy name thing. So, like, the idea that Jimmy's like, candidly, I gots to have Arch Manning. Not a great Jimmy Haslam. Don't care. But the idea...
Don't care.
I'm pissed right now.
Yeah.
But the idea that he's like, I got to get Arch Manning. We'll trade Myles Garrett to do it. The idea that, like, in a year, Arch Manning might be a third-round pick. Guys, usually in this happen, what has happened with the Jimmy Haslam era is what they want is not what they get. What they being the Haslam and whoever they hired, they usually get what they deserve. The problem is it's not what Browns fans deserve, but I digress. That feels more like what the Haslams deserve in all of this.
I mean, the goal is for them to put themselves in a spot to take a quarterback next year, right? Whether that's Arch Manning, whether that is name whatever other quarterback you want to, whoever's at the top, that's the goal. I just don't know that this is enough compensation to have them wheel and deal and find their way to the top, if in fact they do end up surprising people and winning 7, 8, 9 games, whatever that is.
216-474-0092. Your thoughts on the Andrew Berry trade of Myles Garrett. Again, it's not officially official. The word's still being out there because it can't really be official till 4 o'clock. The words out there are the Rams are finalizing a trade with the Browns to acquire Myles Garrett, Jared Verse. That's not the way it says. Myles Garrett for Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick. And what Daryl is saying is a 28 second-rounder and a 2029 third-rounder. Maybe there'll be a couple. Maybe we get like a 5th-round pick for a 4th-round. Couple pick swaps. You know that wheeling dealing son of a clown. Well, Andrew Berry loves him some pick swaps.
Les Snead, F them picks, and he just continues down that road, right? Why does he even care about a pick swap?
Hey, Les Snead, more wins. That's what I say. That's what I say. A little less Levine love there. D in Cleveland. How are we feeling today, D?
Not good. I don't understand this trade at all. This trade makes no sense. It wouldn't have made sense last year. Myles Garrett is a Hall of Famer. It's not attached to Deshaun Watson, and Deshaun Watson is what that is. But this trade, unless it's just Myles wanted to leave town, how does this improve our team at all?
Well, Myles definitely wanted to leave town. I don't think the Super Bowl row last week was he wasn't being shy about it. It's just whether or not the Browns were eventually going to cave to it. And so they clearly eventually caved to it.
But you caved to nothing.
I'm with you.
It's one thing if they would have caved and brought some value.
I'm with you. They didn't get enough. I cannot speak to how shocked I am that they didn't leave with 2 first plus Verse. And like you can tell me about 2nd and 3rd equaling whatever, but like I'm shocked you only got 1 first out of this.
And, I mean, even the draft picks, we get draft picks all the time, but we don't know how to develop them. So what difference do that make?
Yeah, it's kind of tough to fight you on this, D. We appreciate you. Yeah, the idea that these are going to be late picks as well, and I guess if you read Charles Robinson's tweet that he sent about this trade is apparently the value that the Browns are going to try. I had said just watch the Browns are going to say Jared Verse is a first-round value, right? Because he was taken with the first rounder.
That's what it seems like because he's got a lot of talent. He can get there one day.
Charles Robinson is saying that maybe the Browns are going to try and sell or spin, however you want to say it. Jared Verse gives them 2 first-round values.
And that's what they're going to try to do. Yeah, clearly that's what they're going to do. Yeah. Charles also saying he believes the Browns internally think they're one more offseason from completing this build. That seems like the right read. It seemed like a team that was maybe not ready right now, understanding they're not ready right now, and they're going to go ahead and do whatever they can to acquire the picks, get everything ready for when they are ready. The problem with that is that this didn't hit them in the face out of nowhere. Last offseason was the time to really net the value of Myles Garrett if you were going to go down this road. And so the amount of picks / whatever they left on the table, that to me is the part where I'm not disgusted with Andrew Berry, but questioning Andrew Berry.
Also, isn't this the deal you make when you are 3 years out or at the very least 2 years out as opposed to we're 1 offseason away? Because, again, you kind of put yourself the Browns have tended to do this. We're going to put all our eggs in this basket. And this basket is getting the quarterback in 2027, which, guys, if there are 3 quarterbacks in this draft and you don't get a top 3 pick and all those 3 teams want a quarterback.
Right. You're just screwed.
So I continue to come back to and this is not where the Browns have succeeded, where it's been all in and this is how we're going to define a success year out. They just haven't made that work ever with Andrew Berry. And I think that's where some of the doubt for me comes in. It's like, cool, if a year from now we're looking up and you've got whoever the number 1 pick was, Dante Moore, Sellers, Arch Manning, whoever the hell it is, if you've got that player, sweet. Because you would everyone right now would trade Myles Garrett for the number 1 pick in the draft in a great quarterback year, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're asking for a leap of faith that you just simply
and you don't control the board.
No reason for exactly.
You don't control the board in that situation. You don't, and that's again the hard part I'm having in this. If you were to tell me before this whole thing was done, I think we even did this topic of like, is Myles Garrett worth the future quarterback that you'll have next year? Something along those lines. Okay, that's different. Franchise quarterbacks matter that much. This doesn't feel like that. It feels like that's the Browns' plan. Executing that plan is much more difficult when you wanted Verse and then only getting 1 first rounder in return.
All right, let's go with Ron in Salisbury, Maryland. Ron, love the stakes. What you got for us?
Hey, Nick, John, thanks for taking my call, man. My complaint is, I think you mentioned this previously and the other caller did. This is a compounding effect. So I think the negative on my part is that you got Deshaun Watson, which has been a total disaster thus far. Now you've gotten rid of probably one or two of the best players ever in Browns history, and you now have told the fan base that when I speak, I'm being Andrew Berry, when I speak, the default is assume that I lie. I've never understood why anyone lies. Why do you just not come out and say our intention is not to trade him, but if we do get a wonderful offer, then we might actually go about and do that. Zero faith, obviously, this tells me they have in the current quarterbacks. They don't think there's enough in the room, and I firmly believe that if you're picking in the bottom of the first round with the 31st pick, plus wherever the Browns are, I don't see that as enough compensation to move up. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome, and I'll listen to what you have to say.
We appreciate you. I am imagining 2026, and Deshaun Watson is your starting quarterback, all right, for however long before he gets injured.
Yeah.
And all the while, Browns fans are looking over at those 4 o'clock slate, or they actually play primetime games with the Rams. What a life that must be. So you're looking over, and Miles has 2 sacks. 5 sacks, 7 sacks.
Must be an early part of the season.
Right? Have some Sanka. And all of a sudden, you get to the end of the season, and you're like a 6 or 7 win team. You don't have a top 3 pick, and then you watch Myles Garrett as he just every single weekend in the playoffs, almost single-handedly from the defensive perspective in LA, leads the Rams to to the next title. And that is just a big old bleep sandwich. And that's...
Well, I mean, I'd be happy for Myles at that point. I'm not taking this out on Myles necessarily.
I can't be happy for Myles. I can't.
He got what he wanted. He wanted to play
losing the divorce here.
He wanted to play for a title contender. His big wish was playing for a title contender, and he rightly and accurately put together, oh no, they're really far away.
I know.
This isn't going to happen. Like if anything, I mean, I really don't. I hold no ill will towards Myles in this at all. He just did what you're supposed to do if you really want to win.
So let me say this. I'm not rooting for him to fail out there. I will always love what we had with Myles here, as confusing as it was, almost decade of Myles here. Confusing as hell. He was incredibly fun to watch. That doesn't mean I can root for him. It doesn't mean that if our team is like a 7-win team, which puts you about pick 14, and then their pick is going to be a pick 32. And I'm watching Myles get 3 sacks a game in the postseason because, they're playing from ahead because they're actually a good winning team. It doesn't mean I'm not going to be like, man, bleep this sport and
I think
bleep the
Browns. The only way I'll be mad at the Browns is if Myles Garrett ends up at 35 years old still being DPOY. If he just extends out the length that anyone can actually play football at a high level from the pass rush situation and just is like a Tom Brady of pass rush, he's playing till an incredibly old age but playing incredibly high level of football, I think that's the part where I'll be mad. When the Browns are really good, 3 years from now, and Myles Garrett is somewhere else also being good, that's where I'll have a problem.
All right,
that's probably not going to happen.
Here's what I need. Right. I need this. I need you to be the Lions in the Matthew Stafford, Jared Goff trade. I need Jared Verse to be really good at football and stay healthy for a short 3 to 5 year window. You're going to pay him in that window too. And he just goes out there and he is not Myles Garrett, but he's a starting defensive end giving you 8 to 13 sacks a season.
Yeah.
And then at the end of this rainbow, next year, I desperately need a quarterback. I don't care who it is.
They know that. That's got to be the directive. They know that.
Yes, okay, but they've known a lot of things, and they've gotten it wrong.
Okay, but this one is so obvious you can't miss it.
Well, that's the problem.
This one is not. This is a 3-foot putt, Nick. This one's so right there. It's so easy. You're not going to whip this out.
You clearly have not golfed with me in 4 years if you think I can't miss a damn 3-foot putt.
Maybe you are. I don't know.
But the frustrating thing is, when you leave yourself to one outcome, being the only outcome of a trade that is actually acceptable, there's so many other outcomes that are going to be massively disappointment, right? Just massively disappointing left and right. And that's the problem of singular outcome decisions, which again, it feels like the Browns make at a nauseating level.
Well, don't worry. Vegas has moved our Super Bowl odds from 250 to 1 to 300 to 1.
Okay. So not that bad.
So, hey, I mean, right there, guys, right there.
I think we all, who we really owe a real apology? Lindsey Rhodes. A year ago,
Lindsay.
year and a half ago.
Lindsay, what a day for her.
we
She got
had her
destroyed.
on, and she said, you should trade Myles Garrett. And all of Cleveland said, bleep you, Lindsay Rhodes.
That's
18
great.
months later, she gets to take her victory
Are
lap.
you having fun, by the way? I did selfishly. I put Myles Garrett and then my Twitter handle into the search function to go back just like a month and 2 months ago and 3 months ago to see all the comments to people. And I'm like, this is something, guys. I'm telling you, this is something. And then all the people being like, this is why I don't listen to these guys. This is why I can't take these clowns serious. Myles will never be traded. I've had a lot of fun at that.
But here's the problem. I was a D to our boss yesterday.
Yeah.
Because he sent the double eye emoji, like the blinking emoji to us. And I was like, I can't trade him tomorrow, Keith. This guy, a-hole, Nick Wilson, real jerk.
Yeah.
Reel it in, Cleveland. Enjoy every second of it.
Yeah, that's all right.
Sorry, Keith. 216. And you know how much I hate saying that. 216-474-0092. Are the Browns tanking? JJ, Mario, Rob, Zach, Nick, Don, all you stick there. More on the Myles Garrett trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
projects like a ping pong ball. We build PCs with long-lasting battery life, so you're not scrambling for an outlet. And built-in intelligence, so you can stay focused on whatever you're doing. Dell Technologies, built for you. Dell.com/Dell PCs.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Not naive that there's a lot in the social media sphere regarding Miles. Nothing is final at this point. We are in discussions of a potential transaction, including him. I'll have a lot more to say about it once it is final, if it does become final, and I'll discuss the details at that point. But we are in negotiations. We're hopeful that we close something here in the next several hours, but nothing's final right yet. So, like I said, I'll have an update for you guys maybe as soon as tomorrow when there's resolution.
Andrew Berry, Browns GM for now, at the Browns charity event. It's a golf event.
Yeah, I got to figure out the timeline on this. If somebody can help me out there, maybe I have to ask Daryl. Did the trade break and then he was like in the middle of talking, or did the trade break and then he just kind of ushered over there and was like, all right, because he referenced seeing things on social media. Yeah. And so I need to know the timeline and the order, but I love how he started off the clip, at least one of the clips out there that I've seen where he's like, all right, this is about the foundation today, guys.
Yeah.
This is not what's happening in the social media
have
sphere.
some decorum here.
So he even starts in the actual social media clip by saying the fact that we wanted today to be about the foundation.
That's what I just said.
Yeah, and that's how he led off the conversation. I know you were looking for the timeline of it, though, is that he spoke shortly thereafter.
All right. Listen.
Well, I just said that.
No, stick and move. Stick and move.
I just said it.
He literally repeated exactly what JP had said. The best part is Mac is looking you dead in the eye.
I know.
I needed that laugh today, buddy. Don't worry about it. Come on.
You thought you were helping. That's all that matters.
Mac. Malik could never.
You thought you were helping. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
You just didn't comprehend what I was saying.
While looking you dead in the eye.
No.
Now,
I think you got excited to talk. That's all.
Andrew Berry is the only person that could be on the precipice of trading Myles Garrett and still seem surprised at trying to find his words while telling the media that a deal isn't done. And that to me perfectly sums up the Andrew Berry experience. Hey, I'm halfway through this, but I have to make kind of a rushed and, let's say, altogether, a statement that did literally nothing for me in any way.
Yeah.
But hey, just so you guys know, yeah, we're having these talks.
All right, I'm hearing Berry was pulled over after the trade report came out. He only talked for 1 minute, and making that statement was all he did.
Okay,
that's good. I wanted to know that because it would have been all-time hysterical if he'd just been like, oh, yeah, I was planning to talk at this event, and so I'm talking, and in the middle of it, here we go. But all right, good on him for at least giving the minute statement that he made. Well, not even acknowledging that the trade was happening.
But did it sound
did acknowledge that.
Did
That's
it sound
fair.
like a prepared statement, or did it seem like something that was kind of hurried and maybe altogether half thought out?
Well, in that he said it wasn't finalized, but he also then kind of slipped up and was like, when it gets finalized a little bit later on tonight, it's like, okay, all right, Andrew, we got you, buddy. Hey, he didn't duck anybody. That's all that matters. He didn't duck anybody. He at least spoke for that minute. Got to give him credit where it's due.
You don't.
Literally nobody is going to take that man seriously at a microphone ever again. I haven't taken him seriously in years, and I've been on this one for a long time, but career Brown?
Yeah,
you just can't take it serious.
So one of the rebuttals that I got when I tweeted out, hey, Andrew Berry said on March 20th he's going to be a Brown for life. When I tweeted it out, people were like, well, teams lie. Yeah, but there are shades and degrees to which you lie. You don't flat out say, a year ago, you don't say that the goal has been from Cleveland to Canton, and so we could never have traded him. And you sure as hell, if you know for a fact you're thinking about doing it, which there's no way they just stumbled upon this at some point in the last week, or 2 weeks, or 3 months.
No, we know based off the reporting. This has been coming together for weeks.
So there is an element of, and I guess the Browns just operate in a world where, and this is where I feel like it is. So the way they went about this, which is we're not going to do it, and then you just rip the Band-Aid off, there is an element of that you saved a lot of us a lot of headache on this. But because you started from the premise of he's a Cleveland Brown for life, I get that they operate from a point of nothing really matters what we say in public, so we can lie to you at any point. Except it does.
I mean,
to some degree.
It's telling us that Travis Hunter is Shohei Ohtani, and then going out there and making a trade to not take Travis Hunter and trade away everything to then get Mason Graham and all the other pieces. Like
he still might think he's Ohtani.
It's just you don't have to take it to the extremes. Is kind of what I think what you're saying. You don't have to take it to the extremes of it all.
Play in the middle, like
you
golf.
Can just be like,
play right down the fairway. Okay.
No, this man is either going 300 right, pipe down the middle of the center, or it is 20 million yards to the right, sliced off into the woods.
That's exactly how I golf.
He is playing the extremes here, and that's fine. Listen, again, he is not in the court of law. He can say whatever he wants, but he also, in those moments, two things happen. One, I don't believe you, and I haven't for years because he's continuously lied to us. And the second one is more the idea that nobody else will believe you either. And you just end up being, you're the boy who cried wolf in this scenario, and that can't be good for Andrew Berry long term.
216-474-0092. We got more calls here. Rob in Wellington. Welcome to the show, Rob. What you got for us?
Hey, how you guys doing? Great show, by the way.
Thank you very much.
There's it sucks, but I feel like this was definitely coming for a while. There were like hints to it. The positive thing I'm thinking about this is the cap difference between Myles Garrett and Jared Verse is so different because isn't Jared Verse still on his rookie contract?
Yeah.
So I think that wouldn't that like give us an opportunity to bring like someone big in with all that extra money or something, or maybe make a trade or.
I think we actually would get into a cash positive part in the salary cap, but if they were to, it would be a very tiny amount. We were so up against it to begin with anyway. It would not be anything significant. You could do like a Joey Bosa type or something like that if that's what you're suggesting, but it's not anything crazy.
Yeah. And then the other thing I had was, Verse is younger. Most of our team is younger. There's got to be like some sort of common goal they're working for in the future with all of them. Like that's just how I'm seeing it. Like I don't see how it's just not going to work out in the future. Like there's so many promising young guys right now. There's a lot of opportunity for success.
So I'm glad you said this, Rob, and I appreciate you, buddy. Thank you for the call. And again, 216-474-0092. Because trading Myles and swapping him out with Jared Verse doesn't really change all that much my expectations for this year, because I still think the Browns have a lot of young talent. And if you got any semblance of interesting play at the quarterback spot, I do still think you can be a 7 to 9 win team. It's just in the moment, it's really tough to feel that hope when yet again you're trading Myles, or you're trading a beloved player. And I know we have a complicated relationship with Myles, but a beloved player for picks and the hope of a quarterback in the future.
By the way, you should be about 17 to 19 million in cap space that's available with this move. But the point is, I already thought the defense was going to take a step back without Jim Schwartz, Nick. Like the weird thing about the defense last year is some of the traditional scoring numbers actually had the Browns defense not being in a good spot. It's the advanced numbers that really love the Browns. The EPA had them as the second best defense in the NFL. They're gonna take a step back. They were gonna take a step back regardless. Without Myles Garrett, you're gonna take a pretty significant step back.
The Environmental Protection Agency has
they do their own rankings now. Yeah, they do.
Wow.
Yeah, it's an offshoot. It's government. You need to
it's a bureaucracy.
You can't just do your normal job anymore.
That's true.
That's all that is.
Everything's a buy one get one.
Trying to save all sorts of forests and parks across the country, and then also just analytical darlings in the NFL.
But specifically for the Cleveland Browns, and of course Myles Garrett. Let's go with. Oh my gosh, there's so many calls here. I don't know what to do. Let's go with Zach in Cleveland. What you got for us,
guys? Leave it to the Browns to just reach down your throat and just rip your heart out a week and a half or 2 weeks after the Cavs just took your manhood. This is it sucks. Obviously, it was nice to have Myles here last season. We knew that the relationship was starting to break off, though, based off of what happened in the offseason last year. So it's good that they got something for him. I'm kind of torn. Obviously it was cool to see him get the sack record, but would it have been cooler to just not have to deal with it at all last year and have 2 first-round picks and maybe have another one of those this year in this year's draft? I'm kind of torn. I'm glad they got more than just a first-round pick and a player for him, like I initially first saw. So that's nice to see. But man, the team that we all knew, back during the COVID year, sounds like I'm talking about 20 years ago, but it's all broken up, man. It's all gone, and that sucks.
And Zach,
so
I
just
think
a
that's
little bit of a gut punch.
I think that's what they're going for. And thank you for the call. I think that's what they're going for. I mean, think about it. Wyatt Teller gone, Joel Bitonio gone, David Njoku gone, now Myles Garrett gone. Like, they are, as much as Andrew Berry possibly can, he is putting those cherished one playoff win team from the COVID era, he's putting them in the rearview mirror. Everything with Stefanski, everything with the entire group, they're trying to just usher in this brand new identity of Browns football to the point where basically if you existed 5 years ago, unless your name is Denzel Ward, you don't exist here now.
I mean, if you and I, if we were to go back in a DeLorean to 2020 when they hired Berry and Stefanski and said, this is the next 6 years of football in Cleveland, next is 7 years now of football in Cleveland, I don't know that I would have stayed in the radio business.
Yeah, that might have been enough. You're like, this is going to be this sad.
Wait. So Baker Mayfield, they're going to bail on him 2 years from now. Then they're going to trade for a guy accused of ungodly things and sued for ungodly things. And then he's going to be too hurt and, I guess, intellectually and emotionally broken to be anything of substance. And then the last year of that initial deal, he's going to be the starting quarterback, and they're going to trade Myles Garrett.
Oh, yeah.
Who would sign up for this?
But here's where we really become the sucker at the poker table. The carrot that they're dangling in front of our faces is we're going to be good 2 or 3 years from now.
Hey, at least they got that barndominium.
And that's part of it. This is
glad for
Jason
them.
Lloyd, by the way, was at the front of the idea that this has all been building towards them just being really good when the dome happens and when the dome actually debuts. Hello. Look at the road path. It's all right there. This is everything they've done has been in concert with that thought.
You know what? I'm just so glad that the Haslams have come here and continuously have enriched themselves. And then our football has only gotten worse and more despairing. I'm so glad that this is an equitable trade that we've gotten.
Yeah.
I really am. Good for them.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
There we go. I knew we would get there eventually. I thought maybe we were just too analyzing the trade a little bit too much.
Yeah.
We have to dig down deep to the feelings of it all.
And no, I'm so glad that they couldn't do this in their home state of Tennessee, where those people don't care about football. I'm so glad they couldn't have done it anywhere else, but here in a place where we live and breathe. Even as I'm talking about trading Myles Garrett, I'm like, I still think they could be a 7-win team because I'm an idiot. That's why. We're getting there. 216-474-0092. Are the Browns, how deep will the rebuild go? More from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
You can now find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Breaking Browns news. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's the 3 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
When the Browns redid Myles Garrett's deal, there were people that suspected at that time that this paves the way for the Cleveland Browns to trade Myles Garrett. And once they did that, it created more flexibility to trade him. And so that was a big deal to a lot of teams. In fact, I had a couple of teams call me and say they're going to trade him. They're going to trade him eventually. The Browns were adamant all along. Like I told you an hour ago, we're not trading him. We're not trading him. But the Rams began pursuing Myles Garrett. They kept pursuing Myles Garrett. They didn't stop pursuing Myles Garrett until they were eventually willing to include Jared Verse in the trade. Once Jared Verse got included in the trade, the Browns were interested.
That spin from Adam Schefter on the McAfee Show, talking the Myles Garrett trade. We got quick hits coming up at some point in the near future. We got Lance Reisland come up at 4 o'clock, and we continue to react to the big trade of the day. Myles Garrett, it is official. It can't be official until 4. But the trade compensation is official. Myles Garrett for Jared Verse, a first-rounder in 2027, a second-rounder in 2028, and a third-rounder in 2029. And that is where the Cleveland Browns are right now, and we'll kind of see what else they might do.
I mean, Schefter made it sound as if the Rams threw in like a Ricky Williams-esque package there.
Yes.
What was that? I mean, that's not even close to reality.
I mean, that was even one of the, and I can't remember the guy's name, but there was kind of a secondary NFL reporter who's kind of on the up and come, and he had mentioned Ricky Williams type offer the Rams were getting ready to make.
We kept seeing that all day yesterday.
And so it's just.
But like that's how he's framing that. He's framing that as if this was like, oh my God, the Browns can't possibly say no to that deal. That wasn't that. No. And how is Verse, the guy that Charles Robinson claims is worth 2 firsts in this whole ordeal? How is he? The way that Schefter painted that was as if Verse was the late addition to this whole entire thing. How is 2 firsts the bulk of the trade, the late addition?
And that's. This is precisely why I don't want to say it this way, but why I tend to really hate the process of the NFL media, which is team makes a trade, and then whether it's Schefter, Rappaport, any of the big-name reporters, is they just get right on board to carry water for an organization that spent 3 months stonewalling you and basically lying to your face so that, I don't know, you can get the next time they trade the next Myles Garrett. Like, you don't have to polish this turd. Do I think Jared Verse in the 3 picks? Do I think that's a disastrous return? No. It's also not 3 firsts.
It's not 3 firsts. It's very light, all things considered. And the rhetoric today should be, Nick, it should be, why didn't they do this last year?
Yeah.
And maybe that as the week moves on, this should be, it will turn into this. And all of a sudden, when we have like Albert on, he'll be like, this is why I told you guys last year. They should have made the deal then. Like, this is the only big eye-opening thing to me out of today when it comes to that is they missed their window to do this when there was a million different suitors, a million different teams, and 3 different firsts that were on the table.
216-474-0092. Myles Garrett is now a Los Angeles Ram. And can I tell you the thing that has also been kind of plaguing my mind? And again, I started the show by saying this is why it sucks sometimes to be a Browns fan. Because we're always on the wrong side of this. We're always on the trading Myles Garrett. We're always on the wrong side. Even when we trade for the great player, it ends up being Odell Beckham Jr. or Deshaun Watson, right? Like, so few times do you get to be on the cool side of a trade and then go, thank God we made that trade because of all that Super Bowls that we've won. It just has not happened. And there absolutely is a cause and effect of how the organization is run and who runs it and who owns it and how this stuff is worked out. Not that the learners did that much better of a job, just while we're on the note of the matter, but like this idea of if Myles goes to LA, and let's say for the next 5 years, he is Myles Garrett, and he goes ahead and he breaks the sack record, right? Which I think he's only 75 sacks off of. Very doable in the next 5 years on a winning team. And let's say another Defensive Player of the Year award, and he wins a Super Bowl or 2. That is all going to whitewash Myles' Browns legacy in a way that people will be like, yeah, he played in Cleveland first, but ...
Oh, are we in like Lindor territory now?
Oh, I think this is going to be worse because I think the Rams...
Lindor hasn't accomplished nearly as much, obviously, with the Mets, but the idea that when people think of Lindor, they think of him in a Mets uniform. It's Manny Ramirez, same story.
Yeah. Oh, no, that's perfect. Oh, I thought you had more.
No, you can go ahead.
It was just very great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But exactly right. Like, he goes to Boston, he wins the World Series, he accomplishes everything there, and people in the baseball world, they don't think about him in a Cleveland uniform at all.
Yeah.
They think about him in a Boston uniform.
And so it's just there's elements of this and again, like there is an element of if you trust the Browns to get the quarterback out of this, then you're not really sweating today, right? And I do think if Jared Verse can be healthy this year, I think you guys will enjoy him as a young player. So there are elements of this where it's not just purely negative or purely just trading for the future. But if you trust the Browns on this, you'll be fine, right? You'll find a reason in July to be excited about the Browns. But it is the trust the Browns that I'm done doing until they get a quarterback of merit. And I can't help but coming back to the idea, the extra in the face is Deshaun Watson being the starting quarterback for the Cleveland Browns this year, which it feels they're really ramping up to do.
Well, the sell that the Browns have to have now is it's not about wins and losses. It's about getting excited for the young kids. That's going to be their selling point. They should start making the graphics now and the posters and billboards and everything now. Let the kids play. Just simple as that. Yep. Just run it back. Just make that the message, because that's all. You can't sell anybody on wins. Despite what the morning show claims with me, another day of them saying I won 10 games, or I predicted this team to win 10 games, which is just insane.
Yeah, Mac and I were there. You said it.
I have a burger bet against Mac that suggests the exact opposite of that, but that's neither here nor there. Like most people are going to settle in on 7, 6, 7, somewhere in that range, maybe even 5 wins now. That's the reality for this Browns team. And getting optimism around this team in any way outside of just rooting on the first and second year players is going to be really hard to come by.
Guys, they did this for the betterment of the Browns. And they're smarter than us. So let's just take them at their word.
Well, no, the hard part is what they're asking you to do is a thing that this regime, not even just past Browns regimes, this regime has already asked you to do, which is in 2-3 years, we're going to be really, really good. You just have to take our word for it, and you just have to accept the idea. We know what we're doing. Andrew Berry, we can't trust that. We've seen you do this and it not work.
No, but he means it this time.
I know he means it this time. Meanwhile, as I've pointed out about the GM farce that exists across sports leagues, where they're just in one big race to have their job for as long as they possibly can, in this setup, Andrew Berry won't be proven wrong with his big picture idea and what he plans for all this for another 2 to 3 years. At minimum, which means he will have been the GM for 10 years, while one playoff win is always that's at his resume. That's an insanely long time to not have results, Nick.
The greatest con in the history.
Seriously, he is putting on a masterclass not on being a good GM, but on how do you get paid to do that job, the job you get one crack at in the NFL. Do that job for as long as you possibly can.
Somebody is dangerously close to saying results over process, and I can't believe it's Jonathan Peterlin.
At some point, you have to have results. At some point, you have to have results.
The process is all that matters.
The process stinks.
No.
But what matters is that he's convinced.
No, they'll get it right.
He's convinced Jimmy Haslam that he has all these answers, and this is all going to be right, and just stay with this vision that I've created, and we won't get a payoff. If it ever happens, we won't get a payoff until 10 years in. That's just such an insane ask. He has doubled up what Sam Hinkie did in Philadelphia. Hinkie took 5 years before Philadelphia was like, okay, we can't trust this. This guy doesn't know what the hell he's doing. He's doubled that up.
Well, yeah,
by the time we'll have actual results.
But you're missing the point.
If we ever get there.
Sam Hinkie never made the worst trade in NFL history.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's I can't believe it. The grift that he's pulled off in all of this, if he doesn't deliver results after 10 years, astounding to me.
I feel like we got Jordan Belfort running the Cleveland Browns.
Why do you say that?
Because this is exactly the whole Wolf of Wall Street thing, which is I'm going to take your millions and give you pennies back.
Yeah, well, we already got people doing, what was it, and Njoku did the I'm not leaving speech. We already got parts of this just playing out. And then, of course, where's David Njoku? Oh, Los Angeles. Congratulations.
Rich in Lyndhurst, welcome to the show.
Hey, good afternoon, guys.
Rich.
I just have one comment. We traded all that draft capital for Deshaun Watson, and this is the best we could have got that we got back for Myles Garrett, who was the reigning sack king, 23 sacks last year. That it's just ridiculous.
I think we would agree.
I think we do agree. Jay Glazer, by the way, saying the Rams and the Browns have started talking about the Myles Garrett trade since draft time. That's when he claims that this whole thing started. One of the reasons they selected Ty Simpson in the first round, because they knew they'd be without at least next year's one, and they were hoping to make it all draft capital and fought to not include Verse in the deal, obviously, to end, but it was unnecessary for the Browns.
Yeah, that's good for them. I'm glad they got.
So they took Ty Simpson with this big blueprint in plan, like the idea that we're not going to need a quarterback. So, like we can give away our draft capital because if we take a quarterback now, we won't be in the quarterback market for after Matthew Stafford. Like this big plan, I'll give the Rams a bunch of credit. They might not ever use their draft picks or anything like that, but they are. I mean, Les Snead is thinking like 7 steps ahead on the chessboard.
I'm just glad it came together for him.
It really did, though.
Yeah.
Think about it.
It's nice when you see somebody that's already won a Super Bowl in the last 5 years. It's nice. It's nice to see him get another big break.
They had to take Ty Simpson knowing that they were taking him with the idea that they weren't going to need the draft picks because you already have your future quarterback, and you had to make sure that he took a month and a half of being hit like a piñata by everybody and anybody for taking that selection and making that selection, and he knew the entire time. He had this ace up his sleeve, and it was all just going to be forgiven and fine. Again, it has to be part of the reason why Matthew Stafford signed the extension the way that he did, while also giving out promises that they were going to make a big move. Like this was a nice performance by Les Snead.
I'm so happy for him. I just really am.
It's
just
a really nice job by Les
The entire
Snead.
Rams organization. I'm good for them. I always say 216-474-0092. How far will the bloodletting go for the Browns? I think we can cross one name off the board in a good way for the Browns and all of you guys in about 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
left foot and is considered day-to-day. He left Saturday's game due to the injury and did not play on Sunday. You can listen to the Fan Rewind weeknights from 11 p.m. to midnight. All the best segments from all our shows, and you can always listen on the Odyssey app. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
He's not like any other player. I mean, I'm never told who's going to be on the team, who's not going to be on the team. If that's a question, I mean, every day we evaluate the roster. Andrew evaluates the roster. Management evaluates the roster. Like I said, he's no different than any other player we've got. So I don't know how to respond to that because it's really no different today than it's been for the last however many months I've been the head coach.
Have you been assured he'll be here June 9th?
No, I wasn't assured that when I took the job. I was never assured of anything when I took the job other than once I signed my contract and whatever my contract said, that's what I was assured. And no matter what any of us coaches sign up for is we show up every day and we coach the guys that are in the building like we've done since we've been here. That hasn't changed.
Browns head coach Todd Monken today at a Browns charity golf event. That's before the trade, in case you haven't been keeping up with the timeline here. And I will tell you, the silver lining in all of this is at least the weird stuff. The whether it's Mike Rutenberg or Todd Monken or any of the weird stuff where every time the Browns were asked, any of them were asked about Myles Garrett's situation with the Browns, whether they had met him, whether they had talked to him, whether they had sent a carrier pigeon to his house.
Yeah.
Hey, we don't have to deal with that weirdness anymore. That feels like a little bit of a win right now.
Or the idea that we're asking them to be like world-class actors when they're just football coaches.
Yeah.
And they just can't. Like Rutenberg just could not. He couldn't pull that off. I'm sorry.
This is the one way in which Kevin Stefanski would have nailed this whole thing.
Oh yeah, because he doesn't need a script. He doesn't even need to know what's going on. He just would have been able to deflect about as well as you possibly can.
So I think it is fair to ask right now whether this move is a good thing or a bad thing for Monken. Because I was going back and forth.
If you think that Monken's got more than 1 year, I think it's got to be the starting point.
I think that's fair.
If you're like some people that have posited that if he doesn't win this year, he's out of his job, and that is what it is, then this is a disaster for Todd Monken. I don't think that's true necessarily, but will Monken be the guy that if their whole plan is to start winning 2 to 3 years from now, realistically 3 years from now, because you take a quarterback in 2027, and then unless they're Jayden Daniels, you can't expect them to be awesome their rookie season. Do I think that Monken's going to be the guy in charge there? I would hope. But there's a real world that exists out there where he's gone after 2 years, and because of this trade, they set everything up for the next guy.
Here's the one way in which this is a massive win for Todd Monken. And it is simple as Myles Garrett seemed pretty pissed that Jim Schwartz didn't get the head coaching job and that Myles was going to continue to do Myles things, not show up, make things awkward, show up when he absolutely needed to, but really just kind of make this as awkward as possible like he did the dinosaur press conference a year ago.
Or eye-rolling in the background of victory speeches.
Exactly. And by the way, I think that's a win for Todd Monken, not just from the immediate standpoint of not having to deal with this anymore. It's a win because you don't have to deal with that energy in the locker room. And I'll tell you, if Myles Garrett was a pain in the butt in the locker room but incendiary on the field, I'll take that trade 9 times out of 10, depending on what the other 1 out of the 10 is. I would take that situation. But it wasn't just about a 1 year. This is a decade of awkwardness and a decade of whoopsie. That's a lot of hard. That's really hard for a first-time head coach to step into. And the fact that you lost Myles Garrett while getting a player who is a younger, not as good, but still very high-level starting defensive end from simply the Monken side of things. I think this job made his job a little bit easier.
Well, and the idea that, and it's something I pointed out earlier, but it bears worth repeating, like you're getting rid of a lot of the guys that existed for the previous couple years that was shaping that locker room, whether that's Teller, whether that's Petonio, whether that's Njoku, now it's Myles Garrett. Like all the leaders are now just kind of going away, or the quote-unquote leaders, the guys we think are the best players in this team and are supposed to be the leaders. They're all just kind of going away, and that gives Monken a fresh start, and it gives him a fresh start with all these young guys to try to go ahead and kind of shape what he wants to be shaped.
Now, the downside, a different head coach could be making that quarterback pick. The downside is you could not get the quarterback in a year's time even, and the downside is your team is at least marginally worse than it was yesterday.
I mean, you got worse today. You said marginally. I think it's more significant than that. But you got worse today, and so that's going to hurt. And again, I thought you were going to be worse defensively from Jim Schwartz to Rutenberg anyway. Like as is, I thought that drop off was going to be not insignificant, and so now we just have to figure out. Can you exist with a middle of the pack defense while also having an offense that we don't know exactly what it'll be as well?
Well, don't worry. Deshaun Watson's going to be your starting quarterback.
Yeah, gives me a lot of hope.
Yeah.
A lot of hope.
And listen, fans are behind that guy. 216-474-0092. Nobody has anything other than positive feelings about the direction of the quarterback spot with the Cleveland Browns, no matter who starts this year.
He can't miss for a third year in a row. If he does, I don't.
Who can't?
Andrew Berry.
I think he can.
There's people that have been kind of like, all right, I've heard this defended on national takes before, the idea that, all right, last 2 years have just been an unreal bad luck for anybody needing a quarterback in those two drafts. He's out of excuses if he doesn't do one in the third year. You can't just keep going back to the well of, well, it happened to be an unfortunate set of circumstances that right when we're primed to take a quarterback, we're in a spot where there just aren't any.
Do I think that the last 2 years are the least interesting, most down quarterback carousel I ever can recall in the NFL? Like, we're talking like even in 2013, I think that was the year that Peyton Manning got dealt. I think Carson Palmer got dealt. So even though that was a bad quarterback draft, there were still players that got moved that were quality players that offseason. So it is historically the two worst quarterback carousels I've ever seen in my adult life. At the same time, don't discount Andrew Berry.
I will never discount him for being able to just miss sometimes.
It used to be the joke used to be, the two things that would survive a nuclear holocaust would be cockroaches and Keith Richards. I think we got to add Andrew Berry to this.
Wasn't like Twinkies always in there too?
I think Twinkies do. I've watched Zombieland several times.
Do they actually disappear?
They have an expiration date.
Do they really
do.
know? Okay.
Yeah.
Growing up, that's not what people told me.
I know.
What a lie. What a lie I lived in.
How much
Maybe
would that
different
stink?
Different timeline.
How much would that stink if they didn't, and then you were one of like 12 nuclear attack survivors, and then you got diabetes because all you could eat. Like hardcore diabetes because that's all you can eat.
You don't have to eat a million of them. You just have to have a couple.
I can't have a cow. I can't have a steak.
If I'm like the last person surviving, that doesn't mean I have to just go
30
for
a
it.
day.
I don't have to do 30 a day.
What? You're going to get so skinny
also,
that
aren't I going to be
bones
like,
are showing?
Won't I be like walking a lot, trying to make sure that I'm like, finding what's out there still? Like
the answer's nothing.
A constant search
More
for
Twinkies.
something else.
More Twinkies. You get to a new town. There's another 100,000 Twinkies that now you and only you get to ingest. 216-474-0092.
That's what my life would be, just walking town to town searching for Twinkies.
Doesn't sound that bad. I'd prefer Ho-Hos, but it doesn't, or maybe a Nutter Butter. It doesn't sound bad.
Just mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, the walking is where I have limits. Is this a good or bad development for Todd Monken? Let's go with, oh gosh, there's just so many. Lance in Virginia Beach. Welcome to the show, Lance.
Hey, thanks for having me on there.
Yes,
one thing I thought is, with Chloe, his girlfriend, is from L.A. I wonder how much he pushed for this trade to L.A. That's what I'm thinking, because they've been on dating for about a year now, and I'm just kind of wondering if they're going to get serious, and he kind of like pushed it. I do not know, but it's very interesting. And I also scared my neighbors today because I was screaming so loud when I heard this trade. They freaked out. And they asked me, what's wrong? Oh, I just traded the best player on their team. So,
that was bad screaming, not good
did
screaming.
They come over?
Yeah,
did they come over to your house?
Bad. I mean, I just yelled. I couldn't believe it. I just sat down and I looked at it and they screamed out loud.
Wait, are you in an apartment or a house? You're in an apartment.
A condo. I own a condo here right on the beach. So
kind of splits the difference.
Yeah.
All right, right on the beach. Oh God,
yeah,
Lance,
you're living a good life regardless.
We're
of
so
miles.
jealous of you, buddy.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh. I worked hard for this. A 21-year Navy career, and I got it. So
nice.
Well,
right,
thank
you,
buddy.
Good
Thank you for
job
your service. That's Lance in Virginia Beach there. Well, I'm glad now that I know he's a Navy man, so I can't call him out for mispronouncing Chloe.
How nice is it to have neighbors that would check on you if you screamed that way?
I think my neighbors would be like, it was time. Like,
do you know your neighbors well enough to even know at this point? You haven't been in that house that long.
No, we know the one neighbors, but the new neighbors, they think they see a gigantic, morbidly obese man walking around the property. They hear me scream. They're like, well, he finally died.
Man, I don't even know what I would do if I heard my neighbors screaming, I guess. Am I supposed to knock on their door? That feels very intrusive. I don't know what's going on.
It's North Solon.
I'm not your hero.
If they die, they die.
What does that mean?
It's a different attitude in North Solon.
What's the attitude?
Than out in the country care that I have out in Wadsworth.
Yeah?
Yeah. Did he say, how did he pronounce her name?
I thought he just said Chloe.
No.
I thought he said Coey.
No, it was. Now I'm pissed that I've forgotten this because he said it so funnily.
Coley?
Coley. That's what he said.
Oh,
yes.
Coley.
Yes, you didn't hear that?
No, I didn't. No.
Even funnier because we had the Choli conversation.
That's right. Because my daughter's name is Chloe.
Yeah. You almost called her Choli.
I did not.
There was a pause. I
call her Charlotte like 7 times a day, but I don't call her Chloe.
You named both your daughters with CH first
but different
names.
First CHs.
Yeah.
That's the real hang up.
Yeah, but no. But that's better because when I do what my grandmother used to do, my mom used to do with her 9 grandchildren, where she started at the oldest and just worked her way down. So I'm like, Olivia, Isabella, Sophia, I don't know. You.
Yeah, there's like 7 times a day where I'm like, I really did this to myself, didn't I?
Yeah.
I got no chance of getting these kids' names right.
So Jeremy Fowler did tweet out in the last 30 minutes these couple notes here that the Browns' desire for a young ascending pass rusher and Jared Verse specifically shrunk the candidate pool. Per source, this was a Rams-specific deal because the Rams hounded Cleveland for a while. Myles Garrett did not request a trade similar to last offseason, and team made the deal because due to trade value. And the third one is, don't sense this is a fire sale, was told a hard no on Denzel's availability, for example. And this is ultimately what I do find to be maybe the thing that I'm most stuck on of all the many things other than just emotionally, this stinks. And this kind of trade stinks, especially when we are, 6 to 7 weeks out, 7 weeks out from training camp. The idea that you're not going to do a full fire sale, that it's almost that you can almost predict the Browns are going to be just good enough to not be so bad that they get one of the best quarterbacks in this draft. That's almost a negative in this. Like, I think you could almost wrap your arms around, hey, they're tanking, and this is just going to go the way it's going to go.
Which is also why nobody's going to buy that first part of it that Myles Garrett didn't want to be traded.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Be honest for a second.
Would it surprise you if this goes all the way back to his trade request last year?
No, I was thinking on the way coming in, like the idea that this whole big setup would be, all right, Myles, we'll get you out of here. We'll do all that. You got to give us this year, and if this year goes bad, speaking of 2026, if it goes bad, then we'll revisit this. We'll go back and we'll do this again, right? And then we can grant you your wish, so to speak. If you wanted to make the big fire sale, you would do it with Denzel, Myles, everyone in between. Like, Myles doesn't want to be the bad guy, is my takeaway there. Myles wants to be considered the guy that didn't go on Super Bowl Radio Row and demand his trade and force his way out. But tough luck for Myles. This was already written when you did this last year.
But he kind of gets what he wants, right? Because he distanced himself from the initial thing. Now there's a report out there saying he didn't want to be traded or didn't request a trade.
And there's too many people that will buy that and believe that. I'm just not one of them. Now, does he sell his Cavs stock coming up here soon? Is his ownership in the Cavs? Does he completely disband, or is that maybe why he wants to make sure when he goes to Cavs games in the future he doesn't get booed? Is that the idea?
I don't know, because now I don't know if Jimmy Haslam's somehow going to trade Giannis to Cleveland to make this all go better.
When Myles speaks at his press conference, I think it's supposed to be tomorrow night in Los Angeles. When he speaks at this press conference he's going to have for the Rams, if I'm him, I'm like, yeah, they traded me. I didn't ask to be traded, but I'm glad to be here. I'm happy to be an LA Ram, but to make everything clear, I did not want to be traded. And then you try to save face for a franchise in a city that was behind you for 10 years.
Daniel Oyefusi adding kind of a follow-up on the tweet saying, Garrett might not have requested another trade, but he was obviously open to new scenery even after his 2025 extension. An air of uncertainty lingered over the relationship, and his commitment to Cleveland was always contingent on the franchise's commitment to winning. Passing over Schwartz for head coach didn't help matters.
Yeah, of course it didn't help matters. Myles was still pissed about it. That's why I didn't talk to Monken for so many months on end. It was obvious. I hate the spin that is trying to be put on that because it's just not true. No one's going to believe that. And I hope at the end of the day, Browns fans don't believe it either. But for myself, I don't care. If I'm Myles, do what you got to do to get out and try to win a championship. I will not hold that against you in the slightest bit, but I know there are enough fans that want him to start his career here and end his career here, and they will hold that against him. I'm just not one of them.
As long as he is healthy, he is going to have the best glow up in the next 3 to 5 years. Man, the Browns better win. I know 2026 is going to be what it's going to be, but you better win in the next couple years, because the more Miles wins out there, the more success he has. And again, the more he can move away from a trade request a year ago and claim he didn't request a trade this offseason, the more this is going to be smack dab on Haslam and Berry. But at least for Andrew Berry, he can get fired. Right? Like, if this doesn't work out, you just get fired, and then you'll go work for Howie Roseman in Philadelphia. It's going to work out for everybody but Browns fans if it doesn't work out.
I think the way it's set up right now, Nick, is that Andrew Berry's job isn't dependent on Myles Garrett having success or not having success in L.A. It's dependent on who he takes a quarterback in 2027.
Is this a good or bad thing if you were Todd Monken? More on this in Saving Face if you're the Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Neither do we. Hyundai has always moved the future within reach. We did it when we made advanced safety standard on every vehicle and engineered EVs with ultra-fast charging capability. Because the future isn't some far-off concept. It's already here. Next starts now. Hyundai, an official partner of FIFA.
Breaking Browns news. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
If they trade Myles Garrett, it's going to be an awful day. Let's call it the way it is, right? And I almost feel bad for Andrew Berry because on his resume, he will have made the worst trade in NFL history and handed out the worst contract in NFL history. Granted, that was done organizationally with the blessing of ownership and things like that. It's not just on Andrew there. But then he will then have had to trade the greatest defensive player in Cleveland Browns history. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's tough. And the circumstances are what the circumstances are. In some respects, if Andrew Berry does this, I kind of feel bad for him. But he has a fiduciary responsibility to the Cleveland Browns to take advantage of and maximize any and all assets. And I hate to speak in these terms because we are talking about human beings here, but Myles Garrett's an asset right now. They're not going to lose their way into the number 1, 2, or 3 pick to draft the top quarterback in the upcoming draft class, which they need.
That's Daryl Ryder. He was on with the Morning Boys and Nick Padone earlier today talking about this, obviously before the trade broke. Daryl at one point saying a 40% chance that Myles would get traded. We were joking. As soon as this got announced, Keith was talking with all of us, and I was like, I bet Daryl wish he said 60% right now. That he was 60% certain Myles was going to be traded. I don't feel anything for Andrew Berry right now but contempt. And I don't care that I like this last draft. I don't care that that 2 years ago's draft looked like one of the best in Browns history. I don't care because his decisions have gotten you into this spot. And the one thing I will push back on is I understand that there's a time and place for the conversation of value and maxing out a player's value and trading a player. Mm-hmm. I also think that there should be players that are ahead of that conversation and above that conversation. And Myles should be one of them. And I just Joe Thomas certainly was one of those guys a decade ago. And, it's so funny because we talked about this a couple months back, and somebody's like, well, they should have traded Joe Thomas. And if you look at the pick that it would have been, it was in, I think, the 2017 draft, and it would have been literally the year where, 2016 draft, and it would have been the draft that Sashi Brown did literally nothing with any of the picks that they had.
Yeah, the difference there, at least in my opinion, is that Joe Thomas, it was for 1 year. He wasn't going to play for a really long time. What you're doing here with Myles, I heard somebody earlier today make the suggestion, some national guy, that Myles has 3 really strong years left. I don't know. Maybe he's got 5. Maybe he's got 6. The problem I have with this is the idea that we don't know how long one of the greatest physiques I've ever seen in my life is going to be able to actually do this for. In that same breath, 2 years from now, he might say, I like hanging out with my, let's call her his wife, Chloe.
Oh, easy. Come on. What are we doing there?
Didn't say Chloe. Yeah, but
I was
Chloe,
saying the wife thing.
Well, I mean, they're on that track, are they not?
He's an athlete. We'll see.
You can't trust anybody. No. She's from L.A. This all could blow up. But he might be married. Might be like, I don't know. I've made $300 million. I won a Super Bowl. I feel like I'm like an Aaron Donald type situation where at 30 years old, Aaron Donald had won Super Bowls and had been satisfied with life and is like, I think I'm good here. You just never know. You can't predict that, obviously. I would bet on the idea that Myles has 4 or 5 good years left, though. That runway is what made this different. It's like you had a long stretch to try to capitalize on this.
Now, if you're hoping for anything, if you're the kind of person who roots out of spite, right? You want to root for bad things to happen so the Browns get the better pick. You better hope Matt Stafford's back. Just really, really give him the business this year, and he just completely falls off the face of the planet.
Yeah, because a team that was a special teams play away from making it to the Super Bowl last year in the Rams added McDuffie and Myles Garrett to their defense this year.
And they've succeeded every other time they've made these big swings in franchise history.
Well, yeah, think about it. The only first-round picks that Les Snead has made, it's Jared Goff, and then none until 2024, and then it's Verse, who they just traded, obviously, and then obviously it's Ty Simpson this year.
Just don't let it be Caleb Von Chason and Travis Etienne.
Yeah,
just don't, please.
Yeah, sure.
Lord, sports gods, please.
I told you got to stop praying to those ones.
Oh no, I threw in the normal Lord
they're not,
too.
They're okay. Yeah, you mixed in both. Okay.
Easy Catholic.
Sports gods is where I draw the. I'm like, you're just barking up the wrong tree there, buddy.
Okay.
Throw the big man. Put it to the big man.
Anybody who's out there that might be listening, if you're aliens, ET, I know we're supposed to get UAP disclosure at some point. I'll take anybody. Anyone's willing to listen. Lord, no Kayvon Chaisson, no Travis Etienne, please.
So as we sit here and we're digesting all this and going through this, I mean, this is legitimately going to go down as one of the biggest trades and biggest shakeups in NFL history.
Yes.
Like it's on that level. The magnitude of this is and to Daryl talking about the idea that he would be the author, Andrew Berry, that is, of Deshaun Watson and Myles Garrett. You can make an argument that in the previous 15 years of football, 10 years of football, just make it easy on everybody, there's not two bigger holy bleep trades that the NFL has seen, and both are authored up by Andrew Berry. That's a wild thing to have happened.
Yeah, and a year ago, the reason they didn't trade him, one of the biggest things was Andrew Berry doesn't want to be known as the guy that traded for Deshaun Watson and traded Myles Garrett. I guess a year later, he's more comfortable with it.
Hey, at least he got away of it, just getting out of it all just being Deshaun Watson. Take some solace in that. Am I wrong?
That's true. These could be the two worst trades in NFL history.
What if he's right? Let's just play with this for a second.
I know. Where I was going to go is, what is your confidence they pull this off?
Let's play with it. What if he's right? We've made so many suggestions that Myles is going to go to L.A., win a Super Bowl, break all sorts of different sack records, his own sack records, everything else. What if he's right? What if Myles, who's been injured off and on for the past couple seasons, his body does break down? What if he's just not as effective in L.A.? What if the Rams never make it to the Super Bowl because Matthew Stafford either gets injured or the team isn't as good as they thought? And then in the meanwhile, the 2027 draft class, because of our 2 first, give us away to a franchise quarterback.
Sure.
Too many ifs for you?
Well, no, I mean, I can't give him the benefit of the doubt, or I can't even indulge the idea it's going to work out, because I've seen how most of the other things they've tried, when it's become a zero sum, like, hey, there's one avenue this is going to work out. Like, that's the toughest thing about this, is like, if you just said, hey, there's 100 possibilities how this could work out, and 50 of them are good for the Browns and bad for Myles, and the other 50 are great for Myles and bad for the Browns. That feels equitable. That feels like even. This feels there's one at the end of this rainbow, and I'm talking next year, not 2 years from now, not 3 years from now, but next offseason, you have either a starting quarterback from that one of the first 3 best quarterbacks out of that class, and that's a good quarterback class, or they package their picks and they trade for an established starting quarterback that can immediately jumpstart where you are. Those are the only 2 outcomes. But everything else, if they're
and by the way, in those outcomes, I don't really care if Myles Garrett has a bunch of success afterwards. Like if you get the quarterback and the quarterback is, and that's the whole goal of all this.
Then we can take the high road.
Yes, then it doesn't matter. Like then we root for Myles Garrett. I root for him anyway, but like we root for Myles to have as much success as possible because it wouldn't have mattered. The whole goal then was to get the quarterback and get that accomplished.
Let's go with Ben in Garfield Heights. Ben, welcome to the show.
Hey, thank you for taking my call. I just want to say I don't think this trade is as bad as we're all thinking because I looked up Jared Verse. I know he was a good player. He's 6 years younger than Myles. He's Defensive Rookie of the Year and been to the Pro Bowl the last 2 years. So I think that part of it is what makes me more comfortable with the trade. 1 first rounder I think is a little weak, but not as bad as we're all thinking. And I do have a question for you. Should Myles prosper in L.A. like we're all assuming? Is this a Jim Thome situation like you were mentioning earlier? I mean, does he go in the Hall of Fame as a Brown or a Ram? That's the big question I have. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, buddy. They don't really do that in the NFL because they don't put a helmet on your thing, on your bust. But, I mean, if Myles has 5 great years in Los Angeles, the second biggest market in America, and they win a Super Bowl or 2, and he is the face of those Super Bowl championships, and at that point he will probably break the sack record in the NFL. Those are all going to be things that happened with the Rams. So
yeah, I mean, you win a Super Bowl with the Rams, and that's going to supersede a lot.
Yeah, and so
that's the reality.
We got that going for us. Yeah, it's nice. 216-474-0092. What's your confidence the Browns can pull this off? Lance Riesland at Cleveland.com. He did not want to trade Myles Garrett. We'll see what he had to say in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is an
Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline Sports News every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Bingo, bango, bongo. Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. Fedor coming up at 6. We'll see what else we might be able to get into today. Any other guests that might be joining us. But if you missed a moment in our show, use the Rewind feature on the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration, your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. Jack Duffin making a pretty strong point here. In kind of a back and forth with a couple other people on social media. He was talking about Jeremy Fowler saying the Browns, it's a hard no for trading Denzel Ward. Jack Duffin saying, I think Ward is very much in play. I don't believe them on Ward, but good to see if anyone offers a good deal. So it probably is a good point to remember. Just because the Browns are telling anyone they're not going to trade Denzel Ward, maybe today of all day is the day we don't believe him, right?
I don't believe him ever, but yes, it's a good point by you. I love that people are caping for it. Well, they just said they're not doing it.
Yeah.
The late report, it says they're not doing it.
What murder?
Do we just have to redo all of this all over again?
He's a great guy.
It really is. It's a lesson in who will just blindly listen to a team at all cost.
Even some of the responses, that I've seen of being like, yeah, Miles is great individually, but what have the Browns ever accomplished? It's like you do realize you're banking on the lesser half of this couple to do things they couldn't do without him, to do things that they couldn't do with him now without him.
Yeah, imagine how bad those Browns teams would have been if they didn't have Myles Garrett.
Yeah. Oh, no, but Myles made them worse, of course, clearly.
Just imagine what happened. Last year, you legitimately take the final 2 wins that we had off the table if Myles isn't on this team.
And then we could have had the right.
They should have been a 3-win team.
We could have had the right to draft whoever went number 1 this year.
Joe Burrow and Aaron Rodgers got very distracted at the sack record, and we all watched that game.
Cowards. 216-474-0092. Obviously, we're talking about the Myles Garrett trade. Myles Garrett off to L.A. for Jared Verse, a 2027 first-round pick, a 2028 second-round pick, and a 2029 third-round pick. All the picks, well, just 3 picks, really. It's like the trade we expected, but only much smaller. And to talk about the Myles Garrett trade, he didn't want to make it. Didn't want to do it. Let's see if he's changed his tune on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right, Call Kyle Wright hotline. Lance Reisland of 92.3 The Fan and Cleveland.com. Coach, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. What's going on?
Oh, just a little case of the Myles Garrett trade blues here. I want to know, you were staunchly anti-trading Myles before the trade. Now that you see what they got, did it change your mind?
Oh, absolutely not. It absolutely did not change my mind whatsoever. I've always been a believer in players win football games and really good football players. And, the idea that, they didn't win with Myles here, that really does nothing for me. The idea that you're going to, now you're not as good as a defense. And that's the reality of it. So, no, I'm not on board. I'm never on board getting rid of really good players. Really good coaches are made by really good players. Obviously, at some point in time, I always feel like you got to draw a line in the sand, and winning's got to be the most important thing, not draft capital and all the words and things I don't really understand, nor do I want to. I know that one thing means something. You got to win games, and winning's got to be the most important thing. And when it's not, you see it, you can see it in front of you. And as a coach, it's not real enjoyable to watch, to be honest with you.
Yeah, as a coach, take us into that idea that if you're Monken, you are a worse team today than you were yesterday. That's not even debatable. What does that do for you in trying to win year one?
Well, it comes down to alignment for me, JP. So are they aligned from top to bottom? Was he on board with this? Was this something they talked about early on when they were having these discussions when he was being interviewed for the job? The idea of the rebuilding, which I never really understood. Rebuilding, it should always be a retool. You should never rebuild, especially at the NFL level. It's only 53-man rosters. You got to be able to go out and get good people. So now you're telling Todd Monken you're going to have to be really good on offense, much better on offense than you've been, which you think they will be. But these are young guys, and they got to go out and prove themselves. You either have a quarterback that's coming back from multiple injuries or a young guy in his second year who's going to have his ups and downs. You have a tailback coming off, a serious leg injury, even though he's looked great. But you've said, I'm going to take away your best player. I've never believed in trading down. I'll never believe in getting rid of good players. Those are the guys that win you games. Now, like I said, when winning is the most important thing, I think things kind of equal themselves out. But we talk about what picks they're going to get and stuff. It's like the Cavs, right? The Cavs went all in with LeBron. They won the ring. Then they were terrible for a while. The Browns didn't do that, and I just don't understand if it's like throwing in the towel. I don't believe so. I think Jared Verse, I'm watching film on him right now. He's a really good football player, but you got rid of a really, really generational guy, and I'm not sure, what it looks like going forward and what is, Todd Monken's future. You just said we're taking away your best player. Now you got to go win games. I'm not a real big fan of that.
So I know this is early because you're just watching tape on Jared Verse right now. Analytics says this kid can be elite or has played at an elite level. What does the tape say to you?
Well, he's a pressure guy. So usually with a pressure guy, if you look at Miles like early in his career where it almost looks like he gets there, he has a ton of those. So for me, I like pressures more than I like sacks. And he had a ton of them last year, 70-plus pressures. And he's a guy that really gets that. He plays with a great motor, and he's a really good player. And that would be my other thing is not comparing him and Miles because there's no one that's going to be Miles. Miles is arguably the best end ever or one of them. But Jared Verse is a young kid. He has a great motor. He plays extremely hard. He plays the run very well for a young guy, especially a young guy that's has kind of focused on his pass rush game. Now, I will say this. He doesn't have many tools in his box just yet. He's a guy that's won to this point with pure athleticism and bend. Obviously, he doesn't have quite the speed Miles does. That's what made Miles so special. But he's a guy, he's going to have to learn a couple more moves, a couple counter moves to people when the good tackles get out to him. But yeah, he's a guy that had a ton of pressures, and everything he's done has been very raw. Like I'm a really good athlete. If you go back to like Alex Wright a couple of years ago, so the window, like I said, it's not really about Jared Verse for me. I think he's an outstanding player. It's the idea that you got, if you say who's going to be better next year, Miles is going to be better next year. And if I'm a coach, I want the better player, and that's really what it comes down to. But this is a kid who has a lot of, he's long, he plays long, he's got, like I said, he's going to have to improve his pass rush game plan as he gets older and people watch film on him.
How much worse do you feel like this defense is now?
I will say this: when you lose a guy who's the best player in your league, best player in the league at his position, and arguably on defense, obviously defense player of the year, you're substantially less. You've now decreased your depth with Alex Wright and Isaiah McGuire, who's the other end now. You like to move Alex Wright down into the three technique and pass rush situations. What is going on with Malik Collins? So not only obviously you lose the best player in the league, but you also now have affected your depth. And you have a new coach. So now you have a guy that even though the philosophy is the same, what he calls on third and medium is going to be different. Every coach is different. So you've taken a team that I thought was very competitive. And I always live on the side of optimism because that's how I feel. But now you've lessened this defense by substantial amounts. Now, it doesn't mean they can't get there because you don't know how good Jared Verse is going to be and how good Alex Wright's going to be, who I've been super impressed with so far in camp. But you're not as good as you were last year, and by a lot. And you have to figure out how do you close that gap quickly because your offense is still going to need help. And short fields are something you might not get as much of, and turnovers, et cetera. So it will be interesting. They're going to have to play complementary football even more now.
Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, and 92.3 The Fan on the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. The Browns and Rams both now have announced the trade. As reported, Myles Garrett to Los Angeles for Jared Verse, a first-rounder next year, a second-rounder the year after, and a third-rounder in 2029. So we got some comments from Andrew Berry we can react to as well. But I want you to think about a year from now, Coach. A year from now, we're all looking back on this. What has to happen for all of us to be saying this deal was a success from the Browns side of things?
Well, unfortunately, from a coach's perspective, you want if you look at it from an outside perspective, you want one of these top quarterbacks, right? So let's say Arch Manning, and I don't have a number one on my board, but let's say Arch Manning's the guy. Arch Manning's the guy you want. He, as the year goes along, he becomes the no-brainer, Mendoza kind of guy. Well, then you want the Browns to lose. And I'm just not a big believer that you can turn that switch on and off where you're saying, you know what, we decided to throw the towel in, but now that we got Arch Manning, we're going to turn the corner, turn the switch on, and we're going to change our culture. It just doesn't work that way. Football doesn't work that way. And I'm not saying that, it can't be good, down the road and all those kinds of things, but culture is what you consistently do day in and day out. And really what it starts with, it's not winning. When people say winning is the only answer, no, but trying to win is, and how you lift weights and how you prepare in the off season. And, for me, it would be a success because you're going to go out and get the quarterback you want. And for me, that's just, that says you're throwing in the towel, and I'm never a throw in the towel guy.
All right, so you said all this about Arch Manning. You made a quick comment there about Arch Manning. There are a lot of people who think, well, Haslam, Tennessee, relationship with the Mannings. This is all about getting Arch Manning in brown and orange next year. Why isn't Arch Manning your number one guy?
Well, obviously, I'm a big believer in what the film says, and the film says he's got all the physical tools, but he's got to go out and do it against really high-level competition week in and week out. And he finished the season strong last year, but right now he's a tools guy. And the other guy, I love Lenora Sellers out of South Carolina, but he's another tools guy. But he's a guy who's performed a little bit better, in my opinion, in the SEC. So Arch is a guy. Once again, I'm not a big believer in potential only. The potential has to match what you see on film. And obviously we'll see this year. I think going back to school was, obviously coming back as a starter, going back to school, being in Sarkisian's offense is going to give him the best chance to be successful, but you got to go do it. Being the last name can't be the reason, right? And so for me, I think he has a chance to be really good, but there's a lot of quarterbacks in this draft, and he's got to take that potential and go out and make it production.
Coach, you coached for a million years. You obviously played the game at a high level as well. Tell me how dispiriting this is to have your best player just all of a sudden traded and really signaling to the fan base and everyone across the NFL that 2026 is not your season to stack up a bunch of wins and have a great season.
Well, for me, I look at Todd Monken. As being a first-year coach, being a little bit older, and having and really enjoy seeing him through 6 practices, kind of do his thing. And it's kind of disheartening. And when people say, "Well, Miles didn't want to be here," well, that's your job as a coach. Your job as a coach is to get your best players to buy into what you're doing. Now, it doesn't work all the time, but I don't know if Monken had that ability to do that. And whether he wanted to or not, we'll never know. But for me, you would like your coach to, because you win with players. You don't win with your scheme. You don't win with magic formations and personnel groups. You win because your guys are better than the other guys. So when you take away the best guy, it's kind of disheartening. Now, as a coach, I'm also not going to give in, and we're going to figure out ways to win with or without Myles Garrett, and that's what Todd Monken's thinking. But you're constantly being put behind the 8 ball, right? You're constantly like, we need you to win. But not win as much as we need you to. But we want this pick, and we're going to take away your best players. And it's just a bad message because winning's not the most important thing. The only thing that should matter, it's not the future draft picks, is who is going to help me win week 1 in Jacksonville. Myles Garrett does that better than anybody else on that team right now. And that's disheartening to your teammates. Now, it'll be a rallying cry. It'll be we don't know how Myles truly was with those guys, all kind of, but when I watch him out at practice, he's a guy who works very hard. He's a guy that's first in line. He gives maximum effort. People want him to be something he's not. He's not a guy that was in trouble too much outside of, obviously the speeding, but he's a guy that, the serious issues with the law, never had those kind of issues. He just wasn't the player, the personality everybody wanted him to be. But he's the best player, and football is won with best players. So it is disheartening. You're going to have to flip the switch here as a coach and say we're going to win without him because if you tank, once again, like I said, that everybody knows you're tanking. And you're not bringing in more guys and say, we're bringing you in and we're not tanking now. It doesn't work that way. And I will stand by that because football is a game that's about things you do each and every day. Repetition, repetition, repetition. And the Browns are kind of, they're up and then they're down. They're up and they're down. They got to kind of find a plateau here and worry about winning, in my opinion.
All right, Coach, we appreciate you, buddy. Take it easy, and we'll catch up with you down the line.
Absolutely, guys. We'll talk soon.
Lance Reisland there, 92.3 The Fan, and, of course, Cleveland.com and the Weishart Right. We make it right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. Both teams have announced the trade is official. We got statements from Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam to pour over. Mario, Brendan, you guys stick there as well. If you want to get in on this, 216-474-0092, the latest on the Myles Garrett trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. If you're looking at online reviews for most roofing companies, it isn't pretty, guys. Problems like missed appointments, lack of follow-up, sloppy workmanship are uncommonly common complaints. Unfortunately common is what it's going for there. Uncommonly common doesn't make any darn sense.
Meredith Kane.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
I've always been a believer in players win football games, and really good football players. And, the idea that, they didn't win with Miles here, that really does nothing for me. The idea that you're going to, now you're not as good as the defense, and that's the reality of it. So, no, I'm not on board. I'm never on board getting rid of really good players. Really good coaches are made by really good players. Obviously, at some point in time, I always feel like you got to draw a line in the sand, and winning's got to be the most important thing, not draft capital and all the words and things I don't really understand, nor do I want to. I know that one thing means something. You got to win games, and winning's got to be the most important thing.
Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com and 92.3 The Fan in the previous segment reacting to the Myles Garrett trade. Another trade, this one we saw coming from a mile away because it has been in the works since well before the draft. Adam Schefter just sending out the Eagles are trading A.J. Brown to the Patriots for a 2028 first-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick that is the better of New England's 2 fifths, as they have 2 fifths then. So the A.J. Brown deal is done. And I think it's interesting that Lance was talking about some of the verbiage around a potential trade here, because I've definitely had multiple people already send me part of what Andrew Berry put out as his statement. Because Andrew Berry put out a statement about this trade, and then so did Dee and Jimmy Haslam. And here's the part that has people a little incensed on the Andrew Berry side of things, saying, in that framework, the decision became clear, although our emotions were muddled. We, and more importantly, our fans, have grown up with Myles, and he's an enormous source of pride of our team. However, as we embark on a new era of Browns football with a young core and replenished asset base, we felt this move was important to our transition. That title, replenished asset base, has a chance to really be a thorn in the Browns' side if the next year or two doesn't go the way they planned it based off this trade, because I've seen a lot of what does replenished asset base means. It means you're still dealing from a deficit of the worst trade in NFL history, and this helps you claw it back.
Yeah, I mean, and if you want to look at this through the lens of this is all dealing with the result and the fallout of initially trading for Deshaun Watson, that's perfectly acceptable. That is part of this. But I thought was most interesting was the idea that he makes it very clear here, and you just don't typically see this. When the Rams first approached us with the possibility of trading Myles, when have you ever seen a statement from a GM or an owner or anyone where they explicitly put out who called who first?
They have to do it this way, right?
They have to.
Yeah.
Yes. You don't see it for a reason. He wants you guys to believe that they were taking it this offseason in one direction, and they really did believe in this. And then this mind-blowing, mind-altering trade happened to present itself, and that's where were met with this crossroads. And for Andrew Berry, I would ask, first off, no one believes that this is some sort of ground-shaking trade and ground-shaking deal that completely alters where you got 4 firsts or 5 firsts or something insane. But what changed in your mind?
Yeah.
If we're taking this at its word, what changed in your mind? If you entered this offseason legitimately believing that you had the tools, the team, the everything to just continue on and try to win this year, what changed? Because it wasn't the draft picks.
Well, and don't forget that the Browns, the whole reason why the idea of trading Myles came up this offseason was because they redid his contract. So when Jay Glazer says these two teams started talking around the draft, meaning of late April.
And we have it reported by Schrager that was when the Rams after that restructure is when they said, light bulb goes on, let's go and reach out.
So
you initiated them reaching out.
All of this is trying to mitigate the blow of Andrew Berry saying on March 30th, Myles Garrett is going to be a Brown for life. And he even kind of tackles that earlier in
He does try to make
statement.
some admission of how this has all changed it for him.
And I listen, here's the truth. It doesn't matter what the truth is for the Brown side of things. They just have to line up their truth today with whatever their truth was 3 months ago, because they realize that they don't want this to hit them in their pocketbook. So if you lied 3 months ago, keep lying now. That's and so while I do believe that they didn't really love the idea of trading Myles, but maybe felt they had to, I believe that's probably likely, right? Do I believe that the Haslams, all the nice little things, the flowery things they said? Of course I do. But at the same point, there's a lot of this that just is in service. A lot of the messaging that you're reading, if you're seeing the full Andrew Berry and Dee Haslam and Jimmy Haslam statements, it's just in service of furthering the mistruths they told 3 months ago. And there's a segment of me that hopes Browns fans are smart enough to see that.
Yeah, and I think most Browns fans do. It seems like to me, though, this was him putting out there about as front as he possibly could, that they are in a different phase of this whole entire thing, and they just wanted to basically not admit any of it until they were past that first little rut that sucks the most. I think they realized that. Like the last time we all went through this with John Dorsey, I think they understood the idea that, if you go 1-31 over 2 years, you're just going to kill people is all you're going to do. And so they did everything in their power to not admit that was going on. And now with the replenished assets, they feel like they're out of the woods. They feel like they're as close to out of the woods as they can be while still needing a quarterback. And so now they're trying to paint it and phrase it as if it's nice.
And here's the thing. By calling out the inclusion of Jared Verse in this deal, Andrew Berry called him a player our fan base will love and touted. 2 Pro Bowls, Defensive Rookie of the Year, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It calls him a young elite player at a premium position who will only continue to improve in his 3rd NFL season. You better hope for yourself, Andrew, that is true. Because... none of the 2027, 2028, 2029 pick, none of those 3 picks are going to matter to Browns fans in October. Jared Verse will. And so if Jared Verse has, let's say by the end of October, he has 6 sacks and Miles has 12, and your team is reasonably competitive, people are not going to be doing the thing that I think will make sense to do in October, which is either check out or rage. If Jared Verse gets hurt this year, if Jared Verse just, let's say, doesn't have a step forward year, right? Good luck. Good luck selling this plan. This could age really poorly, really quickly, just as easily, by the way, that it could age really well, really quickly.
I know, but it's all going to come down to the quarterback anyway. I mean, let's be honest about it. What they do with 2027 and what they get is going to be where
you need Jared to be good,
where this is all. He could stink if you get the right quarterback. It's not going to be the end-all, be-all. But I agree with the sentiment that it matters a ton that they've highlighted Jared Verse, and they've clearly made this an important part of this. And they've also tried to stress to anybody that'll pay attention, the deal wasn't getting done without Jared Verse. I mean, that's for sure.
Mario in Cleveland. Welcome to the show, Mario.
Mario.
It's you. I'm Mario. All right, he's gone. Let's go with James in Akron. Welcome to the show.
Hey, this is the second worst trade the Browns have ever made.
What's the first one?
Deshaun?
Come on, man. Hey, if Deshaun don't get hurt, maybe
not.
Are you
being sarcastic?
Deshaun was hurt when the Browns
I was like, did you forget about Deshaun?
Browns was hurt. Deshaun was hurt when he got here. He never played ball, never. And if you look at the Browns right now, I'm tired of the Browns. They're just a farm team for the NFL. I mean, if you look at us, and you're talking about quarterback, we haven't had and when Bernie Kosar came, there was no competition for quarterback. There's been no competition for a quarterback for the Browns in 20 years. They draft a guy and they anoint him as the starter, and he's been every one of them from Baker Mayfield before him. Everybody they drafted and said he was a quarterback, he was the quarterback. We don't even know if we have a quarterback right now. We got 3 guys on the roster that we don't know if they can play or not. 3 of them. And we got number 4 that we know can't play, well, because he's been there, he's done. So what do you say about that?
James,
which one do you think is the worst trade?
I believe that'd be Deshaun Watson trade.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so here's the thing. I don't know. I would say this. I can only say this from my standpoint because every time we've talked about Deshaun, and starting this year, there's an element of people who I guess just have amnesia or maybe some sort of long-term cognitive issue that causes them to forget. The simplest way to make this work is to win in 2026 with Jared Verse. Another way to make it easier on Browns fans is to just go ahead and start Shedeur. Because there's going to be an element of this thing that if you're 1-6 in October and Deshaun looks like bleep and Miles is out there being Myles Garrett in L.A. and they're 7-0, the Deshaun part of this feels like, for me as a Browns fan, I want to talk for all Browns fans because I know we're more split on this and I don't know why. But The idea that Deshaun, you're going to be losing with Deshaun if that's how this were to go, is just that much more insulting to me.
What's interesting to myself about it is that I once laid out a plan to you right around the coaching search timeline, and I don't know if you'll remember this or not, but the plan was, it was like ways to piss off Browns fan the most. But really, what I was saying is ways to piss you off the most in the upcoming months, right? And before then,
done it.
you weren't a Monken maximizer at the time, right? And so part of that plan, as we were going through this, it was a 3-pronged approach. Okay, the first was hire Todd Monken because he seemed like the least at the time. Now we've learned to grow and like Todd Monken. Well, it just is what it is. But he seemed like
growth here.
He seemed like the least likely candidate to be hired, and also the least impressive candidate to be hired. So it was hire Todd Monken. It was then start Deshaun Watson and trade Myles Garrett this offseason.
Yeah.
Like the holy
They went 3 for 3.
trinity. The holy trinity of how to, in one offseason, piss off. I was speaking to the diest of diehard Browns fans, but I was also really just speaking to you, a diehard Browns fan. And I was like, this is the way to do this, and specifically get at you because of your disdain for Deshaun and your disdain for having a Myles Garrett trade. And then I just threw Monken in as the added bonus. But like it's interesting now that we've hit June 1st, and they have collectively pulled it off. At least they're on the way to pulling it off. It seems as if Deshaun is in the front runners and the driver's seat to go ahead and be the starter week 1. And it is incredible how little they seem to care about the diehard Browns fans when it comes to any of this.
Yeah, even like the an important decision at a crossroads moment for our organization. That's how they're framing this on the Andrew Berry statement that was put out there. The Browns social media team threw that out there.
I mean, they're putting on a master class of how to piss people off.
Yeah, but I mean, it's insulting. Oh, an important decision at a crossroads moment for our organization. Could you speak like human beings? Could you do that? Could you do it? Could you? And by the way, can you just not? I know they have to do that, so I understand that what I'm about to say is in fact the thing they're not going to do, and nor should they. But could you just not polish a turd and act like I'm supposed to enjoy it too? Like, aren't you enjoying how much we just traded Myles Garrett? Don't you love it? How much? Oh, you're going to love him. He's 25. Hey, he was Defensive Rookie of the Year 2 years ago.
It's like I'm selling you on like an entree at a new restaurant. You're going to love it. Go in there. Ask for the bloomin' onion. It's great.
Ask for the bleep sandwich. It tastes like bleep, but it's a sandwich.
Like, that's basically. And then also at the end of it, it's like go dog pound at the end of the Jared Verse line. Okay, great.
Yeah, that's good.
Fantastic. Really get people riled up here.
Hey, way to pander. Way to pander. Let's go with BP and Pepper Pike. What's up, BP?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hi, BP.
We're working through it. I think I'm feeling better now.
I wanted the Myles trade, but it's just not going the way that I wanted it to. I wanted more picks. I wanted more.
It's been a couple of fun weeks here in Cleveland, huh?
It's been a couple weeks.
You know, I don't know fun would be the word that I would use, but it has been a couple of weeks.
Your definition of a good time is just getting hit in the cojones over and over again, then we're having a great time.
Usually got to pay extra for that, from what I hear.
I mean, have the Browns ever heard of the term public relations? Because they're going to be starting Deshaun Watson. They just traded a Hall of Famer, probably the best player the best defensive player in the history of this franchise. They'll never have a player as good as this guy on defense again in our lifetime. How's that?
That sounds about right.
No, we agree with
that
you.
feels like an accurate statement.
Yeah, we agree.
And, what do they get? A first-round pick out of it? And then a second round? It's like the old Lawrence Welk, a 1, and a 2, and a 3.
Did not expect a Lawrence Welk today, but that's
kind of funny.
That's why you're the rock star there, BP.
I mean, come on. This is a joke. I mean, thank God I don't have Brown season tickets, okay? I used to go to 1 game a year. Now that'll be down to 0.
Till you get to the Barnuminium, right?
I'll see Myles Garrett at the Cavs games. How's that?
Well, that's if he keeps his stake
I just
there.
say, I mean, I feel sorry for the diehard Browns fans. I'm one of them, but the guys in the Muni lot, I feel sorry for them. They deserve a lot better than this. That's all I can say.
BP, we appreciate you, buddy. Yeah, I mean, that's just, it's funny. We got to a spot there for 4 years where we didn't have to say this statement. But I don't know any ownership group in football, and this is saying something, because there are quite a few bad ownership groups that have consistently served poop on a platter to their fan bases and then talked at their fans. But just so you know, we know you guys are great fans. Huh?
I mean, I think it seems obvious what they're trying to do, right? It seems like they don't care about this year. They're really not invested in anything until the stadium opens up, the new stadium, and they're just going to try to timeline it there. The problem, Nick, that I have in this is that if you act like you can put something on a timeline, it acts like you feel like you can do it to begin with. They've never shown me they can do it to begin with. They've never shown me that they can actually put a good product on the field. And so what's going to happen? They're going to act as if they can put this great team ready in time for the Barndominium to open up and everything be all great. And I don't know that the team's going to be that great. I don't know. I'm hopeful, but I don't know.
216-474-0092. You've heard some of the statements from Andrew Berry and Jimmy Haslam. What's your faith that the Browns are going to be able to pull this off? And the rare no-lose situation, some might call it a win-win for Todd Monken in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
When there's news that affects the
866-2748. Or learn more at Amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
If you can't listen to us live, we've got you covered. You can hear the Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, Baskin and Phelps, an afternoon drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin as a podcast. Full hours, full shows. Find it all on the Odyssey app, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and anywhere you get your podcasts.
The Browns have to put themselves in position to get themselves a franchise quarterback. So now, if you're getting more picks, and if you're getting younger, Jared Verse is no slouch here. He's 25 years old. He's 2 years removed from being Defensive Rookie of the Year. So while you can't say that right now Verse for Myles Garrett is player for player, of course you're not going to say that. You're still getting a heck of a pass rusher. You're getting younger, and you're creating yourself a path to finding yourself that all-important quarterback.
Aditi Kinkhabwala on CBS Sports this afternoon, breaking down the Myles Garrett trade. I have seen a lot of people are really running with the Jared Verse is worth 2 first-rounders.
That's, yeah.
Including our very own Daryl Ryder.
I saw that as well.
He within the last 2 minutes, actually now it's probably about 4 minutes, he's put it out like, guys, you're massively undervaluing Jared Verse. He's worth 2 firsts. And I was like, where is your math from? I would like to see, please, what's the old adage? Show your work. It feels like one of those moments for the Browns.
No, Charles Robinson said it. It must be true.
What I think is frustrating. I mean, I'm not talking about Daryl now. Daryl is right to, as he covers his team every day, he is right to have his own opinion on this. Watching Charles Robinson, who I know is ingrained with the Browns, like there's nothing wrong with that. He has ties to the Browns.
Yeah.
Watching Schefter and Rappaport, watching all the national media guys that I've seen reacting to this so far, there is an element of, well, we have to tell you that this is the greatest trade ever and why the Browns didn't, in fact, lose this. And that, I think, is where people lose a lot of trust in the national media, is it's not your job to polish this one, right? It's not, when everybody's out here doing Browns PR work for them, in a situation where they're trading the best player in the deal, a guy that this is a very complicated story telling the arc of Myles Garrett from his trade request on from last year, there's just too many people that are sheep about this. And they're willfully sheep about that. And I find that incredibly frustrating, just as I find the Browns' disingenuous messaging over the last 3 months incredibly frustrating. I think you've said it a couple times. I've said it a couple times. I think this trade can work out for the Browns. I like Jared Verse a lot.
I do too.
And what was it? A month ago is when I brought up Jared Verse having to be a part of this package. So
I don't know if it was a month ago, but it was definitely a couple weeks ago.
Could have been 3 weeks ago.
I think actually it was last week. But
was it last week?
Yeah, it was just last week.
Well, that was a great job I did a week ago. But I think you can make this work out. But the Browns have done another disservice to their fans. And it is tough. Like the amount of, I got my best friend since we were 14 years old, my buddy Nate, saying, wow, Garrett must have really wanted out. Like, everybody's going about this a different way. Everything comes back to, I can't believe they actually did it.
Well, and that's the end result there. It's one of the biggest trades in NFL history. And so there has to be that initial shock. And ultimately, I guess it doesn't really matter who necessarily jockeys for what information that ends up being out there. You just have to ask yourself, what do you think is real and what do you think is plausible? Do I think it's plausible that the Browns were blindsided by a call from the Rams wondering if Myles Garrett was available? No. When you rework the contract details, you are fishing out there for someone like the Rams to call up. Do I also think that in this same logic, I'm surprised that the Browns didn't get anywhere close, in my opinion, to the 3 firsts that were talked about last offseason? Yeah, I am. Yeah, did I want more? Yeah, obviously. I'm a Browns fan. I'm going to want more than what was authored up. And so there's a lot there, but I thought Aditi's clip actually just kind of nailed it nicely. Like, Verse is a really good player. Is he Myles Garrett? No, but he's a really good player, and the Browns are signaling they want to get younger, and there's not really that much more that's involved here. They're not going to win a lot of games next year. They're going to do it in the service of let the young guys play and get better, and you go for a quarterback in 2027, and that's all you need to know.
Now, not in a way. Now, in a glorious way, if you're Todd Monken, you're officially in a no-lose situation. Because if you lose this next year, everyone's going to say, well, Andrew Berry traded Myles Garrett 6 weeks before training camp opened. And it was a team that had 5 wins the year before.
Can it be a no-lose situation if you, in fact, do lose?
If you only lose, we're about to find out. Because, there's plausible deniability now in year one.
Yeah, there's zero expectations for this team. If there wasn't really much going in, but there's zero now.
And if you win, and winning is relative, Vegas has you had you before this trade at 6.5 wins. If you win 7 or 8 or 9 games, everyone's going to say, in the ashes of the Myles Garrett trade, Todd Monken resurrected the Cleveland Browns.
Yeah, and so Monken will then in turn get credit. The thing that people are very precious about is how much credit Monken will end up getting. You know who gets another glow up out of this?
Who's that?
Rutenberg.
Oh, Rudy.
Rudy was dead to rights if he had to go ahead and try to replicate what last season's defense was. And I always, even with Myles Garrett, I thought that was going to be a hard ask following up Jim Schwartz, and especially how the season went down to finish as high as they did in some of the advanced metric categories. But you could be 15th in the NFL with this defense, and people aren't going to go ahead and call for your head.
Now, I do think what's interesting is Isaiah McGuire. Mm-hmm. Some people thought he was an outside linebacker in a odd man front. Jared Verse has had all of his success has come as a linebacker, so an edge rusher in an odd front. Rutenberg had a lot of success last year in Atlanta running an odd front with edge rushers playing, off the line of scrimmage. I don't think I will say I think it's too late to do that this year. Long term, could they be going to more of a 3-4 defense? Well, it sure feels that way. Because even Mason Graham, I think, could fit a 3-4 defense.
Yeah, I mean, the only reason why you were going to keep what Jim Schwartz was doing is to satiate Myles.
But you might be too late in the offseason to change the defense right now.
Maybe.
That feels galactically stupid. That would feel like you're screwing this team up.
Sure, but over time you can go ahead and you can. I mean, if they're not trying to win anyway this year, or the goal is let's just let everything play out and evaluate people, maybe they just go for it.
My gosh, 216-474-0092. Let's go with Jeff in San Diego. Jeff, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. Hey, I've been a fan of the Browns for over 60 years. Isn't the idea of being a fan is that you go to the game or you watch the game and root for your team to win? And I think you've nailed it. The Haslams and Andrew have just taken away the chances for winning. Fans, I don't think most fans care about what's going to happen in 2 years or 3 years. We want to watch the team and we want to win games. And this team had the best defensive player in the NFL. I mean, that's what you try to do is you get the best players. We have a quarterback who may develop into a really good quarterback. We know Deshaun isn't that guy. I mean, that was the first horrible mistake. And Monken, I mean, maybe Todd will turn out to be a good coach. But we had an opportunity to hire an NFL coach with a track record. Instead, it's like you nailed it. Everything you can do to anger the fans and turn them off, that's what this team has done. So good luck to the Browns. I don't know if I can keep rooting for them. Maybe it would be more fun to root that they lose every game because that's what management's doing.
Jeff, we appreciate you, buddy.
For going off on you like that, but
Jeff,
enjoy the show. Thanks very much, guys.
All right, buddy.
Thank you,
and LA's just down the road. You could make that switch to being a Rams fan. No one would judge you at this point. And I would like to point out, Jeff said, that the goal is to go to the games and root for them to win, and then they win, and then you celebrate and you get to enjoy. I would like to say, for about 27 out of 32 other teams, that is possible. Yeah. So that is the goal. Other towns do get to go to their favorite NFL team stadium, watch them win games, and then they walk back to their car laughing and, oh, isn't this great? And they just have a whole experience about it. Not us, but I can confirm this has happened in other markets.
What are the other teams you wanted to name there?
Oh, well, you mean the ones that stunk?
We said 27 out of 32, so the Browns are one of the 5 that aren't.
Yeah,
the Jets are in there. The Cardinals are in there.
The Giants are in there.
The Giants are in there.
Yeah, that's another one.
Who's our last pitiful NFL team?
Dolphins.
Ooh, that's a good one.
For right now,
yeah.
Dolphins fans had a good run, though. At least, they didn't win any playoff games, but they at least appeared in the playoffs.
For 20 years. That's been really Stephen Ross's time.
They haven't won a playoff game since 2000.
Yeah, so... Yeah, I think they're in there, too.
26 years. It's a good call. They deserve that.
And before Tom Brady and Baker Mayfield, it would have been Tampa, but they figured something out there.
Yeah, they did.
Well done, Jason.
Good for them.
That's their GM. We're on a first-name basis. 216-474-0092. Is Todd Monken in a no-lose situation in 2026 after the Myles Garrett trade? The lead, all Myles Garrett, I'm guessing, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
on YouTube. Subscribe to our YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Breaking Browns news. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
Chris Fedor coming up in 1 hour's time, but the wall-to-wall Myles Garrett trade coverage continues here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin, have you heard about this? Have you seen about this? Have you heard about this? Let's get into the lead. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett to the Rams for Jared Verse, a 2027 first, a 2028 second, and a 2029 third rounder. God bless you, Mac. Here was our initial reaction to the news at the start of the show today. This is why sometimes it really sucks to be a Browns fan, because more often than not, my entire life with being a Browns fan, I'm on this end of it. I'm never on the Rams end of it. That's the emotion. There is a sadness, there is a disappointment in this that I can't shake. It's another thing to be tacked on to the worst trade in NFL history, the Deshaun Watson trade. It's another reminder that Andrew Berry walked into Baker Mayfield, Nick Chubb, Denzel Ward, Myles Garrett, and a butt ton of cap space, and we got 1 playoff win and 2 playoff appearances, and now we're back in the cycle of suck.
I think when fans dreamed up this trade, they thought 3 first-rounders, you really start to rebuild this thing and you go from there. The idea that it's 1 first-rounder, Jared Verse, and then a second and a third, it just doesn't seem like enough for a lot of fans. Yeah, no, it really doesn't. It doesn't feel like enough. And it's interesting when you're going through and you were talking about all the different ways, like you're going through the sheet of it all. It's like it's 1 playoff win and so. Guys, I'm trying to think of what the Myles Garrett era is going to be remembered for the most, and it's really a toss-up. Is it going to be the Mason Rudolph helmet incident, or will it be the sack record? And I think it might end up being the Mason Rudolph helmet incident.
I just haven't heard, outside of like you and me talking about, I just haven't heard a lot of people, or Pittsburgh people remembering that. I don't hear a lot of people bring that up anymore. I honestly don't know that the Myles Garrett tenure here is going to be remembered.
I'm just trying to think, like 20 years from now, what's the one thing if like we're at the last legs of our sports radio career and it's me, you with Malik, because they brought in a third voice to make sure the show got juiced up, and we're trying to explain to young Malik but you don't get it. Like the Mason Rudolph thing was wild when it happened, or will we be like, but you don't get it when he got the sack record. Bonanza. Like I'm trying to figure out what that's going to be, and I don't think it's going to be the sack record because it was a 5-win season and nobody cared.
Yeah, I think the thing that's going to be frustrating here is from the national perspective, and that's where legacies are really decided. Myles' tenure is very forgettable here. Outside of the sack record, if he goes to the Rams in the next 5 years, he breaks the NFL all-time sack record, which I believe is 198 right now. He's about 60 off, so 5 years, 70 off, I think, somewhere in there. So very doable, and he wins a Super Bowl or more. Oh, and by the way, does it in the second biggest media market in America with a team that gets a lot of coverage considering they're out west. Yeah, I think 5 years in L.A. will whitewash everything he did in brown and orange. And listen, the Browns can still win on this side as well. Let's be clear on that. Yeah. Jared Verse goes out there, and Jared Verse is a really strong starting defensive end for the next 5 to 7 years. That will counteract some of that from the Cleveland perspective. But in the end, the idea that you're not that you did, I don't know what it's going to take to believe that you didn't trade the best player in this trade 5 years from now.
It's going to be really hard. And that's funny because the Verse side of this really is I think how you view this trade is how you think of him. If you think he is all pro, all everything, at least going to be that, and there's enough people to suggest out there that when you fast forward a couple years, it's going to be, he'll have a Trey Hendrickson type career. Okay, that's a lot different than if you think that he's just an above average starter like other people believe.
So what's interesting about Verse is just real quick, he's about 260 pounds. So theoretically, he should be able to hold up on the with his hand in the dirt very easily. It is an adjustment. Going from playing off the line of scrimmage to playing with your hand in the dirt 100% of the time, that is an adjustment. And so I don't know whether that affects him at all this year, but it is something to watch for. but he can do it. Like, physically, he's big enough to do it. He just hasn't really done it in the NFL.
Browns GM Andrew Berry spoke with the media today at the team's annual golf outing. He was asked about the reports of the Myles Garrett trade before it became official.
Not naive that there's a lot in the social media sphere regarding Myles. Nothing is final at this point. We are in discussions of a potential transaction, including him. I'll have a lot more to say about it once it is final, if it does become final. And I'll discuss the details at that point. But we are in negotiations. We're hopeful that we close something here in the next several hours. But nothing's final right yet. So, like I said, I'll have an update for you guys maybe as soon as tomorrow when there's resolution. All right,
Andrew, when did the talks really start to pick up?
Again, that's all I have to say. All right.
Did Myles request a trade?
That's all I have to say.
He did call it a spear, right?
What was that?
He did call it a spear, right? I thought that the first time I heard it. He social media a spear, and then he doubled down and called it a spear twice.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Can we do that really quickly at the beginning of it?
This is like when
I just need to
our
know.
guest earlier, or one of the callers, instead of Chloe, said, "Oh, and I never remember."
You said Coey, right?
Coey, that's right. And we're like, well, that's not how you say that name. Do we have that, Mac? Can we play that back real
Just
quick?
the beginning part.
Not naive that there's a lot in the social media sphere.
Oh my gosh!
Right?
Yeah.
Spear. Yeah, spear.
Yeah. Can he just not say sphere?
I don't know. He did it twice, though, which tells me that that's just a problem for him.
Yeah. I mean, we all have words superfluous sometimes come out.
Mine's acoustic.
Yeah. Every time you say it.
Every time.
It just kills me.
I can't get it right. I don't even know what the right version is.
No! You've broken me!
Acoustic.
Acoustic.
Acoustic. I can't do it. I don't think I can say that word.
The face you make is even better. You're like, you stick your head out like a giraffe.
Because it's going to make it work
put
better.
your shoulders back and then purse your lips.
Well,
like,
also say it like in the beginning of when you go apostrophe.
Yes. That's exactly. This is your apostrophe.
Acoustic.
Oh my God.
It's not going to work, guys.
I really want to rage at Andrew Berry, but I need to know who ordered the code red. If this is about Jimmy Haslam and the Haslam families,
Myles Garrett ultimately is the beginning part of this, and then it's just going down the road of what finally got them to relent.
Oh, I mean, I'm talking not a year ago when he asked for the trade and then signed the big contract. I'm really thinking about like now. Because with respect to Jared Verse, it's not just about Jared Verse.
All right, so there's two things we can play with here. One, Haslam's been playing for his barn dominium and only cares about them being good at that, which would signal this is a Haslam deal.
Mm-hmm.
Or number two, and this could also just coincide with also what's good for Haslam is good for Andrew Berry. Berry put together that if his big promise is you won't know if this team is good or not and what I built is good or not for another 3 years, I'm employed until year 10 of being a GM. You see how this all of a sudden became pretty easy for everybody to get on board?
It's a pyramid scheme.
Okay, like one hand washes the other, but what's good for Haslam in his new stadium being built in the timeline there is also perfect for Andrew Berry in the only shot he's ever going to have to be a GM for keeping his job as long as he can. I don't think there was one single code red. I think it just really worked out for both parties.
He really did say spear. That is gonna throw me for a while. By the way, I believe we can say this on air. Andrew Berry's got a presser tomorrow at 10 a.m. to talk about the Myles Garrett trade. I'm going to say it right now. You're going to hear that on Baskin and Phelps.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to turn that one down. No, we got to get our Myles takes off the rip here. No, we're going to go right. You know, Baskin and Phelps are hoping that's an hour-long presser right now.
Oh, yeah. How long do you think it's going to actually be?
About 10 minutes.
I was going to say.
Yeah.
I don't envision Andrew Berry just holding court there.
I know Shadell listens. Shadell, I need you, big dog.
Oh, this is a Shadell.
I need you to go in there, and I need you to go full Shadell.
This is your Super Bowl, Shadell.
Yes.
This is what we want you there for.
Yes, and honestly, if you win this Super Bowl for us, we'll trade you to L.A. too.
I don't know what pressing questions he could really ask Andrew Berry that we expect to get an answer out of.
Get you full.
He's just going to lie.
Go the Ted Lasso. Are you bleeping serious?
Andrew Berry's just going to lie. That's all that. Again, if he hasn't shown you enough over the years, he'll show it again tomorrow in many aspects. He'll just lie. He knows the game. He's too smart for this. He knows the game. This is not a court. Nobody's going to hold him accountable to any of this. Career Brown, Myles Garrett. No one's even who's holding him credible for that. Like, it doesn't matter. You can just say anything.
It's Trent Krem. Is this a bleeping joke? That's what it is. I got there eventually. Adam Schefter provided some backstory to the Myles Garrett trade when he was on the Pat McAfee show today.
When the Browns redid Myles Garrett's deal, there were people that suspected at that time that this paves the way for the Cleveland Browns to trade Myles Garrett. Once they did that, it created more flexibility to trade him. And so that was a big deal to a lot of teams. In fact, I had a couple of teams call me and say they're going to trade him. They're going to trade him eventually. The Browns were adamant all along. Like I told you an hour ago, we're not trading him. We're not trading him. But the Rams began pursuing Myles Garrett. They kept pursuing Myles Garrett. They didn't stop pursuing Myles Garrett until they were eventually willing to include Jared Verse in the trade. Once Jared Verse got included in the trade, the Browns were interested.
I saw another host nationally speaking about this, and it was like they gave him the house, they gave him the car, they gave him, and like went down this whole thing as if they just offered up like a king's ransom, and it's being presented that way by Schefter in that clip, and I just don't see it that way, guys. I just don't. A king's ransom was 3 firsts, not a first in Jared Verse. That rhymed in a weird way.
I've heard it all day,
but it's not. This is not the you can't resist this big of an offer type offer that we keep hearing over and over again.
Who is that host so I can shame them publicly?
I don't. It was ESPN radio guy.
Those chuds. I'm kidding.
Was it Freddie or Coleman? Or Freddie Coleman? I don't know their shows. I don't know their programming.
I don't know the acoustics of it.
I don't listen to that. I don't know their programming.
Is it Freddie or Coleman?
There is a Freddie Coleman. But who's the other guy? Who's the other guy?
Tim.
You don't know it either. Who's the other guy?
Philip.
All right, don't laugh at me if you don't even know it.
But I know who Freddie Coleman is. Pete Schrager.
Congratulations.
Also joined the Pat McAfee show today when the news broke.
Freddie and Harry.
Freddie and Harry? Isn't
That's
that a
the name.
dining establishment?
Harry Douglas. It's Freddie Coleman and Harry Douglas.
Harry's. They mean.
It's Freddie and Harry.
Mean cold cut section there, old Freddie and Harry's.
And I would eat at that steakhouse.
Yeah, no,
I would definitely eat at Freddie and Harry's.
Yeah, sounds like a decent deli.
They got a nice shrimp cocktail.
And Pete Schrager talked about how the Rams pushed to make this deal happen.
You give up a star player like Jared Verse, who's beloved there with the Rams, but both sides had been talking, and I could say it's been weeks. They've been talking for weeks. And Verse was dropped in there at a certain point where the Browns couldn't turn around and just say no to this. So those conversations were had, and I could tell you Barry and Snead and McVay and Munkin and, of course, the ownership groups, they have all been lock and key for the most part, saying we're not going to talk about this publicly until it gets over the finish line. This was one where I think the Rams were really pushing it. The Rams were the ones trying to make it, and they continued to knock down those doors. And then at a certain point, the Browns said, yeah, this is the best player we've had on defense, maybe in our team's history, but in exchange, we get a guy who's younger, we get a fresh new start, and with an entirely new coaching staff. Well, okay, if we're going to make this trade and we're going to do it and get him off the books and let him go pursue his Super Bowl dreams, this might be the perfect trade partner.
I wonder how many other suitors actually existed out there.
Was there any?
I don't know. Baskin made the claim around like 150 or so that there was no other suitors, and this is how this all went down. I haven't seen anybody else suggest that, but if this was a one-horse race, then that's even a worse job by Andrew Berry.
You know, at least we got the Pete Schrager shout-out on ESPN a couple weeks back.
Yeah, but in hindsight, it just kind of felt like he did that to dunk on us.
No, that's fine. I'll say my name as much as you want.
I'm good with it.
Dunk on me.
I don't think he realizes how good we are with that.
Yeah, a couple of fame W's are over here.
We'll definitely take it to be dunked on. Who cares?
Yeah, we're
just happy you said our name.
We're Cleveland sports radio show hosts. We're masochists.
Yeah,
as
definitely.
long as you
sure.
say our name on air. When we come back, we got a full line here. Leroy, Greg, Steve, Devon, Daryl, T-Boz, Ice, Chili, all of you. Guys, stick there.
Chili. Freddie,
it's his
Harry.
Name. Freddie, Harry, the Gabagool. That's how do we not? How does New York not have a caller named the Gabagool?
They might.
Yeah, and he's like our ghoul, Goulardi.
Yeah,
but with some GABA.
Okay, I'm sorry I interrupted you.
It's your fault.
That's
216-474. Yeah, I'm the Gabagool.
Oh, it's so scary.
We're having fun.
We're having fun.
It's been a day, guys. The Browns traded Myles Garrett. Nothing matters. When we come back, we'll react to the Myles Garrett trade, the latest on, including who you should be keeping an eye on in this whole deal in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
that supports their favorite team. So if you are interested in reaching sports fans, we have the playbook for you. Check out our comprehensive ebook, State of Audio, Sports Fandom. Check out stateofaudio.com.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m., Baskin and Phelps, 10 a.m. to 2, Afternoon Drive. Nick Wilson, myself, Jonathan Peterlin. We go from 2 to 7 each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free. Watch all the best content from your favorite shows on The Fan live and on demand now.
Fedor in 40 minutes. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back with you. Analytics. Not across the board. Our analytics across the board didn't automatically love the Miles deal from the L.A. point of view. Seth Walder, known trade grader.
There we go.
Like his number one job at ESPN, gave the Browns an A.
How about that?
For the trade.
All right.
Gave the Rams a C-.
Oh, jeez. All right. I just don't know how you can make a I want to win the Super Bowl type move and then end up with the result as a C-.
Because analytics doesn't favor that.
I just don't know how that's possible. That one blows my mind. If anything, I've given Les Snead way too much credit for today's events unfolding the way that they have, based off of his idea of I'm going to take Ty Simpson so I don't have to worry about quarterback for the next 4 years, and I can go ahead and just get rid of my picks because I don't care about quarterback. There was a setup here, and then there was execution here, and now he's in the driver's seat to win a Super Bowl. I don't know how you look at it that way.
Yeah. So basically, if you kind of go through the piece, he talks about the age for Myles Garrett. But Myles Garrett, at the clip he was last year on a winning team, you get 3 years of that. Honestly, it's very similar to the Matt Stafford deal for them, where it's like, hey, if you win a Super Bowl or if Matt Stafford's Matt Stafford for 3 years, no matter what happens in Detroit, you're taken care of on the L.A. side of things.
And Les Snead on the parade route, can do the F them picks all over again.
Yes. And so for the Browns side, it's complex. You have to get the quarterback next offseason. That's what this all has to lead to. But Jared Verse also has to be a really good football player. And I think if you don't have both of those things, I think it's going to be hard to say that it's a win. For instance, and I will go back to the Stafford Jared Goff trade.
Yeah.
Jared Goff working out at the time, Jared Goff was a throw-in. Somebody needed to take Jared Goff.
That's right.
So Jared Goff ending up being a really high-level NFL quarterback, not to the level of Matt Stafford, but certainly good enough, right, to win with. If you take that out of the equation for Detroit and you just get Jahmyr Gibbs, and I can't remember what the other first-round pick was for, that all of a sudden you're not winning those games, and that trade looks like a completely different trade.
No question. And that's why not only between that trade, but also some of the other ones, like the Micah Parsons one as well, part of the justification of when you trade away a great player is that idea that the picks in return give you the flexibility to then almost reset and almost be able to give you a fresh breath of how you look at this whole thing. Problem I have today is that we didn't get that amount of picks. We got Jared Verse, which is nice, and we'll find out what he eventually becomes. But there's only one first rounder added onto this.
Yeah,
I was expecting more from that regard.
So I do think Verse balling out this year would just make us all feel a lot better, especially if the Browns are, let's say, a little bit better than expected. Jared Verse going out there being a 10-sack or more guy. And I know that's not the only way we look at production, but it is how, for most people to get it. Most people aren't in on win rates and stuff like that. 10 sacks is a great number to start at for Jared Verse in his third year in the NFL.
Yeah, he had 7.5 last year, and some of those numbers you're talking about that maybe the casual fan doesn't care to dive into, because why not? You have a day job. I get it. He excels in those.
What kills me about this is
in those.
you could have sold me on the Browns got younger and the Browns are getting more likable. Myles, for as great as he is, a lot of complications because of his attitude and the fact that he is kind of an odd duck, right? For the many complications of Myles. But then, hey, you got more likable. And then you're going to turn around and start Deshaun Watson. Every time I come back to, well, listen, they got some pieces here, and then Deshaun Watson. Hey, I think they're getting a lot likable. Like, look at all these young guys. They're drafting high-character
so
guys now.
much about this that is out with the old, in with the new, and the problem with that is then you're still at quarterback going to throw, I would argue, the worst part of the old in Deshaun Watson, the part we don't want anymore. Yes, you got rid of a guy we all liked in Joe Bitonio, a guy we all liked in Wyatt Teller, a guy we all liked in David Njoku. You got rid of the old parts of it, but we all liked those guys. And the only old part that is staying is the guy that, came with a lot of allegations and, while on the field, absolutely stunk at football.
Speaking of Wyatt Teller, Carly Teller, right around the time this trade broke.
This is Richard Petty. This is Petty LaBelle. This is all sorts of that.
Tweeted out the video of the house burning and the small girl turning around and smirking.
Yeah.
One, excellent gifage. Two,
it's the right use.
I don't hate you being petty. I get it.
Oh, no, not at all.
They dogged her. They dogged Wyatt.
Don't hate it at all.
They did not treat Wyatt commensurate with what he actually did here, so I'll allow it. Bang biscuit.
I like it. By the way, as I'm reading Mary Kay's write-up on all this, and I can't stress the idea enough that they are really trying to sell everybody on this not being a panic trade and also not a Miles demand as well. And that, Garrett planned a report, and the Browns initially said absolutely not, and the Rams just kept coming back. And that being the narrative that's attached to this, I think, is wildly insulting.
Why?
Think about it. At some point, they decided, and this was obviously after last year, they went for it last year, at least in their opinion. At some point, they decided they needed to get younger, and they needed to go ahead and make sure that they were not playing for this upcoming season, but they were playing for, let's say, 2028, 2029. At some point, that happened. I don't believe that just happened around the draft. Mm-hmm. And that's the part that they're trying to sell everybody, is that this organizational shift occurred, and all of a sudden they realized that being competitive next year wasn't the right answer, and they needed to go ahead and make sure that they looked at the future and everything with these young kids and all this. And that's a perfectly acceptable and fine thing to do, but the idea that you just came to that conclusion within the past month and a half or the past 2 months, I think is just wrong. I think it's wildly inaccurate for them to go ahead and try to put that out there.
Even framing it as a crossroads, hey, we're at a crossroads. Who drove us to these crossroads? I didn't do it. You didn't do it.
I didn't drive that, no.
You're at a crossroads because of your own decisions. And what I think is wild about this is I think there are a lot of reasons to be excited about the Browns right now. I think they did have another really good draft. I like this draft. And by the way, they've got guys that are likable. Spencer Fano, we had on for 12 minutes, and he talked air supply, and he had fun, and we almost bait him into one question. He's like, what the hell you think we're doing here, fella?
Yeah, he was fun.
But not just him. Casey Concepcion is a very nice young kid. Don't know he can catch the ball. Inspirational. Denzel Boston has had some of the funniest quotes in his post-draft interviews. Going back the year before, Mason Graham, Carson Schlesinger, Harold Fannin Jr., all elite humans and elite football players. And then every time you get to a place where we feel good about it, this has to happen. Something like this of trading the face of the franchise, no matter how you feel about Miles, and I think that's where the frustration is. I think some Browns fans, and I'll include I just want to be excited about my team. And every time we get on even close to the precipice of it, some organizational dynamic has to go into play that screws over every fan listening right now. And I think that's the one-sided transaction that has been being a Browns fan under the Haslam era. It's like the Haslams get their pretty little stadium over there, which, by the way, I supported because I see the vision. But you get your thing. They get enriched every year based off of owning this team. Andrew Berry continues to make 7 figures every year to run this thing into the damn ground. And it's just every time it's like, okay, when is Browns fans' time? When is their time? Because I'll be honest with you, that's what we thought 2020. That's what we thought 2020 on and beyond was going to be. That was the whole point of tanking for 3 years, was to get to a point where you can have the quarterback, you can have the edge rusher, you can have the running back, you can have a team that can win. And we got 2 winning seasons and 2 playoff seasons and 1 playoff win. And now we're at the bottom of this hill, and they're like, trust me, we're at a crossroads here. But you're going to, once we cross this road, you're going to love Shoy is what I say.
Well, now we hope that they can obviously get there. We just have no belief that they will because they haven't shown us previously. But I think the interesting part of this, Nick, is that they went through a 3-win season, followed it up with a 5-win season, and they still, through all of that, did not ever signal any sort of rebuild, any sort of like, hey, we're doing what they in 16 and 17. It was just painfully obvious. You win one game over 2 years. There's no denying what's happening. The impressive Houdini trick that they pulled off here is being able to win as few games as they did over the previous 2 years and have fans convinced and ready to buy into what they were trying to do. This move and this trade is just a hard one for fans to swallow if they're going to try to buy themselves into this upcoming season.
Let's go with Greg in Macedonia. Greg, welcome to the show, buddy. What you got for us?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Listen, man, let me preface this. I love Myles Garrett. I hate to see him go. But all this, these fans call, the sky's falling. This is the worst thing in the world. What have we ever won with Myles Garrett? And I love Myles Garrett. Let me be very clear, man. If I had my choice, I wouldn't want him traded. Let me just put that out there for everybody. What have the Browns won with Myles Garrett?
All right, Greg, real quick. Let me flip this back around to you. I'll answer a question with a question. What would the Browns have been the last 9 years without Myles Garrett?
Are we getting any pub nationally? Do you see the Browns on primetime games because of Myles Garrett? He won the sack. He won the sack thing. And man, listen. And what's also kind of annoying is that we keep talking about these franchise quarterbacks. Who the hell is coming out next year as a franchise quarterback?
Some people think, some people think Dante Moore. Some people think Lenore Sellers. Some people think Arch Manning. No,
kidding me. We saw this already. We've seen this movie already with these guys. Now, get it. If Shedeur Sanders, I don't think Deshaun Watson is what he used to be. But if Shedeur Sanders doesn't pan out, fine. Okay, you move on. You try to go and find that quarterback. You might have your quarterback on this roster already.
Yeah.
So we let Monken do what he has to do, and we'll see how this all pans out and works out. But all this, woe is me. Oh my God, we traded Myles Garrett.
Greg, they traded the best defensive football player you've had and drafted since 1999.
Might be one of the biggest NFL trades in 25 years.
Disagree with none
outside
of
Deshaun.
Well, but you're disagreeing with fans having negative emotions about a day that should feel negative if you're a Browns fan.
That's what this city does, though.
By the way, it's not the only city. I've worked in multiple other cities. I can tell you, all cities feel this way when you trade the best player in franchise history.
You're probably right. You would know that better than me, obviously. So okay, let's just relax. We want nothing with Myles, and I love Myles Garrett.
Yeah,
you get younger like they're doing, right? You get younger like they're doing, and then you build and you go forward from there. How long was Myles going to be there for? What, 2 more years at the most, maybe?
He was under contract for more than 2 years. And Greg, listen, I respect your point of view on this one. I don't understand if you're a Browns fan and you're happy today. I just don't.
Oh, your team got worse. Now, listen. There could be a lot of fans that were like myself that were like, I would trade Myles Garrett. Mm-hmm. That exists. I thought the trade compensation was rather light for my taste. That's the part I'm disappointed in today. I wanted a bigger trade compensation if you were going to go down that road.
I just see this as an extension of the Deshaun Watson trade, which is already the worst trade in NFL history. A trade that I still might have to live with watching that guy play again for my team this year because the Browns have decided that should be a possibility. And so I see this as collateral damage, as the sliding doors moment that ruined the Browns. We had a window in time where we had a quarterback, we had the best defender in the NFL, we had Nick Chubb, we had Denzel Ward, and then because of Andrew Berry, they blew the thing up. And oh, by the way, the guy who made that trade is the guy that made this trade, and that really is. I just think the idea that anyone should just, hey, let's be. It's happened. Is 4 hours ago.
It's still very fresh.
The body's not even cold yet.
Well, and I think for a lot of Browns fans, you're realizing what this upcoming season is, and we can try to dress it up as we get closer to the season. I'm sure we will, but this upcoming season is everything Vegas tells you are. 6.5 win team. You're somewhere in that range, and you got worse today. There's no arguing that. You got worse today. Hopefully, you're better in the long term because of it. That's the hope that you have.
Yeah, and I just think what did you win with Miles thing is the ultimate loser mentality. Guys, the Browns were better because they had Miles here. So maybe they would have had one less playoff win. They were better because he was here. He is a uniquely great generational type player. That is overused in sports. It is not overused with Miles. And so the idea that, you didn't win anything with him, so who gives a rat's ass? We didn't say that with Joe Thomas, and nor should we have, and nor should we say that with Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett can't help that he got drafted to a historical laughingstock of an organization. Nor could Joe Thomas. And they represented themselves as best they possibly could. Did Myles infuriate me sometimes? You bet your sweet bippy, right? Were there times, last year, I saw the idea of trading Myles, and it made sense at the time. Same thing as trading Joe Thomas during the Broncos Super Bowl run a decade ago. And thankfully, they didn't do that. They did this one. And to put this on Myles or to say, well, what does it really matter because he didn't win bleep with Myles? Yes, and then you got worse. So let's see where you are a year from now before we go, well, the Browns will take care of this. This is okay. All they did was trade the best player in football.
Well, and that might be part of this, too, is I just don't think there's a lot of faith in people that the Browns are going to execute this plan. Like Rams fans, for instance, they got a lot of faith, and they can see how Les Snead executed every bit of this plan and how it all came together. And I just don't know that Andrew Berry's going to pull it off.
216-474-0092. Leroy, Devon, Zach, Darryl. We'll get to you guys. More on the Myles Garrett trade from the Cleveland Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit TremfyaRadio.com.
Breaking Browns news. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Chris Fedor coming up in about 15 minutes here. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. As a reminder for everybody out there, we will have Albert Breer tomorrow on the show like normal. So Albert has been the guy dropping breadcrumbs about, the Browns, and could they possibly trade Myles Garrett for...
I mean, who's been more right in this entire scenario than Albert Breer?
I know.
Can't find a single person. And what's interesting about
he's going to tell us tomorrow.
I can't wait to hear from him. This should be his victory lap interview if he wants to take such a thing. I don't think he will. I think he's above that. But if he wants to, he can. I saw it retweeted on my timeline earlier. It was a clip from my Dan Le Batard show on Friday of Albert being like, the Rams. And it's like the same stuff he's been telling us for weeks. But it's like it's there. And they're like, wow, clairvoyant Albert Breer. And I'm like, guys, he's not. This isn't a guessing game for him.
Yeah,
like this is the people that believe in like magicians or like Oz the mentalist. They also believe that Albert just happened to stumble upon Myles to the Rams. Okay, all right, now, he's really good at this
because he's a wizard.
Yeah, no, he's just. I'll take he's really good at this for 500, Alex.
Now we are talking about the Myles Garrett trade. Jared Verse, what do you expect from him year one with the Browns?
Yeah, is that the transition? I'm not yet in. On falling in love with Verse, although I will eventually. I know I will.
So have you only fallen in like with him?
It's too fresh, too new, I need to let this come together. But I in sincerity, when you mentioned Verse last week, my thought was that's insane. They're not going to give him up. Like, you're not going to give him up and also give up the trade capital that I thought they were going to give up. Because I think at the time you were talking 2 firsts and Jared Verse. And I just thought, I'm like, it's too rich for anyone's blood.
I think if they had gotten 2 firsts and Jared Verse, I might feel just slightly. Again, like, here's the thing. I don't really think they got jobbed on the trade package. I think Jared Verse, a future first, a future second, and a future third. I think that is good value. It's not great value. It's not Max Crosby going for 2 firsts from the Ravens value, but it is really good value. And I do think Jared Verse being good this year for the Browns is something that is going to make us all feel a little bit better if that's in fact what happens. I think you can look at the deal and go, all right, I think they got as much as you could get for him, or I like what they got for him, and also realize, man, it stinks to be in this position.
I guess the worry I have, I'm worried that they found a way to put their ass in the jackpot, so to speak. I'm worried that if they want a quarterback, they have a quarterback that they love next year, it's going to be like, oh, yeah, you're first, and the Rams' 31st first isn't going to be enough to go ahead and get you to pick number 2 overall.
Oh, no, I think
that's the worry I have.
I think you'll be having to take a 28 first rounder.
And that's what I think. And so, like, going into those reserves and going into the excess and going into your future first, this is something that obviously hasn't worked out well for us, and not having first with Deshaun Watson. We see what that can do. That's the part that worries me. You're going to dip into the reserves in a way that I don't love.
I mean, hell, if Jimmy Haslam really is hell-bent on Arch Manning, you can deal 4 firsts next year.
Yeah, and it's going to be expensive is the point. And if you've gotten 3 firsts for Myles, the way I was always looking at this is there's going to be enough within those 3 firsts to go ahead and get anywhere you want to go. And it's just that's probably not reality now, and I have to adjust to that.
216-474-0092. Do we like Jared Verse? We're excited to watch him play football. He's just not Myles Garrett. Devon in North Royalton, welcome to the show.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Not much, just trading Myles Garrett.
Yeah, that's usual in this sports town, right? Listen, I'm 22 years old. I just graduated from school, and I can tell you, my young life, I've gone to games with my dad growing up, family's houses every Sunday. Sundays we look forward to, and I can tell you at my young age, I didn't watch a single game last season, and I'm not going to watch a single game this season. I am no longer going to sit in front of a TV or spend my well-good-earned money to go to a Browns game and watch a team that has slapped its fan base in the face for the last 20-something years, who continues to do the same thing over and over again and expects a different result. We all know what that word is. That's the definition of insanity. I'm sick of it. I'm angry. And I'm not mad that we traded Miles. This is a culmination of the last 20-something years leading to this. And it's unfortunate. It sucks. But I've seen my dad for 30-something plus years, 40-something plus, whatever it is, be a fan of this team. He's been miserable. My grandfather. This town's been miserable. I'm just done. I'm done following a team that simply will not get its head out of its you-know-what year after year and be happy about 5 wins or the draft. I'm sick of it. So at 22 years old, I'm done.
All right, real quick before you go.
22, you're so young to be done.
Yeah, you're so young to be this broken. It's taken me 40 years to get here, buddy.
You watched last year, though. He said he watched last year.
Wait, no,
didn't watch last year.
I do want to know if at the end of this year they get the number 1 pick and everyone in the NFL is touting that this is the year you finally get the quarterback. Can you get a buyback in 2027?
No, my buyback was when we go. No, you already got one buyback. I'm done. Again,
you were like 12
year after
then.
year. I know. I'm done, guys. Like
at 22, you might just not like football. I don't know.
No, I love football. I love this team, but guys, like it's the same thing every year. The reason I can stand the Cavs and the Guardians is because at least they make the postseason and they give us competent basketball. We can't even get competent football week after week, or even a quarter of competent football. So
it's hard to argue that. All right, buddy, we appreciate you.
All right, not really the guy I was looking for, though, all things considered. Like, if we were going to talk to fans today, if you didn't watch last year, you're already out, okay? You didn't watch any games last year, you're already out.
So you need somebody who had season tickets last year.
I want to know if this broke anybody today, because anything since the Deshaun Watson, we've had every time we have something that is relatively close to big, we get callers that say, "I'm done, I'm out, I'm not doing this," and they're always back. And I always think to myself, well, if the Deshaun thing didn't break you, you're probably not going anywhere. But this might be enough. Like there are callers out there, there are listeners out there that could tell me this broke them, and I would 100% believe it in ways that I didn't believe in any other thing that happened post Deshaun Watson.
Here's the thing. I think if Deshaun didn't break me, if Baker didn't break
me. That's it. Like, yeah, usually then you're okay. Like, you made it through. That was a seismic type thing that should have broken you.
I don't think I'm okay. I'm pretty far from okay.
Well, this is what resets it. The Miles thing makes it not okay again.
But I'm also so numb to the stank that it's tough for me to be like, well, this is the moment. I also have a job where I have to watch them. So there's a part of me that I'm locked in either way. I'm landlocked, as it were.
No, me and you are locked in regardless.
Yeah, but like the point is, like, I hate this team. No, I continue to just hope for the best, and so that makes the disappointment fresh every time.
Well, that makes you sound like Charlie Brown with the football, though, is what that makes you sound like.
That's fine. I'm kicking away.
I just hope for the best.
Yeah. You don't see many fat kickers anyways.
Yeah.
So I'll be that one.
There you go.
I'm the thicker. I'm the real thicker.
Yeah, nicely done.
Yeah, 2 C's.
I'm curious, though. This had to have broke some people out there.
You know who we got to find out what he thinks about this?
A man that has already been broken for so many years.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com. NBA reporter, Cavs reporter, knows a thing or two about football as well from his time at Sports Talk Radio. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
This is Browns head coach Todd Monken, and you're listening to the number one sports station in Cleveland, 92.3 The Fan.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. In case you're just waking up from a very short-term coma, the Browns have traded Myles Garrett for Jared Verse. That's a Rams player, or was. A 2027 first-rounder, a 2028 second-rounder, and a 2029 third-rounder. So we got that going for us. A lot of picks in Jared Verse. We obviously will put mostly a pin for this conversation, but we'll get back to that conversation coming up at 6:20. More of your reaction as well, 216-474-0092. Our next guest, Cavs reporter, NBA reporter. Once upon a time, did a little thing called Sports Talk in this town as well, which is why we're going to ask him about Myles Garrett here. Chris Fedor joining us on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right Call Kyle Wright hotline. Fedor, welcome to the show, bud.
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you?
Oh, just talking about another Browns catastrophic trade. I guess you are a Clevelander. You grew up here. You've spoken about the Browns. I know you don't cover them firsthand anymore, but thoughts on the Myles Garrett trade?
Well, it's my son's favorite player, and he just recently got a Myles Garrett jersey. So trying to explain to him after his nap this afternoon that Myles got traded and why Myles got traded was very, very difficult for me. But I think it's easier to understand if you're not a 4.5-year-old.
Did you just explain
the
value?
that the Browns are in have kind of forced them down this direction. They aren't competitive right now. They aren't going to be competitive in the near future. They don't have an answer at quarterback. So you're just spinning your wheels having one of the best defensive players on your roster. And if you can cash in and extricate some value for him that may be able to help you get closer to what your ultimate goals are, which is actually competing on Sundays, I have no problem with them doing this. I think it's a poor reflection on the organization. I think it speaks to how far away they are from actually being competitive. And there's a lot of people to blame for that. But when you have a valuable piece like this and you can get what you got from the Rams, I think you do explore it, and it gets you in a better position to ultimately get the answer at quarterback, which is what this organization needs. And if they don't have it, they're not going to go anywhere.
Why is it you think that they did it now instead of doing it last year when the value was higher?
I don't know, poor management. I think the answer to everything Browns related is they don't do things properly. They don't have a great grasp on what they're doing. So I think it's incompetence. I think that's the answer. And you don't want that to be the answer, right, as a fan? But I think it's the answer. I think they miscalculated things. I think they misjudged things. I think they misevaluated what they were going to be able to do last year from a win-loss perspective. I think they have an owner who, thinks one way on Tuesday and thinks another way on Friday. And I think it's very, very difficult for this franchise to be successful as long as that guy is calling the shots, unfortunately.
The Browns are mismanaged.
Those are good notes. I like these notes.
Writing this one down there. All right, Chris, I'll be honest with you. I've talked about the Myles Garrett trade for the better part of 4 hours. I've thought about it for the better part of this entire weekend and today. So I guess I'm going to try and start this in a fragmented place, considering we now have to switch to the Cavs. Sam Amick wrote that the Thunder would be interested in Evan Mobley. Do you think there's any overlap there in what the Thunder might be willing to give up and what the Browns might consider in a hypothetical Evan Mobley trade?
Do I think there's overlap? To some degree, yes, I think so. Because if you just look at the structure of the Cavs roster, where is the weak point on the roster? Like, what's the thing that would benefit them the most moving forward? And it's obviously two-way wings, but more defensive-minded pieces that you can put alongside Donovan Mitchell and James Harden. So if you look at Oklahoma City, we're not talking about Chet Holmgren here. We're not talking about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. We're talking about their quote-unquote expendable piece, which is Jalen Williams, right? It's a guy that the Cavs were interested in the draft a couple of years ago. They thought they were going to draft him, and then all of a sudden Oklahoma City moves up in front of them and then takes him. But that type of player is the one that seems to be missing from this roster. So if you're looking for something outside the organization that you can bring here that can make you different in terms of play style, in terms of roster makeup, in terms of strategical things that you can do, Jalen Williams certainly fits that particular mold. But I think the Cavs, this decision related to Evan Mobley is clearly the most difficult one that Koby Altman has ever encountered since he has run the Cavs. And look, like when he got the job, when he was elevated to general manager and David Griffin left, he encountered the Kyrie Irving situation. And he had to figure out, what am I going to do about Kyrie? Kyrie doesn't want to be here. Kyrie doesn't want to play another second with LeBron James. Kyrie wants out. And Kyrie's threatening all these different things. And Kobe had to deal with that. And that was very, very difficult in the situation that the Cavs were in because they were still competing for championships and they were still going to the NBA Finals. So he had to figure out, okay, what's the right way to go about the Kyrie thing? Now you're talking about Evan right now, and this is even more difficult than that decision because this shapes the future of the franchise. And this is the hardest thing that Kobe has had to decide when it comes to his tenure with the Cavs, because it was relatively easy-ish to trade away all the stuff that they did for Donovan Mitchell because they didn't have a player like Donovan Mitchell, and they needed a player like Donovan Mitchell. It was relatively easy-ish to trade away Darius Garland, despite what he meant to the franchise, despite the fact that he was the longest tenured Cavalier at the time, despite the fact that he was a success story from a top 5 pick into an all-star, into this franchise focal point, this fan favorite, all of those different things. This is difficult because on one hand, your roster doesn't make sense from the standpoint that you do not have somebody that you can call the best player on a championship team. You don't have that. There's 9 years of evidence that says Donovan Mitchell can't be it. There's 5 years of evidence that says Evan Mobley's not yet ready, and he's not on the Donovan Mitchell championship timeline. Not yet, anyway. Maybe he gets there, maybe he doesn't. But Evan is also the protection from going into rebuild land. Beyond the fact that the Cavs still believe in Evan Mobley greatly, and they still see him as a potential star in the future at some point. At one point, this organization said that he was going to be a future Hall of Famer, and they had coaches going around calling him HOF and stuff like that. He protects them from going down a path that Dan Gilbert does not want to go down, that nobody inside this organization that already went through the rebuild and came out on the other side wants to go down. So it's not as simple as saying, well, we're in this timeline of Donovan Mitchell, and we're far away from the New York Knicks and the Oklahoma City and the San Antonio Spurs, and how do we get closer? It's no, what's the cost of trying to get closer? And is that cost a little bit too much for us to go all in on Giannis, who's 31 years old, who might be a one-year rental, who has this leg problem that he's dealing with, calf, knee, all of that kind of stuff. And if Evan Mobley is like the only path to that guy, but he's also the only path to a Donovan Mitchell future that doesn't include tanking for draft picks, that's it, Kobe.
All right, I have a real question coming up, but they don't still call him HOF, right? Like at some point that's got to go away, and that's also a little awkward.
Well, the coach who was overseeing his development that did call him HOF is no longer here. So I don't know if the new person that is overseeing Evan Mobley's development has inherited calling him HOF every single day. It was more of a motivational tactic. You can kind of see where they were going. But I don't think Andrew Olson, who is the shooting coach for the Cavs and the guy who's overseeing Evan's next step of his development, I don't think he adopted that tactic.
In fairness, there's a very low bar for the Basketball Hall of Fame.
That's
Evan
true.
could very clearly clear that.
You buy like a deluxe ticket, and they get you right in there. All right, Chris.
It's also like, what do you do internationally with Team USA, and what did you do in high school? What did you do in college? Yes.
Did you average 14 points per game in the NBA?
Chris, you kept mentioning what the Cavs and laying out the Cavs version of this. What would you do if it was your decision? You call it the hardest decision since Kobe Altman has been here. What would you do?
I would do it, but I'm not the one who would have to deal with the ramifications of rebuild land if it goes that direction, right? I think the hard thing for Kobe in this front office is that everybody that is currently here, with the exception of one front office member, had to go through the darkest times of this organization in a post-LeBron world, right? They went through the John Beilein nonsense. They went through the, 19-win seasons, no direction, no culture, no hope whatsoever. And it took a lot. It took a lot to get to this point where they're relevant again and they can be competitive again. Now, we can argue about how competitive they are and how competitive they are compared to some of these other teams around the NBA, but they're going to go into next year and they're going to be considered one of the championship betting favorites again. Not the favorite, but one of them, right? So there is a sense of we have accomplished something. Like, we've gotten somewhere. We've done some things right to get ourselves to this point. And because everybody had to go through the dark times, there's this idea of, let's be proud of the things that we have done because we saw how hard it was to get away from that. Now taking that next step becomes a little bit more complicated because sometimes you have to be a little bit more ruthless. You have to take your emotions out of it and things like that. And if you're taking an unemotional decision, then it's just easy to say, well, Evan Mobley, when you drafted him, the idea was for him to eventually become Giannis or a player like Giannis, and he hasn't become that. You can get what you ultimately want Evan Mobley to become, and he's available right now, and Milwaukee's interested in the package that you would be giving them. And Giannis fits Donovan Mitchell's timeline, and Giannis can be the best player on a championship team. And Giannis has won a championship. And Giannis has done things in the playoffs that James Harden has never done, that Donovan Mitchell has never done. So the idea of it, yeah, if I'm just looking at that, I'm saying, yes, sign me up for that. But I don't have to deal with all the potential ramifications of what happens if this all goes wrong. And I think anytime you're in an organization, you have to weigh those two realities against each other. But if it's me, I'm doing it because the view that I have of Evan Mobley and what he can ultimately become as an offensive player, I think it would take too long for him to become that, and there's no guarantees that he does become that. And I think you have to maximize this opportunity that you have with somebody like Donovan Mitchell. So if it's me, even though it is a risk with Giannis and he may leave after just 1 year and there are injury things that you have to worry about and he's on the wrong side of 30, I think it's too tempting to say no to that kind of deal. He is the kind of player from a mental perspective, from a positional fit perspective, from a stylistic perspective that the Cavs need if they're going to take the next step as an organization.
Chris, great stuff as always, buddy. I'm going to keep this mismanagement thing from the Browns. I'm going to keep track of this to make sure that you're right on this. I think you might be onto something.
I know. I might be. I don't know if there's, you know what? I don't know if we have enough evidence of that yet. I think we need like 2 or 3 more blunders before we can actually definitively say that this organization, this Browns organization, is mismanaged.
Analytics needs a bigger sample size. This is so true.
Analytically, they won the trade.
I think the joke online today was analytically Jared Verse is
9 and what, 18?
No, yeah, Verse is better than Myles Garrett, and then it's the Atkinson gif.
Oh.
All right, Chris, be good, buddy.
Thanks,
right,
Chris.
See you guys.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com, NBA and Cavs reporter on the Wise Heart Right, We Make It Right. Call Kyle Wright hotline. What to watch for with the Browns and more from you guys in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Get it right the first time, and if you can't do that, get it right the next time. No, I'm not talking about anything going on in football in Cleveland. No, I'm talking about jewelry shopping, right? And that's why I tell everybody, go see Josh Bookman and his team of customer service associates.
needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
They aren't going to be competitive in the near future. They don't have an answer at quarterback. So you're just spinning your wheels having one of the best defensive players on your roster. And if you can cash in and extricate some value for him that may be able to help you get closer to what your ultimate goals are, which is actually competing on Sundays, I have no problem with them doing this. I think it's a poor reflection on the organization. I think it speaks to how far away they are from actually being competitive. And there's a lot of people to blame for that. But when you have a valuable piece like this and you can get what you got from the Rams, I think you do explore it, and it gets you in a better position to ultimately get the answer at quarterback, which is what this organization needs. And if they don't have it, they're not going to go anywhere.
Chris Fedor, Cleveland.com. Now, the man does his day job following the Cavs with all that success and blah, blah, blah. But also, once upon a time, pretty darn good sports talk show host in Cleveland as well. That's a nice little breakdown of the Myles Garrett trade and the methodology behind it. Now, you guys know Jake Volnick coming up overtime in about 40 minutes. Daryl is actually going to be here. Daryl Reiner, our very own Browns beat reporter, till 9 o'clock, so from 7 to 9. And then Jake is staying on to midnight tonight in honor of this trade.
In honor.
Yeah. I said it, and I was like, that's not the right word.
It does continue our stretch of Daryl hopping in on the very best shows.
Yep. By the way, great work if you can get it.
Why not?
Yeah.
I mean, you kidding me? Like,
if you
only show up for the premium ones on Jake's show?
If you said,
all right,
Nick, you don't have to work every day, but every time there's a big sports story involving the Browns, Cavs, Guardians, whatever,
that's when we need
you get to hop in. I would never retire. Like, I would do this job until I drop dead at 150.
That is the dream life, all things considered. Of like, all right, and you get to it will last minute. That's fine. But hey, by the way, who could have predicted June 1st would be our biggest sports day of the year?
Well, Lima, Albert Breer.
Is that right?
Yeah, seemingly those guys.
Is that right?
Yeah. Can you imagine? By the way, can you imagine if the Cavs were in the finals right now?
Hold on, not just Lima. I feel like I earned some. I doubt the entire stretch of the way. Why is this only Lima exclusive thing?
I mean, you were a late convert.
I don't need it.
You were a late convert.
I gave the take first before Lima ever did.
Pete Schrager called us both stupid on national television because we both said it was a non-story.
I think 3 months ago I gave it first before Lima ever did. It's a classic Lima co-ops the take, and then he just does it harder than I do, and so here we are.
Is that the same thing about the Cavs are going to win a championship this year?
Classic. Who loved the Harden trade first?
That's true.
I did, and then it all just goes to Lima, and Lima gets it, and it is what it is. All right,
that's fine. You want that one sticking to Lima right now.
Like, Lima, you were the guy in that one. I guess you win some, you lose some with Lima co-opting takes. I guess is what this is.
Oh, my God. All right, so with all this being said, obviously today is not the end of the story. Tomorrow, make sure you guys are paying attention. Tom Pelissero on with the Morning Boys at 8:20. Oh, by the way, Lima gets to take his victory lap tomorrow at 6 a.m. The Andrew Berry Presser at 10. Charles Robinson at 11:40 with Baskin and Phelps. Mike Florio at 12:20. Even the great, I made this one up, and I'm just rolling with it like his report. Mike Florio gets to take a victory lap, and then Albert Breer joins us at 2:40 as well.
Florio gets a victory lap?
Yes. I feel like he's been the pushing. It could happen. Anyone that said it could happen gets to take a victory lap.
All right, then I'm back in the game.
Would you like to take it?
No, I'm cool. I don't really do victory laps. Not my style. You laugh. When have you ever heard me do a victory lap?
If the Cavs won a championship this year.
When?
Had the Cavs
10 years of doing shows. Tell me the victory lap.
If the Cavs
3 games into the James Harden tenure.
Yes. About every time James Harden had a good game afterwards, by the way.
Tell me when have I taken a victory lap?
Other than
That's
those.
not my style, guys.
Other than those, never.
It's not my style.
Other than every victory lap you've ever taken. You've never taken a victory lap.
I should have come on the air today and taken a victory lap if this is how I was going to be treated today. If this is how this is going to go.
You've taken a light jog.
If this is, I know. I need to get this lap going. I need to get this.
It's still a lap.
I need to look like one of those guys.
This is your fifth hour, your fifth lap.
You know those guys on Memorial Day that run around with the flag?
Yeah.
And do it in like great service and everything? That should be me all day long.
Yeah.
Just running around with my victory lap flag. It could be checkered. It could have Myles Garrett's face on it. I don't care.
This year, We had a couple in Wadsworth that were riding around on like a tandem bicycle, and they were dressed and they were in probably their 60s, and they were dressed in all American regalia, right? And they were handing out flags to kids. It was very sweet.
Yeah.
And Vanessa slapped the ever-loving crap out of me because he had a mustache, and I made a mustache ride joke a little too loud, and apparently everyone heard it. And so I'm also not allowed back at the Memorial Day parade next year.
Is that right?
But that is my victory lap.
Well, I just.
But they kept taking victory laps.
Is that why you dressed like you just want America all over everyone's ass this year?
No. You related to Sol American?
No.
Yeah, Sol American. Exactly right. Sol American.
Sol American is just a patriot. Thank you very much. That's just a guy that loves this country. A little bit more than you two, schmoes. I'll tell you that right now.
Don't tell us that when you created an alter ego to love this country.
Yeah. By the way, he's got a 4chan. He's got a YouTube channel.
Is that right?
Yeah. Guy can't love America. Okay. Myles Garrett's traded. Have you heard about this? Have you seen about this?
Got a 4chan, I think. I think that's how that ended.
No,
right?
Sol American has one. Nick Wilson doesn't have
your
one.
Alter ego.
No,
so, like, go to the police and be like, no, it's my alter ego that has this wildly incriminating stuff on the internet.
Pretty sure.
I don't think that's gonna. I don't think that's gonna pass, there, friend.
No, you just got to wait for the right time in history, and you'll be absolved.
I don't think that's gonna work. Somebody's gonna try to use this as a defense, right? It wasn't me doing those things on the internet. That was my alter ego.
It's an artistic expression of how I could feel about America if that was my name. It's exactly what it is. By the way, many people saying you're taking victory laps right now. Radu, Theodore, Herzl.
Not my style.
So full of it.
Not my style.
So full of it. That'd be like Andrew Bering, like, I don't consistently make the worst trade in NFL history.
Or I don't consistently lie to everyone. No, next victory lap will be my first, guys.
But
stay humble, stay hungry out there.
But Breer will take his victory lap tomorrow at 2:40. More from you guys. Where you? I kind of been eyeballing Eddie in Bedford here, who says he's got a Garrett conspiracy theory. Conspire with us, Eddie,
and talk to Sol American when you do it.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Hey,
doing all right, buddy.
I had to laugh at that. That was funny.
We agree.
No, but we got me and my brother actually came up with the conspiracy theory earlier in the year. If you guys remember, when the Browns sent a proposal to the league trying to draft out 5 years of draft picks instead of 3. You guys familiar with that?
We are correct. Yes, I remember
that's
those.
Right. That's right.
Okay, so now I'm thinking that this is more or less like a fail-safe, just in case the league decides to say no before the start of the league year next year.
That's perfectly reasonable.
What they're doing is they're trying to accumulate, obviously, as many picks as they can for Arch Manning. Because everybody knows that the owner of the Browns are familiar, they're friends with the Mannings.
Right.
So what's to say that they're not trying to accumulate as much as they could to get a guaranteed shot at Arch Manning?
Eddie, I'm going to blow your mind here.
Revenue
Eddie,
for the new stadium.
This is not a conspiracy theory. This is just a thought. A pretty mainline thought, too. I feel like more people than not are buying exactly what you're saying right now.
Yeah. I mean, definitely.
I'm going to give you. I'm going to first on the moon. I'm going to give you credit for it.
The idea that the Browns might be accumulating picks to draft Arch Manning.
We've been talking about this, like I said, earlier in the year, since the beginning of the year. Actually, last year, I'd say close to the end of last year, when there was talks of Myles being traded, and it's just, we was considering that, like, well, there's all this talk about Manning and the owner of the Browns being friendly with the Manning family. So what's to say that they're not trying to get a Manning name here and not just to be the future of the franchise?
Yeah, no, we got it.
To help generate revenue.
We got it the first time you told us.
Wait, real quick, Eddie, when you say it like this, it's making a lot of sense.
Eddie. Oh, yeah, Eddie, I've never heard anyone say this before.
Well, now you're being insincere.
Yeah, I know. Eddie, you're a nice guy.
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, it's radio talk. He can feel however he wants. I'm not in talking about it.
I just want to. I see you, and I hear Nick Wilson sees you and hears you, Eddie, And I don't know what he's talking. This is the first time I've heard it. So when this happens,
we'll know who to
when
give
Arch
credit to.
Manning's
When
here,
it
you
happens,
come back.
That's why I had to come out and say it, because when
first
it
on the
happens,
moon.
I know that I'm one of the first people, if not the first, to take it this deep.
I'll say you're the first
to say the Browns would draft
I
Arch
know
Manning,
that it has
and our
been more or
community
less
picks to do so.
recorded.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's in the books.
It's recorded. You
history.
taking it this deep, Eddie.
Yes.
We appreciate it.
Man, does he know his stuff?
Woo! Stop it.
I wasn't prepared.
Stop it.
I wasn't prepared for his response.
Yeah, he got really thrilled.
I was very okay just saying my piece. But when he said, just broke me. All right. Simmer down. We're not that kind of show, Mac. A lot of people paying attention today.
Keith told me he was going to delete that drop, by the way. I'm shocked you still have it. You know what I told him? I said you could delete it. Mac wouldn't notice.
I got my backups.
Right.
Oh, no.
I kind of like a Mac versus Keith war right now.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Evan in Avon, welcome to the show.
Hey, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, loud and clear.
Conspiracy theories here. If you guys recommend or remember the 22-year-old talking, and one of you guys said you were wondering when you were curious to see who's going to jump ship.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm just about there because I'm 23, so I'm just as young as the other guy, older than it by a year. If we get rid of Denzel Ward, it's pretty much just going into another full rebuild. He's the only one left from that 2020, 2021 playoff stint that we had.
Mm-hmm.
My question to you guys is, do you think under this management, under this ownership, and under this general manager, we will ever see a Super Bowl appearance?
Oh, not likely. Yeah. Odds are against it right now, Evan. But don't give up hope.
I've been listening to you guys pretty much all day from work, and I think I'm just about as on the same level as you guys. But it's just when you, as a fan, when you go into every year and you don't expect to win the Super Bowl, you'd like to see some of the arguably one of the best defensive players of all time. You'd like to see him make plays. That's why you go to games.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And then you just get rid of him. What does that do to a fan base? It doesn't make sense to me.
Well, here's what I'm going to tell you, Evan, and I thank you for the call. I don't think they care.
They haven't shown us any sign that they do yet.
Yeah. If anything, at some point, Andrew Berry's an Ivy Leaguer. At some point, you have to wonder, is this all a big sociology experiment to see how much
they just break a fan base?
Yeah, like Community had a great bit about it when the show was still on air. It's been a while, but where they did like the donut experiment, like how long before somebody takes a donut. The other one would be actually Community one is actually where they put people in a room and said we'll get to you in 10 minutes, and then they came back every 10 minutes and said we'll come back. Okay, we push us out. We'll come back in 10 minutes. Basically, see how much people can take.
Okay,
same premise.
Got it.
Finally got to the right point there.
That's all right. The only thing I remember from Community is Troy and Abed in the morning, and that's it. That's all I got. That's it.
the other one.
I have taken no memory of that show after that. I don't know why. Like How I Met Your Mother, like all these different bits have like stayed with me for so many years. Community was it just came in and it left just as easily. Just took it in easy take. Go ahead. Anything to say off that?
No,
nothing to say off that.
Not a damn thing. You know why? Because we're not that kind of show.
I didn't know how long you were going to take it. I didn't know.
Are you just?
I'm not doing anything.
Are you sure?
I'm not doing anything.
If I was a betting man,
doing anything.
I would say somebody's eyeing the number one, the lead host spot here with all these things you're throwing out there.
I'm not doing anything.
Whatever rage baiting is, there's something else close to it. A different kind of baiting you're doing right now, and everyone can see it. Don't you do it, Mac.
Don't do it. Why was mine so much more aggressive than yours?
I don't know. It's been a long day. Final segment of the show. More of your reaction on the Myles Garrett trade in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
need a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
Breaking Browns news. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Final segment of today's show.
And as always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Big thanks to Lance Reisland, Cleveland.com, and 92.3 The Fan at 4 today. Still against the Myles trade. You know, Coach is very positive. He was very perturbed about the Myles trade.
He thinks this kills teams. Like realistically, like the idea that you're just not always going for everything in your power and being to win games is just sacrilege to Coach Riz.
I think he's on the right side of history with that one. Yeah.
I'm not saying right or wrong, anything in between. And then there's been a couple realizations that, so Coach has obviously been around the game for a million years. That's why he can teach us so many things about different coverages and different defenses and everything from that perspective, right? But the things I feel like we teach him on is narrative building and who actually has control over things and everything like that. And I think it's been
how to get your ass beat in a burger bet.
That too. I think it's been a kind of a revelation for just a all-around X's and O's football guy for the idea that, yeah, some franchises don't go for it all the time, and some franchises also don't just give their head coach unilateral control over every decision imaginable. And that's been a little bit of a wake-up for our buddy Coach Riz.
He's still got more in store. It is the Browns. The Browns just keep teaching. They just keep teaching.
When I win the lottery, which is never going to happen because I don't play, and I make you the GM of the Browns to see if you could do it, I just want to see if you could pull it off. Will you hire Coach Riz for your coaching staff?
I want him as a special advisor because, 1, he's a cool hang. 2, he can teach me X's and O's things I don't know. And 3, I can fire him if it ever gets really bad.
Okay.
You always got to have a fall guy. And Coach...
Yeah, I'm not saying, like, you don't have to make him like defensive coordinator or anything in between. I'm just saying, like, just a nice little role where he just gets to go around. Hell, even better. Here's what you can do for him. You can give him one of those cushy roles where he only reports to you with his findings and everything in between, but you make it seem really valuable.
He's my Ernie Adams.
Or even better, you can hire like a group. I'll give you the money to hire a group of like 2 other people that Coach just you tell him it's really important in the building, and Coach brings all his reports to these 2 people, and he's building it all just to go to these 2 people, and those 2 people report to you, obviously.
Okay,
and they give you the Cliff's Notes, but like that's the whole role.
What if? Okay, kind of like Andy Kaufman did with Tony Clifford.
Okay,
I think that's the name of the character. What if Saul American is technically his boss? I show up every day, and again, I have an alter ego. So he sees me as Nick, and he sees me as Saul American, and I never acknowledge that they're 2 different people.
Also, Saul American only speaks like Saul American naturally.
Yes.
This is your alter ego.
Yeah.
And he has got a 4chan account. This is what it is, right?
Yeah, which I'm going to have to start to really
Coach
make it happen.
Coach gives these really elaborate football X's and O's plans to you, and Saul American only responds with conspiracy theories and patriotic rhetoric.
Yes. Yep.
Okay, good. All right. So like really like you can tell Coach just grinds the tape for like 12 hours, 15 hours.
Grinds it real hard.
To then turn in to Saul American.
Yep.
And Saul American's response is to promptly put it in the trash can and be like, can you believe what's going on in place X, Y, and Z?
And if he gives like a really passionate, articulate thought, and it really is like you need to tell Nick.
The more articulate, the worse response
more
from Saul American.
And
yes.
The best point he ever makes will be responded with a gigantic fart noise. Hand fart, of course. I'm not a savage. I'm sorry, Saul American's not a savage. He's an American treasure. He's a guy that loves his country. But yeah.
And you don't tell him Saul American.
No. Again,
you just let him think this is you.
That's my Uncle Saul.
Yeah.
Who just loves America so much he changed his last name to American.
Well, now I just got to go ahead and win the lottery.
You pretty much do.
No, I have to do this.
Pretty much do. Let's go with, I like the Touchdown Tony. Touchdown Tony. Welcome to the show.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for taking my call. Thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Hey, everybody. I live in Atlanta, but I'm from Cleveland. And I've called you guys before when I was at training camp last year, letting you guys know what I thought how well Shedeur looked even then. But I don't really discount and why the Browns did what they did with Myles Garrett, but they should have did it last year. I think they could have got a whole lot more Also, I canceled my season tickets after being a season ticket holder for like 22 years. Just the mention of Deshaun Watson just turns my stomach. He's a total embarrassment to the Browns organization, once proud organization. Frank Ryan, Bill Nelson, Gene Hickerson, these are the people that I worshiped growing up. And I don't have anything like that to root for anymore. So talk to me, guys. Talk to me.
Well, Tony,
you cancel your tickets today?
I canceled my tickets about 2 weeks ago.
It's interesting. I mean, besides never being healthy, besides playing really poorly, being a part of the worst trade in NFL history, and besides like 20-plus lawsuits for sexual assault and allegations, really, what can we pin on Deshaun?
I think that you put yourself in that type of position. That's what I think. I may be wrong. I'm not. I'm not the nothing bad never happened to me. I just think the way you live your life eventually comes out, and that's what it is.
What's funny about that?
Agree to disagree, Tony. We appreciate you.
And how you set that up, Nick, is as I'm thinking and I'm going through all that, I was reminded of Munkin's comments today on Sorsby, which I'm sure we'll get into more tomorrow. But it's like the idea that Sorsby is like, no, that's a bridge too far. The gambling thing we cannot do. Meanwhile, Deshaun.
It's not just Deshaun. It's Mike Hall Jr.
Very much employed.
It's I know he's not here anymore, but Perion Winfrey. It's an organization that was like, it was almost better if you've done something heinous to women or been accused of doing something heinous to women. Then it's like, but gambling, guys.
The gambling thing, we can't do it.
Which is legal in Ohio, just while we're having the conversation. The other thing's not so much. Let's get to, in case you missed it.
All right, let's start off with Russell Wilson. He's got an offer to be a backup quarterback. He's elected to accept an offer to join the CBS Sports team for their Sunday pregame show, according to Rap Sheet. He may not be retiring. He's calling this one, or at least they're phrasing this one, as a pause in his playing career. Is Russ going to be dangerous in this role?
By dangerous, you mean not interesting and kind of a weird knob? Then yes. I firmly believe the TV execs do not pay attention to any of these players, any of these quarterbacks. Like Drew Brees was a train wreck waiting to happen, and NBC Sports threw a lot of money at him.
They go for the biggest name possible.
Tom Brady. It's name porn.
It's not hard to see. They go for, if you're a quarterback of any sort of substance, they want you on this.
But and again, I blame Tony Romo for this, because when Tony Romo had the big everybody's been trying to find the next Tony Romo, in spite of the fact that even Tony Romo himself is no longer good at this.
Yeah.
So I hate everything about this, but good for Russ. I don't begrudge a man for making some money.
Are we going to give this like a 0% chance of him being good in this role?
No, I'll give it like a 5%.
Yeah, there's
A-Rod.
There's enough.
A-Rod had a minute.
I think A-Rod's really good at this, especially from a studio analyst role, which is what Russell Wilson is going into. And why do I think A-Rod's really good at it? Because A-Rod, I think, is fake at the heart of it. And I think for those type of roles, you just got to be fake for like 5 minutes and know what you're talking about. Russ can be fake. We've seen that out of him a lot, and he certainly knows a lot about football. I think there's a chance that he'll be all right in this.
I think you're selling a fight. I think you're talking yourself into it.
I don't think it's greater than 50%. But I don't think it's 0. I think there's a chance.
Wow, you've given yourself a wide berth there.
The fakeness attached to Russell Wilson is what I think might work. At the heart of it.
So he's so fake, he's real?
I just made the case for A-Rod. What are you?
It's going to be like our buddy Will Pelagic, where at some point you're just like, I love this guy, I don't care what.
Studio pregame shows, they don't care how fake you are. If you can, 5 minutes is all you need. And do you know football? Russ can be fake, and he knows football. I'm not completely out on this.
I'm almost completely out on this.
I'm going to regret saying that, but I'm not completely out on this.
So when I take my victory lap in a year's time, actually it's not even going to take a year's time, it's going to take about 5 months' time.
Yeah.
We'll think back to this one.
And when I take mine, which won't happen because I don't take victory laps, so we will never refer to this again.
That's true.
That's just how this works.
That's true. You've never, not once in your life.
I just don't do it, Nick.
Yeah.
We just gotta stay classy out there.
The people of North Solon are above that.
Stay hungry. You know?
By the way, Daryl is joining Jake Volnick for the first 2 hours.
And how do you know that's happening? Because something interesting around the Browns happened.
He's cherry picking the great opportunities. You can't hate it.
I am saying yes, yes, and oh yes.
So Daryl, 7 to 9 tonight. Jake's going all the way to midnight. 5 hours like a proper night show host. Thank you very much. And again, Pelissero tomorrow at 8:20. We got the Andrew Berry presser tomorrow at 10 a.m. We've got Albert at 2:40 tomorrow. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. Big thanks to Jake Murren. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. JP, this was a show.
It was a show.
Yeah.
And we'll do another one tomorrow.
That's true. That's legally. I have to. I'll see you guys tomorrow, too.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.
I love you. Have a great day. Take care of Nick. Take care of him. He needs help.
The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
The only place for Browns news on your way into work. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. The buzzer went off, but the conversation never stops. This is Overtime with Jake Volnick. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Happy Monday and a welcome back. Here I am sitting here thinking I'm going to talk about the Cavs all day. Like, oh, a lot to happen. Didn't get to talk about them all week. They're out of the playoffs. Let's see what we can muster up. No, we get welcome back with Myles Garrett, no longer a member of the Cleveland Browns, traded away. And boy, do we have a lot to talk about it. It is Jake Volnick with you guys alongside our good friend Daryl Ryder. Brought to you courtesy of Scheibman Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. Daryl joining us for the first 2 hours of the show to get all things going. We have Jax Gregory on the board as well. Behind the glass on the 2020s. You heard her, Mackenzie Flume, with us today. Daryl, we have things to talk about. That's a plus for today.
Something happened today that I need to know about?
I hope that you're well aware. I saw you on social media. You seem pretty aware of it. Yeah.
Worst kept secret.
Yeah, it's just not the news I was expecting to come back to. Again, I was like, oh, here we go. You take a vacation. I was hoping that the Cavs are going to last a little bit longer because then it's like, oh, everybody's already spent a week talking about the Cavs. It's like, oh, we'll have a mix of conversation today then. We'll catch up on some of the Cavs, probably talk. No, just scrap all of that. Myles Garrett is gone, and we have, basically a Myles Garrett show. And for everybody sitting there, every time we brought back up a Myles conversation, every time we talked about the fact, well, Todd hasn't had a conversation with him now, has he? He's not showing up to voluntary stuff. That's not that big of a deal. And it's like, oh, you're searching for a story. You're searching for something. Well, maybe not exactly just searching. It was legitimately here today. We got welcomed into it. Myles is actually gone. Him not talking to Todd, I don't know, maybe means something, maybe still meant nothing. The organization's the one who traded him, but that's something we're going to have to dig into a little bit as the show goes on. But
is it wrong of me to say that at least Todd Monken will meet Myles Garrett next year? Because I believe the Rams and the Browns are scheduled to play each other next year.
Maybe they'll have a face-to-face conversation.
They might even be a post-game handshake.
You never know. There's always he shouldn't have gripe with Todd Monken, right? I would assume not. There would be no reason to in the the grand scheme outside looking in things unless we go back to 2019 and something happened, but we didn't know that coming in.
I can't speak for Myles Garrett, nor will I try to.
And now you no longer even have to be asked about doing it at this point.
Hey, listen, the freeways are a lot safer today. How about that?
That is a really good point by you, although Shador's still out there somewhere, okay? So you got to pay attention. But, yes, I would say the bigger one would have been Myles. And that is no longer an issue, except if the Rams are making the trip here. But, all right, Daryl, I guess as we look at this, right, because I obviously am tweeting things out throughout the day now with Myles being gone, and I got a little bit of, I didn't hate the deal, and I got some comments back, and it did spark the conversation and the thought process of, okay, well, Myles gets traded now. You go back to last year where he requested a trade. Browns did not only not trade him, but extended him out 4 years for $160 million, the highest paid non-quarterback at the very time of the deal. And I get people pushing back like, well, why wouldn't you have just traded him when the value was higher? And I see the argument of it, right? Like, yeah, sure, Myles was 1 year younger. You get not technically an extra year of him, but you have the chance to extend him out on your own. And you get what would have been 23 sack Myles Garrett or the same physical shape player Myles Garrett in that spot. I still don't know that this pushes me any farther away from whether or not this was the right time to move on from Myles, which if the Browns' evaluation of what they have is we're not going to be that competitive this year, right? Not going for a Super Bowl.
Right.
Bringing in what is likely to be a rookie quarterback next year, probably still not going for a Super Bowl. But at that point, we're talking about a 34-year-old Myles Garrett trying to compete and try to win a Super Bowl. If things go according to plan, they're back on track, back to Super Bowl competitive when they want to be in 2028.
Right.
And at that point,
how happy is Myles going to be, right?
Probably not very happy and going to be on the, definitely back nine of his career at that point, more than the back nine. He's on about the back 5 or 6 at least, if not the back 3. I mean, it still seems like the proper time that if you were going to trade Miles, and they said consistently they weren't going to, but if you were going to trade him, there's a conversation of how much longer could you have really waited.
Yeah, I think this was to get the value that they got, and we'll get into what they received in return for him, because I know there's a lot of folks that don't feel like Andrew Berry got enough for Myles Garrett. But you have to understand, he's 30 years old. And, you know, I think he's got plenty of gas in the tank. Yep. I think that he has the potential to still dominate in his late 30s because he takes care of his body so well. But you never know. Like, it's not guaranteed, right? And just the timelines were not aligned anymore. And I think that's the biggest thing people need to understand is where Myles Garrett was professionally in his goals. He won 2 Defensive Player of the Years. I think he's good there. He could retire today and be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's good there. The only thing left for him to accomplish in the National Football League is to compete for or win a Super Bowl. That's it. That's the last box that needs to be checked on his career. That wasn't going to happen with the Browns. And I know Browns fans don't want to hear that. And, here goes Daryl hating on the Browns all over again. But that's just the reality of the situation. This team has gotten younger in recent years with what Andrew Berry has done. And Myles was just going to get older and older and older. And as each year went by, his value gets less and less and less on the trade market, right? This was the perfect time to do it. They should have done it last year. They should have just...
Do you think the value actually changed that much from where it was last year to where it was this year? Because, I mean, I can't imagine that a guy going from, his playing age this year was 30. He'll turn 31 next season. I can't imagine the value dropped all that much off, especially considering we're talking about a 23 sack season. He's at the prime of his powers, even if the age wouldn't suggest it. This is the prime of Myles Garrett, the best we have ever seen him.
Yeah, and I think they got good value, okay? I think the folks that are upset at Jared Verse haven't watched Jared Verse actually play. He's really freaking good. Now, is he Myles Garrett? No. No one is.
Yeah, that's
Myles. Myles is a freak. But this kid can play, okay? And he was the 2024 Associated Press Defensive Rookie of the Year. He was a Pro Bowl selection. I know the Pro Bowl isn't what it used to be, but at least to be selected and not as an alternate, I do think that still carries some weight. It's when you get into the alternate nonsense that it becomes, okay, whatever, right?
Tyler Huntley and Shedeur Sanders.
Yeah, exactly, okay? This kid can play. He's got the third, since coming to the league in 2024, he's got the third most quarterback pressures in the league. There are only 2 guys in front of him, Micah Parsons and Myles Garrett. So, folks are acting like that the Browns traded for an average Joe or somebody who was on the Rams practice squad last year. They got a really good player, and I've tried to explain this, and I agree. My thought, and I've said this, was 3 first-round picks for Myles, and then some, okay? Well, if you were to... The Rams did not want to give up Jared Verse. Understand that. Like, that was a no. And Andrew Berry stood firm and said, no, I need Jared Verse. I need my replacement for Myles Garrett. We're sending you a future Hall of Famer, okay? And one of the all-time sack greats in the league. We need his replacement. We need a younger replacement for him. And eventually, the Rams gave in. So good job by Andrew Berry. But the trade value for Verse in the Rams' minds, maybe not in Browns fan minds, but I posted this today on X and I got a bunch of grief for it. But listen, I'm just telling you what I'm told and what I hear. The value for him was 2 first-round picks. If you wanted to trade for him outright. So there's your 3 first-round picks. And the other thing, too, is are you getting that guy? Okay, so you get this first-round pick, or maybe you get multiples, right? But you don't get the player. Are you really? Are you sure that you're going to have the opportunity to trade draft a player of that caliber? That you're going to be in position? Because keep in mind, these Rams picks are probably going to be in the late 20s or the 30s if they go where I think they're going to go.
Listen, they could very well be 32 in 2027. Okay, the pick that we did get might be the last pick in the first round.
100%. So I think that Andrew Berry did a pretty good job getting some value. You get a player who's got 3 years of control on his rookie contract, so that's very team-friendly, right? He's a very good player, already accomplished 2 years into his career, right? I think he did pretty well. Then you get the extra first-rounder for next year that you need, regardless of where that falls. Okay, hey, picks are picks. Okay, ammunition's ammunition to move up the board. And then you go 2028, you get the second rounder. 2029, you get a third rounder. Like, I think Andrew did. I think he did pretty good. I don't feel like he got fleeced. I don't think he got taken advantage of. Could he have gotten a little more? I don't know. But for what he got, I get it. I get why he finally pulled the trigger on this trade.
I mean, this is the thing, too, because I was somebody who sat here and I did like the value they got back. And that's not to say, I love trading Myles Garrett, but in some ways, I thought
it's a terrible day for Browns fans. I understand. I can't read some of the text messages that I have gotten today from friends of mine who are diehard Browns fans. I get it. I get the passion. I get the frustration. I get the anger. But this has been coming for a while, and this is a byproduct of not cashing in on the 4-44 rebuild appropriately. This is a byproduct of making the worst trade in NFL history and then subsequently handing out what has turned out to be the worst contract in NFL history. Because had that trade worked out, Myles Garrett is still a Cleveland Brown. This team is a lot more successful. We wouldn't have suffered through 8 wins in the last 2 years, right? Kevin Stefanski probably still is the head coach here. Like, things are drastically different if that trade worked out. They took a swing and they missed. They took a swing at Baker. It didn't pan out, regardless of how Baker's doing in Tampa or whatever. It didn't work out long term, right? At least he showed up to play for 53 or 56 consecutive games. But, like, that's sports. That happens. And so now the challenge for Andrew Berry is to position himself to be able to take yet another swing at the most important position in football. Because are you really going to miss those 5-sack, 19-point losses? Really?
No, not very much.
Are you? No,
Team needs to put up offense, yeah.
I'm serious. Are you going to miss the 380 win percentage the Browns had with Myles? And that's not a reflection of Myles.
No.
That's a reflection of the Browns and where they've been in their building processes. And it is what it is. You're not winning with the guy, and he's just getting older. I don't like that they traded Myles today. But I get it. I'm not going to sit here and crucify them over it because I understand why they did what they did.
This is a spot of where I thought I was going to be disappointed when this news came across, right? Like, we were starting to get the inklings that this was going to happen, starting to hear things, and it was like, I feel like I'm going to be disappointed by this news. And I walked away from it. Like, do I like the idea you're trading Myles? Of course not. Am I really that disappointed? Like, do I feel deeply hurt by this the way that I thought and I think I should probably feel? I really don't. Like, in a way, as odd as it is, I almost feel liberated from the idea of everything that we were doing on this timeline, right? And this is future Browns thought process, not for 2026, which is now, we'll talk about what that's going to look like here coming up this year, because it's probably going to be worse. But this is a point of, like, you were so on the timeline of, well, you got Myles now, you got to go out and win, and you have to push all the chips into the table because you have to win while Myles is here. You don't have a player like that anymore. 3
of the last 2 years, you had. I mean, 2024 wasn't a terrible defensive year, but under Jim Schwartz, you put together a pretty good defensive unit, and it still wasn't good enough to help you help you win enough.
Right, like, that's the point.
Because guess what wins in the National Football League?
The offense.
Offense.
Yep.
The whole rule book is written for the offense. Okay, it's not for the defense. The rule book is actually written against Myles Garrett. Oh, you sacked the quarterback wrong.
Hit him too high. You hit him too low.
You hit him too high, too low, too left, too right.
Yeah.
You put your body weight on him because, I don't know, the laws of physics, when you put 250 pounds on another human being, usually you land on top of him. Nope, that's a flag. That's 15 yards. Like, the rule book is written against the guy. Okay, and yet he was still successful. But from a team perspective, they haven't been. So, yes. Think about being Andrew Berry at the moment, right now. You made, with the blessing of the organization, the worst trade in NFL history, and you just had to trade the best defensive player in Cleveland Browns history. That don't look good on a resume.
No, it does not. Would not want to be Andrew Berry in this moment. All right, a lot coming up, and you guys can chime in. 216-474-0092. Was it still the right time to move on from Myles Garrett? Plus, a lot of good stuff coming up. Again, Daryl is with us to 9. We're going to have a ton of Myles Garrett-centric conversations. Not to say it's going to be pure Myles for the next 2 hours, but it's going to be mostly Myles. It's going to be Myles-focused.
Some things were said by Todd Monken today that caught my attention, that's for sure.
There's no doubt about that. A lot of stuff coming up. Obviously, a lot of Browns conversation. Dylan Feltovich of Browns Wire going to be joining us at 10 o'clock. We're going to do the station buzz a little bit later on in the show. We'll get Jax at the end of the show for a little bit of series over as we head into the Stanley Cup Finals and the NBA Finals. But again, right now, 216-474-0092 or on X, at Volnick Jake, at Right or Wrong Fan, at 92.3 The Fan. So we can get to our social media reactions, powered by Scheiben Jewelers, Cleveland's premier jewelry store. We are also on YouTube Live. Go ahead, go watch. If you don't want to just listen, if you want to see the faces of the people who you're going to be mad at for their conversation and their comments, go on YouTube Live. Listen to us, watch us, hit the follow button, hit the bell, hit all the good stuff.
Just don't throw anything at your monitor, that's all.
Yeah, no, we don't want to cost you money. That's not fun. And it's going to be your own fault anyway. We're not paying for it. But right now, was it still the right time to move on from Myles Garrett? And coming up here in 5 minutes, we'll talk a little bit more about the return. Adam Schefter had some interesting comments, as well our very own, our good friend, Lance Riesland, commenting on a little bit of what the Browns got back. That's all coming your way in 5 minutes. It's Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder with the guys here. Until midnight tonight, we're going into the late hours on The Fan.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns. 92.3 The Fan.
Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder, back with you guys here on The Fan. We're asking you 216-474-0092. Was it still the right time to move on from Myles Garrett? And we got a little bit into what the trade compensation was. Obviously, Daryl laid it out. Jared Verse, a 2027 first, a 2028 second, and a 2029 third in exchange for Myles Garrett. And Daryl, I think I'm in the same boat as you are, which is, do I think Andrew Berry got fleeced in this trade? I do not. Do I think that the Browns took this to the Jaguars level of trade and absolutely blew this thing out of the park and there was no possible way you could have ever said no? No, I don't really feel that way either, but it kind of feels like the way that I think trades should feel, which is really difficult when you're putting on one of your franchise's best players to ever grace the field, maybe the greatest defensive player. I mean, I won't go as far to say all time, but he's certainly in that conversation. And right now, I would say undoubtedly in my mind is the best defensive player on the field. It's hard to quantify that, but I did walk away from this being like, yeah, I thought that was actually relatively fair value. I thought that was an even trade that both teams kind of look at and they go, you know what? Yeah, we can make it work. Like the Rams defense got better. They replaced Jared Verse with Myles Garrett, lost some future assets that the Rams at this point are just happy to give away. And the Browns went, you know what? We picked up draft capital, and we picked up Myles Garrett's replacement, who is a 25-year-old, who is a two-time Pro Bowler, who, as you laid out, has the third most pressure since he entered the league, only behind Garrett and Micah Parsons. Like, I think both teams just kind of walked away happy with this one. Like, I don't hate it. I'm all right with it. It was pretty good value.
Well, for the stat folks, 34 career games for Verse, 124 tackles, 22 of those were for loss, 12 sacks, 5 forced fumbles, 2 fumble recoveries, also blocked a field goal and returned it for a touchdown. Okay? So he's appeared in 5 career postseason games where he's got 13 tackles, 6 of those for loss, 3 sacks, and a fumble recovery for a touchdown. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, and listen, you and I can sit here and read off a stat sheet and watch the tape, but one of our good friends, Lance Reisland, who's of course was on the Browns offseason show that we did, the offseason special, was on earlier today on with Afternoon Drive and had his breakdown of Jared versus the player, and here's what Lance had to say.
He's a pressure guy. So usually with a pressure guy, if you look at Myles like early in his career where it almost looks like he gets there, he has a ton of those. So for me, I like pressures more than I like sacks. And he had a ton of them last year, 70 plus pressures. And he's a guy that really gets that. He plays with a great motor and he's a really good player. And that would be my other thing is not comparing him and Myles because there's no one that's going to be Myles. Myles is arguably the best end ever or one of them. But Jared versus young kid, he has a great motor. He plays extremely hard. He plays the run very well for a young guy, especially a young guy that's has kind of focused on his pass rush game. Now, I will say this. He doesn't have many tools in his box just yet. He's a guy that's won to this point with pure athleticism and bend. Obviously, he doesn't have quite the speed Myles does. That's what made Myles so special. But he's a guy, he's going to have to learn a couple more moves. The window, like I said, it's not really about Jared Verse for me. I think he's an outstanding player. It's the idea that you got, if you say who's going to be better next year, Myles is going to be better next year.
There's no doubt about it. Like, Lance is right. Myles is going to be the better player next year, but you didn't make the trade. If it was you trading Myles Garrett for Jared Verse, you lost. Like, he's not Myles Garrett. The point was that I got a first, second, and third round pick in future draft classes alongside a player who, if we're talking about a guy that gets after the quarterback, heavy pressure, can still play the run pretty well, like, they're outside of guys who they were never going to trade for Myles Garrett. When we were talking young pass rushers, I don't know there's a better guy you could have identified to replace Myles Garrett in this defense.
Yeah, and look, he's got 150 pressures in 30 plus career games. He averages 4.5 pressures per game. Okay, those are pretty good numbers.
Yeah.
Now, is he going to produce at the level of Myles Garrett? Probably not. There's only one Myles Garrett. Okay, you can't look at it through that lens. And I've talked about this leading up to this trade, just in talking about Garrett's situation. Like, if he can bring you the assets that provide the vehicle to help you get what you ultimately need to win consistently in the National Football League, then it's worth it. Now, the pressure then shifts to Andrew Berry to capitalize on this trade, right? Now, I think he did a good job capitalizing on the Travis Hunter trade, no question about it. Okay. But if Berry is able to cash in on this trade, we'll look back on it and say, hey, you know what? Painful. It's a lousy day. Okay, let's not mince words here. It's a lousy day to be a Browns fan. This sucks. Okay? The greatest defensive player in franchise history was traded today. Okay? And there's nothing fun or feel good or exciting about that. Even if Andrew Berry got 3 first-round picks and no player and what, right? There's no. The feeling is still the same. I guess the solace that I can offer Browns fan is Berry did his best to identify a player who could come the closest to replacing Miles. You're not replacing Miles. But even if you got those 3 first-round picks from the Rams, the odds of you turning one of those in to your next Myles Garrett or turning him in to Vernon are next to none. Okay? Like, just probably not going to happen. And so, again, that's why I said earlier about the 2 first-round picks and that being maybe Vernon's trade value if they were.
Verse, yeah.
Yeah. Verse, I should say. Like, that's why it's so valuable. Okay? The Rams valued him at 2 first-round picks, which is why they only parted with the 1 while giving them Jared Verse. They did not want to give that kid up. They kept saying no for weeks until it got nitty-gritty time, and it's like, we going to do this or we not going to do it, right? And they caved.
The same way that if you think back to last year, Myles Garrett caved when the Browns. Andrew Berry has made it a little bit of a sticking point now, I think, at this point in his tenure.
He's good at making people cave.
Yes, I am going to stay my ground if I feel like I am in the powerful position in order to stay my ground. At this point, last year, Myles, I've told you, no, we're not trading you.
So there's one person in the world that I do not want to play poker with or play chicken with, and that's Andrew Berry.
He's been in a powerful position now at least twice that we've watched it, and has stood the ground and has, in his eyes at least, won the battle because of it.
Yeah.
You got Myles to sign back, got the player you wanted back. They did not want to trade at the time, and right here, you wanted Jared Verse. Deal wasn't getting done without it. Rams told you no. You said, come back and talk to me if you change your mind, decide you want Hall of Fame, first ballot Hall of Famer Myles Garrett on your team to try to win a Super Bowl, and Rams came back calling.
And you know what? As I was driving home from Firestone today, of course, the Browns held their annual foundation golf outing, and Andrew Berry really wanted to keep this news bottled up until after that event was over, okay? And I think he was a little frustrated that it got out, and once the toothpaste is out of the tube, there's nothing he can do. This is one of those rare instances where it got out prematurely.
Probably didn't help that they were at a golf outing either. That probably did not make things any better when Berry's walking in front of everybody.
And at a golf outing in which they wanted to put the attention and the focus of the day on what they were doing at the golf outing, and that was raising money for their foundation, which they use for various philanthropic efforts in Northeast Ohio, including their Stay in the Game network and building the putting in the fields and football stadiums around the area like they do every year. They do 2 or 3 of those per year. They did 2 more this year. So, they wanted the focus to be on that and not necessarily on Myles. It's just unfortunate that it didn't work out that way. I mean, Todd Monken was as button-lipped about it as he possibly... You mean to tell me Todd Monken had no idea when he talked to us that they were trading Myles Garrett?
Yeah, they
knew on Saturday. They called him into the office. Hey, Myles, we need you to come into the building, sit down with ownership. In the statement from the Haslams today, they talked about that they sat down with Myles and they thanked him for everything that they did and expressed just what a unique opportunities. And I got news for you. I don't think Myles Garrett's the least bit sad today. I think Myles Garrett's overjoyed. I really do. And I don't mean overjoyed as a cheap shot at the Browns. Don't misunderstand me there. But I think he's overjoyed because now he's going to go to a team that is a legitimate Super Bowl contender. They were a player or 2 away from the Super Bowl last year. Okay, Seattle got the best of them in the NFC Championship. But, I think he's overjoyed today that, hey, you know what? I don't have to go into a season uncertain about who my quarterback is going to be. It's Matthew Stafford. Former, okay.
Last year's MVP, all the dude wanted was to play with the quarterback while he was in Cleveland, get somebody on the other side to be the leader. Well,
and guess what? When Stafford retires, they got his replacement locked and loaded, ready to go. They've got stability out there. Now, we've had some stability in recent years here, but they did make a coaching change and some staff changes this offseason. And the guy that Miles wanted to get the job didn't get the job. And you know what? I think that was a good thing because you know what? The last time a Browns player got to pick the head coach, it was a one and done and an unmitigated disaster. And who was on that coaching staff? Todd Monken.
Indeed it was. So we're hoping for not that. But I do want to hear from you guys. 216-474-0092. Was the return for Myles Garrett enough? Let's go to the phones. Zach is in Cleveland. What's going on, Zach?
What's going on, guys?
How are we doing? What are you thinking?
Yeah, so I'm going to say a couple of good things about the situation, and then I'm going to give my thoughts. Couple of good things that I would say here is if people are sleeping on the fact we do now have the rookie defensive player of the year from the last 2 years in Carson Schlesinger and Jared Verse to build around, which can be good. After this season, now with Miles' contract and Deshaun's contract gone, we're freeing up almost $100 million in cap space for next year, which is a lot of good potential. That said, I think Andrew Berry's legacy is cemented with this move. I think that the fact that this is the extension of the Deshaun Watson trade and you got back less than what you gave for Deshaun is egregious. I think that the fact that he has dismantled this team from what it was into what it is year over year over year, just kicking the can, claiming analytics is terrible. And I think that he has lamented his legacy as a guy who swings big and misses so far. So we'll see what this does. I think also the fact that we're trading with the Rams, the picks are significantly overvalued considering they're going to be probably bottom 4 of the round, basically a round back of what you're actually getting. So getting the first, I think getting the second and third in the following years is terrible compensation-wise. We needed those in 27 to be able to potentially maneuver for the quarterback that we're hoping to get. So I don't think that it really gives us the ammo that we need to go out and get what this trade is supposed to be for, which is your franchise quarterback. I think it's a failure in that sense. That said, if they're willing to move heaven and earth to go get that guy, they now have a lot less assets to get there. So I think it's a little disappointing. Obviously, it's a sad day in Cleveland when you lose Myles Garrett. But that said, unless Jared Verse becomes, this amazing guy, which granted he has a lot of potential.
Yeah.
It's a huge swing and a miss yet again for an organization that I believe after this season could be a quarterback away, and you need a guy like Myles Garrett in a year or two from now if we do get the pick right next year.
And Zach, I appreciate the call, and there's a lot there that, I mean, there's things that I push back on and things that I agree with. I think that Andrew Berry at this point is a guy who has swung big and has missed in a lot of ways. I'll also remind everybody that go back 2 years, we also said Andrew Berry can't draft, and we walked away from the last 2 draft classes feeling really good.
Yep.
If Andrew Berry is fired after this year, yes, he'll be completely, solidified as a guy who made the Deshaun Watson trade, blew up a team who had Super Bowl aspirations that were, pretty much a play away from getting to an AFC championship game. But I think this is where if Andrew Berry gets a leash, he gets a chance to recorrect that. It is, yes, he killed this era of the Browns. By trading for Deshaun Watson, you killed this era of the Browns. The Myles Garrett, a portion of the career, you've pretty much thrown that in the dumpster. I mean, that is the bare minimum of it. But if Berry gets the opportunity to use the draft capital that he just got, well, he has a chance to rewrite that same narrative the way that he did with drafting. I also push back on the 2nd and 3rd round picks. 2027,
picks.
It's going to be a late 1st round pick. That is a guarantee this year unless something goes horribly wrong. 28 and 29, they're playing Ty Simpson. No clue what they got. Right. I mean, absolutely no clue. Do I think they're going to be top 5? No.
The Rams are going for it this year. Yeah. They're all in on this year. What's believed to be Matthew Stafford's last year, right? Couple things. One, they don't free up cap space next year yet. Okay, next year they got to bite the bullet, and then they got to bite the bullet one last time in 2028 when it comes to the Deshaun contract. Okay, that's when the books start to kind of clear up. Okay. Secondly, you have 3 first-round picks now you can offer. To get up to where you want to go. You can offer your 2 first-rounders next year plus your 28 first-rounder.
Yeah.
You've got 2 second-rounders in 2028, which, by the way, can help you move up the board. You've got 3 fourth-rounders next year, which, again, can help you move up the board. You got 2 fifth-rounders next year, which can help you move up the board. And you got 2 seventh-rounders next year. So, they do have enough draft capital to maneuver around the draft board. I just want to set those two factual things, because it's easy to look at this and just completely be dismissive of it. Like, yeah, it's an awful day today. But if you take a step back from the emotion and all of those things, and you just look at it for what it is, it's not as bad. You're never trading Myles Garrett for Myles Garrett. That's just never going to happen. Okay, so you got a replacement who has a tremendous amount of upside, 3 years of team control, a rookie contract that's friendly. You can extend him next year. Like, it's a bad trade if the draft picks don't get you what you need. Then it becomes a bad trade.
There's no doubt. 216-474-0092. I want to hear from you guys. Is the return for Myles Garrett enough in your eyes? Plus, Daryl and I stand on the same point. It was not surprising. We'll talk about that a little bit and the outlook of the Browns now heading into 2026 and beyond. All coming your way in 5 minutes right here on Overtime on The Fan.
wait to put an end to those window problems. Save big with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale going on right now. Sale ends soon, so visit windownation.com. Window Nation, proud partner of Wounded Warrior Project.
There's only one place to hear breaking Browns news. This is the radio home of the Cleveland Browns, 92.3 The Fan.
Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder with you guys here on The Fan. Daryl with us until 9 o'clock. We want to hear from you, 216-474-0092. We're going to get to some of your guys' calls here on the return. But, Daryl, I have to ask you, because I want to go back from like the last couple of days where it had become, I think, more and more apparent that this trade was going to get done. But go back to like beginning of the offseason where things turn over to Todd Monken. The Browns start to rebuild the roster in a specific way. You go the draft the way you did. At that point now, if you go back to where you were thinking in that moment, is it surprising at all to you that Myles Garrett was traded?
No, not at all. Because when they restructured the payment schedule or the bonus schedule, that right there told me something was in the works. That they absolutely gave themselves some wiggle room that they needed. Okay, and because I if they don't do that restructure, I don't know that trade, or I should say that they don't move that payment around. I don't know that this trade got done. So to me, it was a matter of when, not if. Okay, whether it was going to be this offseason or next, I was convinced Myles Garrett was getting traded at some point, regardless of what Andrew Berry would say publicly on the subject. And so, the drumbeat started to get louder late last week that something was going on. Just didn't know what. Something was up with Myles. And then, Nick Padone, who I do the Sunday show with, he comes in yesterday and he goes, "Hey, you aren't going to believe what I have heard." And I said, I might. Let's see if what you heard is what I've heard. And, we had the conversation off the air. It looks like he might be traded to the Rams. And so I went and started looking into it. And lo and behold, the information that Nick had gathered was right. And a couple of folks that I was talking to were like, it's on the down low. Barry's trying to keep this thing buttoned up like he always does, which is why this morning on the morning show, when they asked me about odds of whether Myles is going to be here, I said, well, 60% he's gone. Because the deal wasn't done. It could still fall through, but more likely than not, he was going to be gone. And then just as the day went on, we're out at Firestone, and I'm getting some texts. I'm talking to a couple of folks, and you could feel the energy out there. You could feel something was up. And I had an encounter, I won't say with who, a week ago with somebody. And I just happened to bump into them, and they were on the phone a long time, and I just made the joke of, who you guys trading Myles to? And I got that nervous laughter in return. I'm like, they're so trading this guy.
You're like, that is not what I wanted to hear. There was a joke there.
Whether that is on June 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, we are probably not seeing him at minicamp. You know what? Hey, we don't have to ask Todd Monken about whether or not Myles Garrett's showing up for OTAs anytime soon.
And I think to Todd's chagrin, you don't have to ask him about Myles Garrett showing up.
You want to know who's happy today? Todd Monken doesn't have to answer those questions anymore. You know who's unhappy? Todd Monken, because Myles Garrett's not on his team anymore.
Now that one you might be onto something. That might be true.
And the answer Monken gave today was weird about Myles, about I'm guaranteed is when I signed my contract and what was in my contract. I'm just like, and I'm standing and I'm like, they so have traded this guy. It's just a matter of when that bomb is dropping. And sure enough, right in the middle of things this afternoon, Rappaport and Schefter put it out there that the trade was being worked on. And then Andrew Berry stepped up and gave the statement. I posted the statement on social media. I know it's on the station accounts too, the video of it. And where Barry just basically, we're talking to the Rams about a trade involving Myles, but that's really all I want to say about it right now because we haven't completed the deal. The terms haven't been agreed to, et cetera, et cetera. And then I found out what the terms were, so I put that out there, what the terms were specifically. And, so it just it's been a roller coaster the last couple of days, and it just feels like it's been a slow build to this whole thing. So, that's why today I was just like, wait, what did you say? There was none of that. It was like, okay.
Right. It was almost a feeling of it coming. Like, I don't know. Could they have gone forward with Miles? Absolutely. They could have gone forward with Miles this year. It could have worked. They would have had a very good defense regardless. Miles would have been great. But, I mean, also, I don't know that I got caught off really by that much of a surprise at any point. Like, it was on the table. It was possible. I think they'd actually pull the trigger. Well, as of a couple of weeks now, not as surprising. But don't know that at the beginning of the year I would have been like, oh, they're for sure trading. But once you got the restructure done, it was,
As I'm driving back from Akron today, I was thinking about that contract extension press conference last year. They put out the little, cute little dinosaur toys or whatever those things were that, all over the place. And I remember when Miles stepped up to the microphone and he was talking. And the more I reflect on it, the more I'm like, that dude, like, you give me $40 million a year. You just give me $40 million and I'm going to be wanting to jump off buildings with excitement, right? And just, it didn't feel like it was the joyous occasion that it should have been. It was as if Miles was like, at least I got my money out of this. I really wanted to get the hell out of here, but I guess I'll just have to live on the $40 million a year they're going to pay me to lose now until the end of my career. Now, and I just feel like he was waiting for an opportunity to go somewhere to actually win. Because I don't know. Like, Miles always tried to say the right thing for the most part. There were times where he just didn't care and he just told you what was on his mind. But for the most part, he tried to speak in a positive tone about the state of affairs. And I'm kind of like, he's sick of it. A buddy of mine texted me tonight on the way over. He's like, so what do you really think about the Miles trade and not what you tweeted? And I was just like, no, I got a good return. I get why they did it. Sucks for you as a Browns fan. It is what it is. But I think the happiest person tonight's Myles Garrett.
I was going to say, have we ever, maybe I'm just jaded by the last couple of years, but I don't remember a time where Miles is ever that joyous. Like, just to say, like that, he's just a very stoic human being. He doesn't get, like, I've never seen Miles get giddy other than maybe when he got his 23rd sack. And even then, I was like, I feel like most guys would have set that sack record and probably have, like, gone ballistic on the field. Miles just kind of, like, put his fist up in the air and got lifted by the teammates. Like, he is a very stoic human. So I don't know how much I can read into the press conference of last year. Like, listen, I think you could have signed Miles to play for the local, Pee-wee team for $40 million a year, and he'd be like, $160 million. Pretty good. Not setting any NFL records, but if you wanted to pay me, then so be it. But obviously there was I want to go win a Super Bowl. Miles talked about that in his trade request. I don't know. I just feel like we've never gotten that side of Miles, and I don't even know that side of Miles really exists. He's just not that type of human, so it's hard to read into that way. But yeah, I mean,
I'm going to. I do, because looking back on that, I was like, it just, even that day, the energy felt weird in the room. Like, I'm a big energy guy. I'm a big vibes guy.
Well, I mean, and it makes sense too, right? Like, we're sitting there, Miles had requested a trade, and they basically just broke it up with, here's a big contract. It wasn't exactly like, wow, Miles he's eager to sign this. It's 2 years in advance, and he's ready to go.
Don't get me wrong. I enjoyed the dinosaur cupcakes we had, but like,
Those were good. They did good on this.
They're
okay.
pretty. I'm not going to complain about free sugar.
Nobody can complain about that. Come on now. Real quick, let's slip in a call. Eric is in Baltimore, wants to jump. What's going on, Eric? Eric, you there?
Once,
Eric,
twice, three.
He's gone. Eric is gone. Let's try that one again. Is Josh in a car? Josh, are you there?
Oh, yeah.
All right, what's going on, Josh? What do you want to talk about?
No, even though it's a gut punch, Miles is gone, but he kind of knew it had to happen. Daryl was calling it early when they even signed him, and so was Ken. I think even Nick was. I mean, the timeline just didn't match up. We really didn't have any veteran talent with him to make that happen, to make a run. So it makes sense. Like, it's, even though it hurts, you want to retire a Brown, you want to retire a Brown with a Super Bowl ring, and that's not going to happen. He's already 30 years old.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, Josh. Like, I don't know how much that was really lining up, and we got to run, but I appreciate the call. But, like, I don't know how much that was going to align at any point. I brought it up. Like, you're bringing a rookie quarterback, you're not winning the Super Bowl the first year.
I've been talking about it for 6 months.
Right.
About the timelines, okay? You had this great defense and an unwatchable offense that barely averaged 16.4 points per game. The Browns as a franchise in the last 27 years have had only 8 seasons in which they've averaged 20 or more points per game. 4 of those seasons were under Kevin Stefanski. It's been a drought offensively here, okay? And you can't win in the National Football League when your offense is among the worst. And the sad part of it is they still could have won 7 games last year, being that god-awful to watch. Think about that for a second. Yep. If your special teams unit showed up against the Jets, you win that game.
Thanks,
and
Bubba.
I don't know if your defense could have shown up on that final drive in London to keep Carson Wentz from marching 80-plus yards on you, okay, a la John Elway. I don't know. You win that game, too. That's 7. And that, again, with one of the we're talking that offense last year was an insult to expansion teams. And I watched the 1999 and 2000 Browns. I watched the 0-16 Browns. I watched the 1-15 Browns. And that offense last year was as bad, if not worse, than those teams.
You didn't have to make me think about DeShone Kizer. That wasn't nice. All right.
I'm not a very nice person, and I don't hide it.
Let's leave that there for a second, but we are going to get back here in 5 minutes. We'll get to more of your guys' calls as well. Ron, Alan, Larry, I see you guys on the line, but we'll talk about the Browns' outlook now for this year. How does this change what the Browns in 2026 are? It's coming your way in 5 minutes. It's Jake Volnick, Darrell Ryder with you guys on The Fan.
into the bottom of the third inning. Texas Tech leading this one 2-1. Headline Sports News continues every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Breaking Browns news. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder with you guys here on The Fan. Daryl with us for the next hour.
I love doing story time with you in commercial breaks. It's fantastic.
It's just right before we turn on the mics, and we're just... has nothing to do with Myles Garrett, nothing to do with the Browns. It is
just reminiscing days of yore. The good times, the bad. Tale of two cities. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times.
Usually the stories turn in the worst of times.
Mostly the worst of times.
Oh, but they are good. They are most certainly good. But we'll save that story for them the next break that we're into.
We're going to keep the institutional knowledge in the vault right now. Okay.
Yes. But I do want to get your opinion kind of on now Browns of this year, right? We did the schedule release show together. We both played the schedule game. I came out at 9-8. You came out at 8-9.
You're not going to make me replay the schedule game now.
No, we're not doing the whole thing. We're not going right through it right now. Right. But I do want to get kind of a feeling on Myles is not here. He's been replaced by Jared Verse. The team is now what the team is and the way they look. And almost just looking at it and thinking about what that changes for this upcoming season. Because, I mean, listen, we've been talking about it in terms of return. You are going from elite pass rusher to still pretty good pass rusher. Like back-to-back Pro Bowls, a defensive rookie of the year, a guy that we've talked about, the pressure stat.
If the Browns can ever make the playoffs again, it looks like this kid will show up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
It was really good the last couple of years for the Rams in the postseason, so yeah.
So we have good things to back it up on, but the idea of Myles not being here, a guy that we just watched this team go out and win 5 games and he got 23 sacks despite being on the back foot of most of these games, despite the opposite team not being in a ton of passing down situations. Myles, I mean, I don't have to describe to anybody as an absolute game wrecker. Right, he destroys. You have to game plan around Myles. How many times, especially last year? My God, maybe because it was only like the one talking point you could talk positively on the Browns that showed up in every broadcast, but it was them zooming in on a little portion of the opposing team's play sheet. It's like right there, highlighted at the top in that box. Those are plays while 95 is not on the field. Like,
yes.
That is not going to be the case for Jared Verse. You are not game planning to specifically stop Jared Verse because he's a great pass rusher, a good one, but he's not Myles Garrett.
Yeah, I mean, the opponent's offensive preparation isn't going to be, hey, you got to stop 95, right? That goes out the window. You're not going to see 2 and 3 tight ends following Myles Garrett across the formation and Garrett messing with them by going left and then going back right and then going to watch these guys.
Yeah, stepping up to the line and Euro stepping and all the good stuff, dribbling a basketball before it's snapped.
Yeah, you're not going to see that from Jared Verse, okay? But at the same time, Verse is still going to be able to provide you with a semblance of a legitimate pass rush, okay? He's also pretty good at helping stop the run as well. And that was something that Jim Schwartz talked a lot about with Myles. It's like, hey, you guys are all focused on the sacks. And now he's like, hey, to me, tackles for loss are the same as a sack. Pressure is, and a hurry is almost as good as a sack because it creates a negative play. And so, like, I don't expect, and I was looking at some of the comments on social media. I don't know why. I guess I was bored for a little bit this afternoon and needed a little entertainment. But, like, I'm seeing, just because I wanted to gauge coming in to, work with you tonight, I just wanted to take temperature of Browns fan, even though I had a pretty good idea what that was. But, you got fans say, oh, well, he better get 13, 14, 15 sacks this year, or it's a bust of a trade. And it's like, no, like there's more to the game than just the sack. Okay, you can affect the game without getting a sack, and that to me is what the sacks made Myles Garrett great. But to me, it was the other stuff that really made him a Hall of Famer. It's one thing to get sacks; it's another just to completely affect a game.
I mean, we talked about up until the last couple games of the season, he was on pace or just right behind it for the tackles for loss record in the season. Right. On top of it, like 100%. He was great in the run game. He was, everything that Myles did across what made the defense so great was you got to the quarterback a ton, but it was everything you did when you weren't getting to the quarterback or you weren't getting the sack that also elevated Myles in the defense.
Yeah, and then certainly I think this is going to put some pressure on a guy like Mason Graham a little bit, right? because of where he was drafted a year ago. And okay, you look at the box scores and the statistics, it doesn't blow you away. But if you actually watch what he did on the field, you could see how productive he really was. He helped create opportunities for Myles Garrett and other defensive linemen with what he was able to do in the middle of the defensive line. So it's a team game. And look, I know this will shock some folks, but there's no such thing as a perfect player. Myles Garrett wasn't a perfect player. There was a time before Jim Schwartz got here where I know for a fact there were some folks in the Browns organization that were a little frustrated with Myles. From like the team standpoint, like playing within the team concept at times, where it to them they perceived it as Myles was more focused on his own individual accomplishments and checking off the boxes, because at the time the team wasn't doing very well. So it was like, well, okay, team's not doing very well. Then they bring in Jim Schwartz, and Jim shows him, hey, this is how my system is going to help make you an even better player. And Myles bought into it. And look what happened. It, believe it or not, made Myles a better player.
Yeah.
So, we all know about the trade stuff last year and, taking a blowtorch to the organization on Media Row during the Super Bowl and whatnot. I mean, but I get where he was coming from, and I certainly understood his frustration and respected his desire to win. Most every player wants to win. Some guys are happy collecting their paycheck. I never thought that Myles Garrett was a paycheck player. Believe me, I've seen a lot of paycheck players go through Berea, Ohio, and play for the Cleveland Browns over the years. Myles Garrett wasn't one of them.
You can say Dwayne Bowe. It's okay.
Yeah, well, among others. I can think of a few former New England Patriots that came here and played for Eric Mangini, too. I'm sorry, did I just say that out loud? But yeah, I mean, so I never got that from Myles. Like, I really do feel like in addition to him wanting to be a great individual player, there was nothing more that he desired more than to win football games. And I know I made the comment at the top of the show, but like, he had 5 sacks against the New England Patriots, who, by the way, I do believe were in the Super Bowl.
They were
right?
Indeed, yes.
They were the AFC champions. He had 5 sacks against them, and the Browns lost the game by 19. Think about that for a minute. One of the most incredible defensive performances by an individual that you will ever see. And the team lost by 3 touchdowns. Not even competitive in the game. What does that tell you? If you're Myles Garrett at that point, right? How do you think you're feeling after that?
Yeah, I mean, probably pretty good they got 5 sacks, but not good as a whole. I mean, when we look at this as a team perspective, does this change your win total on the projection for the year?
Yeah.
Like, does it lower it?
Yeah, I said anywhere between 7 and 9. I probably am now going to lower it anywhere from 6 to 8. I'm going to take a game off the board there. And maybe even 2 games. Maybe it goes 5 to 7 instead.
Yeah. I mean, because Vegas certainly thinks so.
Because he has that much of an impact on opponents. Again, watch the film. Watch the adjustments. Watch the chips. Watch the shifts in his direction. The double teams, the triple teams, the holding. Right? We used to complain every play. Myles Garrett's getting. I remember I used to go on the wire services and look at the photos. There were at least 3 holding penalties in photographs per game on Myles Garrett, and that's how great of a player he was. And I'm not saying that Verse is going to come in here and replicate that. And if you are expecting him to, I understand fandom. You get a little crazy, whatever, and I get it. But like, if you're really expecting Verse to come in here and be Myles Garrett, you're just setting yourself up for disappointment. Okay, this is a good football player they got. All right.
No,
I don't know. He's a future Hall of Famer, but he's off to a pretty good start in his career, and he's only going to get better. And hopefully he's able to get better here in Cleveland.
And like I said, Vegas is definitely expecting this to take a hit on the Browns' win total. I haven't checked since, but I checked about an hour after the trade was made official, and it had shifted where the Browns were at by about 50 points on every single win total they were on, and that was an hour in.
Yeah, not surprising.
I'm sure as more people pick up on that, it'll lean further and further, and that might be more market analysis than it is the actual relation that is to the trade. But I mean, 50 points in Vegas when we're talking about the spread between a minus 150 all the way to a plus, like that is a significant shift. Like that is not nothing. If we're going to plus 100 and down that route, we are talking about a lot more. So it is going to be a little bit more.
I mean, I joke about that New England game, but in all seriousness, okay, imagine what the win total the last 2 years would have been without Myles Garrett on the team.
Yeah, it definitely would have been lower. Daryl, we do have a little bit of an update. Myles, within the last 10 minutes or so, did post on social media, on Instagram.
Is he like dancing half naked in his front yard that he's no longer a Cleveland Brown?
This is actually a thank you to the city of Cleveland. So there's a video attached to it. Obviously, we're not going to be able to play that here, but I can read a part of the message out. It was to Cleveland and Northeast Ohio and every Browns fan, 9 years. It's hard to put into words what that really means when so much of your life has been shaped in one place, around one team, and with one community behind you. From my very first play, you embraced me, and I wanted to help bring winning back to a city where loyalty, resilience, and belief never wavered. What I didn't fully understand then was how much this city would shape me. And there's there's about 7 paragraphs beyond that. It's a very long message from Myles. I'm not going to read out every single word of it on the air, but he has, what appears to be a very big thank you to the fan base and everybody else. So Myles has reacted, and I thought more of the way that you were, which was Myles is going to post a very celebratory post, and I'm sure that will come at some point, whether it be his Instagram story or another post on Instagram or something.
We'll hear that tomorrow when he's in Los Angeles being introduced to the folks out there in L.A. And I think what Myles is going to find that the Rams fans aren't nearly as passionate about their football team as Browns fans are. I always say with the Rams, if a tree falls in a forest, does anyone still care about the Los Angeles or the Rams being in Los Angeles? The answer is no, not really. You know when people care about the Rams? When they're winning, when they're competing for like that. That's just that market, and they also have the Chargers out there too, and so I think he'll figure that out. But I think he'll also enjoy the fact that he's got a chance to win there.
Yeah, that'll bring the fans in. You talk about they're there when they're winning. Well, they're winning right now, and I would imagine probably by every metric in Vegas and everything else are the Super Bowl favorites. I haven't checked on those, but I imagine that is true. I don't know how it wouldn't be.
I would guess their odds went up.
Yeah.
If the Browns win total went down, I got to imagine the Rams win total just got a little shot in the arm too.
I would have to think so. But
hopefully he had the Rams before, 1 o'clock this afternoon.
But I do have to say, though, for Myles to step away and post what is a very nice message to the city of Cleveland, I do think that embodies what Myles, you'd always talk about. He tries to say the right thing, always has backed up the organization, has never said a negative word about the fan base in the slightest, and has invested, into the city, not only through a lot of the work that he did with charities and everything else, but we know
Does he keep his minority share of the Cavs, you think?
Probably. I can't imagine. I guess it would be kind of still on a relative high right now, but I don't think that you make investments probably in ownership of a team for about a 3-year stake. That probably doesn't add up to that much money. It's usually a long-term investment, I would have to imagine, of just going, hey, we're going to bank on the NBA going up, not necessarily the 3 years of the Cavs getting a little bit better. Yeah, congratulations, Myles. You made a couple $1,000s, which is nothing to you. All right. 216-474-0092. We are going to get to your calls. We have full phone lines. We're getting to you guys coming up here in 5 minutes. Plus, would it really be a conversation about the Browns if we didn't talk about the impact on the quarterbacks? That's also coming your way in 5 minutes. It's Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder with you guys on The Fan.
92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Mackenzie Flume.
Breaking Browns news. The Browns have traded Myles Garrett. Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder, back with you guys on The Fan. Still taking your calls, 216-474-0092. Phone lines are full. We are going to get out to you. Daryl, how many people do you think went to Myles Garrett's Instagram and thought I was a liar because he had deleted it for about 5 minutes there?
It's back up there. I think the reason why is because he actually added more to the post. So the first slide, and I'm going to post a link to it on my X account right now. The first slide was the thank you and the goodbye. And then he posted some additional videos behind it. So I think that's why he deleted it, because it was an incomplete post and everything wasn't in there. So you have to, so when you go on Myles' Instagram and you see the thank you, and by the way, if you're like me, you got to like put the phone like at the right spot so you can actually read it, because the print is as small as a Browns training camp roster. So, but if you swipe through, there's a couple of tribute videos that he had kind of put in there as well. So, it's back up, and nice sentiment from Myles there. But we'll check out the videos in the commercial break, because we obviously can't do that right now.
I got to see the first one, but now there's a second one up, a continuation. I will say we read off part of it before. It is our first time seeing it. First time I pulled it up. I got a chance to read it in the break. The ending, the best days for this franchise are ahead. Thank you for letting me grow here. Thank you for believing in me. Loving you is easy. Leaving is the hard part. Thank you for 9 unforgettable years. So, again, a very appreciative post from Myles there. And good to see now that it's back up. It probably in its totality. If it goes back down, just expect a third video.
Just expect even more videos are being added to the post from his. I'm sure his people that put those things together for him. But nice sentiment expressed by Myles, and we'll wish him the best in LA as long as he's not playing the Browns, right?
Yes.
He's going to get an opportunity to do what he's always wanted to do, and that's compete to win. And look, hopefully the Browns in a year or two, they're in the same position as the Rams find themselves in, and they're able to compete at that level. Just the frustration continues here in Cleveland, because that is a mountain that the Browns have been unable to climb since the late 1980s. They haven't won a division since 1989. They currently play in a stadium that's probably going to close without them ever hosting a playoff game in it. We're sitting here just hoping the Browns can find some way for their area to build a bunch of hotels so they can host a Super Bowl. They're the only franchise in the league to have nothing to do with the Super Bowl. At least the Lions, the Jaguars, and the Texans have hosted the game. They haven't played in it, but at least they've hosted it. The Browns are the only team in the league of the 32 that have had nothing, zilch, nada, to do with the Super Bowl, playing in or hosting it. So, and that's part of the reason I think Andrew Berry did make this trade today, because he is of the belief that this will push. What frustrates me is the Browns, Berry, and the front office and the organization, they don't want to use the word rebuild. And to a degree, I get it, because there's a little bit of a negative connotation there. Oh, you're not trying to win, you're tanking, whatever. And that's not what they're doing. But they're amidst the rebuild right now. That's what this is. It is a rebuild. Now, that doesn't mean they're trying to lose. I don't think they're trying to lose games by any stretch. In fact, I spoke to someone out at Firestone today. I had a conversation with them, and they're like, we got to win football. This was before the trade, the Myles trade became, official news, if you will.
Yeah.
But this individual said, we have to win games this year. We cannot lose this year, and we certainly can't lose on the scale we've lost on the last 2 years. We know that organizationally. There's a lot of pressures the wrong word, but there's a big focus internally about that. So they're not trying to win. Now, it may just happen because that's naturally what the Browns have done for the better part of 27 years since coming back, but that's not their focus. And this is not a raising the white flag on the season. If it was a raising the white flag on the season, they would have got nothing but draft picks back.
Right.
Okay? They just would have compiled some assets. No, you got a pretty good young player that's controllable for 3 years, extension eligible next year, that has, in 2 short seasons, assembled a pretty nice resume. A pretty good start to his career. Now, not Myles Garrett 2.0, but you didn't exactly trade for a practice squatter here either. And this is a player that the Rams valued enough they gave him up at the last minute because Andrew Berry insisted upon getting him.
Yeah, and I mean, now they're in a spot, too, where we talk about, this defense, I'm sure, we talk about taking a step back without Myles Garrett, but it does not bury you. You still have good pieces on the defense. The defense should still be competitive. They should still, I mean, by all accounts, probably be better than the offense is. It should still be the strong part of your team, imaginably with Jared Verse there. But we're going to talk about quarterback coming up here in just a little bit, but I do want to get out to the phone. Some of you guys hanging patiently. Let's go out there, and if you want to jump in, 216-474-0092. Ron is in Shaker Heights. What's going on, Ron?
Hey, Jake and Daryl, really appreciate you guys this evening. This is a sad day. You guys have kind of been a cathartic outlet, so thank you for that. Hey, Daryl, if we were really looking at this, we probably should have seen this coming for a while. This was like the last couple of years, they said that the Browns have been doing a sophisticated tank. This is kind of a sophisticated trade request, if you think about it. Rich Paul, of course, LeBron's right hand. They messed up the decision the first time around, but they got it right every other time that LeBron has moved. I think last year when they publicly came out requesting a trade, this year, I think it was more behind the scenes. They kind of been forcing their way out since the end of the season. You remember the Popeyes meme? You never saw Myles come out and support Todd Monken when he was hired. Of course, he was a Jim Schwartz guy. It could have something to do with it there. But then you see him coming to Cavs games and still not stopping by Berea. If we really think about it, and this is what I've been thinking about throughout the day since I heard this, this is maybe this trade request has been going on since the end of the season. But real quickly, I know you guys are up against it. I want to get to a couple other points as well. First, I haven't been this sad since Bernie Kosar left and was cut. This is up there with that. I was even sadder when Bernie left than I was when the Browns left because I knew they were coming back. But, Daryl, you mentioned a little earlier that this allows for Andrew Berry to move the chess pieces around. That may be true, but I still don't think that they have the capital to get the number 1 pick if they really want it. I mean, the Cardinals will probably go in 17, and if they don't, the Jets have 3 first-round picks, and they can trade future picks after that to get number 1 pick. So, if worst-case scenario, the Browns really can only get as high as 3 with the collateral and the capital that they have.
Well, listen, here's what you root for this upcoming football season, okay? You root for the Raiders to lose and lose big, okay? You root for a team that already has their young quarterback on the roster. That's what you need to root for, okay, to be in the top 3. And then that's the team the Browns will target to make the trade with.
No, I hear you. I mean, I hope that happens. But my point is, the Browns really don't control their own destiny to get Arch Manning, which many people think that this is all about. Lastly, I know you guys are up against it. This is kind of like, for those of you, I don't know, Jake, if you're old enough to remember this, but this is kind of like the Ron Harper for Danny Ferry trade to me. I mean, we gave away Myles Garrett for, even though, at the time Ron wasn't on the same caliber as Myles. He later, of course, went on to get 5 championships. But this is Ron Harper for Danny Ferry. We got Jared Verse for Myles Garrett. But anyway, lastly, this is the end of the Shedeur era as well. I really thought that Shedeur could have been our franchise quarterback, but he's never going to get a shot now. I mean, because obviously they're going to move their, like you said, Daryl, the chess pieces around to get their franchise quarterback. So Shedeur is gone too. So it's a double whammy for me because I really wanted Shedeur. Myles is the second best Browns player of all time for my money, and Shedeur's gone. So thanks for letting me get all this off my chest, and I'll listen to the rest of the show off the air.
No
Thanks,
problem,
guys.
Ron. I appreciate you making the call. I mean, I'll push back on this a little bit. The idea of and Daryl, this kind of takes us where I want to go because I want to talk about the quarterback situation. One. Does it take the Browns out of the Arch Manning race unless they go lose a ton of games? It very well might, right? Like Cardinals might be bad enough, Jets might be bad enough that they land into Arch Manning. But this isn't Trevor Lawrence. This isn't Caleb Williams we're talking about. I don't mean the caliber of player. And actually, it's probably a better equivalent to the Caleb Williams draft than a draft like the Trevor Lawrence one, where we're talking about there's one guy at the top. He's the top guy. You got to have that guy. I mean, we have to wait for the college football season to play out. But, Daryl, as we look at it right now, we're talking about – I was texting with Michael Markoch earlier today, and we were rattling off quarterbacks. We're talking about Dante Moore. We're talking about Julian Sayin. Lenoris Sellers, even guys like C.J. Carr, to a lesser degree, Trinidad Chambliss. Like, we have really good quarterbacks, a deep quarterback class. Drafting inside, if you end up, I don't know, 5th, there's still a really good chance you're going to have a quarterback. Not to mention, there's a little guy playing a couple hours south by the name of Jeremiah Smith, who I'm going to imagine is going to go in the top 5 of the draft.
Right.
Whether you need a quarterback or not, somebody is taking that kid. So you're going to have an option to get a quarterback. Again, it might not be Arch, but there's going to be a young quarterback there. And just because you didn't get Caleb Williams doesn't mean you don't end up with Jaden Daniels.
Well, I got news for you. Arch Manning better be a hell of a lot better than he was last year.
This is a very good point.
Okay? I'm just keeping it real.
Yeah.
Again, they're not going to lose their way into this thing. And that's why I said you want to root for teams that already have a young quarterback on their roster. Teams like the Titans, teams like the Raiders, right? You want them to go belly up this upcoming season so that they're interested in collecting additional draft capital to build their rosters around those young quarterbacks, and then you can go up and get there. Now, if the Cardinals end up there, another team ends up, that becomes a problem. The Jets end up there, that's going to be a problem. And obviously, you're going to have to compete with the Jets in trying to outbid them if you want to trade for, the number 1 pick, right? But that's what you need to root for there. You need a couple of those teams that already have their young quarterbacks. You need them to go belly up in 2026.
Yeah, and again, if not, like you're still in a decent spot. And we're talking about the draft capital you have collected. You are one of 2 teams with multiple 2027 picks. As Daryl just mentioned, the Jets have 3 of them, but the Browns still have 2. They'll have their own and what is likely to be a pick in the very late 20s or somewhere in the 30s from the Rams this year. So you're going to have capital. You have a second-round pick this year. You have things to move. You got a 2028 first. You have an additional 2028 second that's not your own. Like, you do have pieces to kind of move around and make this happen. And Daryl rattled off more of the picks that you even had, coming up next year between seconds, multiple 4s. You have multiple 5ths. Not that those are the main staple pieces, but they are good add-on pieces to tack onto the end of trades to help make up that value.
Those are called sweeteners.
Yeah.
The Browns have sweeteners to offer.
They always feel like they do.
In addition to the big ones, too. Like, that's what folks need to remember here is, draft picks are assets, and that's what you have to look at them as. And again, with Verse, you're getting a player that you don't have to wait for the draft to get. Okay? Think about that.
And you'd be happy if you drafted him, by the way.
1,000%.
It's like drafting Carson Schlesinger. If they would have used a first-round pick on him, you would have scratched your head big time, going last year. You'd have been happy.
Look, admittedly, I scratched my head when they made the second-round pick.
Yeah. A lot of people did.
It caught my attention. Not like in a negative, like, oh, what a god-awful, terrible pick that was, but like, it was like didn't see that coming. I did not have a line. Remember, Andrew Berry hates linebackers, never prioritizes linebackers, and here he is using a second-round pick on a linebacker in this economy?
Done pretty good on that one. I would say he won that.
Worked out pretty well, didn't it?
Didn't do so bad on JOK either. When he takes linebackers, high in the draft, that is, that usually tends to work out. All right, I did say we were going to talk about quarterbacks. I want to talk about a couple specifically on this roster that are impacted by this move. And you guys can chime in. Again, 216-474-0092. Should Deshaun Watson be off the table as a starter following this trade? Daryl and I will get into it right here on The Fan.
in the two spotting sessions where they had Deshaun on one field and then Shedeur down on the other field, Deshaun was mostly working with the first team offense, most of the first team line and receivers and whatnot. And Shedeur was mostly working with the second team offense in those periods.
Listen for Mary Kay Cabot from the Plain Dealer in Cleveland.com. Tuesday mornings at 11 on Cleveland's Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
Jake Volnick, Daryl Ryder, one more segment with the two of us.
I was going to say, do you want me to stay?
I mean, Daryl, you're more than welcome, okay? I'm always open to a second mic. You're more than welcome if you'd like. But you don't have to. You weren't told you were here till 9. So if you want to go out there, you're more than welcome to leave as well. I'm open to anything. But
phones are packed.
They are
people are certainly passionate about it. My phone has been blowing up since the news broke. In fact, I told a few friends like at 8 o'clock this morning, I was like, brace yourself. Miles is going to be a Ram by the end of the day. And they're all like, you're just, pulling my chain. And I said, okay, we'll see. And there he was. He ended up being a Ram.
Daryl, usually
I have never been more disappointed to be right about something than I was this morning.
You gotta attach with those messages and don't text me when it happens. Like I've been having enough of those rolling in.
I should have put, you've been warned, and this is the end of this conversation today.
And then you probably would have had, 50 less messages today, probably along that line.
Dude, my phone was like out of battery by like 2.
It sounds about right,
The battery was completely drained. I've had to charge my phone twice today.
That is, unfortunately, like a daily occurrence.
And like, I'm going to spend my entire day tomorrow doing radio interviews for our sister stations across the country. They have they all reached out in mass today.
I would expect nothing less. Yeah, it sounds like a job. So, Daryl, you got a full plate tomorrow, so that'll be fun. You have to do, 2 hours of radio today. You'll probably do about
and I'm probably gonna. There's a couple of shows that I know that I'm just gonna have to take it. Like that. It's like, listen, I don't work for the Browns. I don't play for the Browns. I don't run the Browns. I don't coach the Browns. Why are you dunking on me? Okay.
They just love to do it. They're going to. We know it. Everybody gets a little bit.
I'm bracing for impact.
This is why, at this point in my career, I'm very nice to the people of our opposing states.
And then as soon as I hang up, I'm like, why did I agree to do that interview?
Yeah, you'll know by the time it's over. You'll know the reaction. Yeah.
You want to know why? Because I'm a company man and a team player. That's why.
There you go, Daryl. The same way that if you miss any moment in our show so far, you can use the Rewind feature in the Odyssey app, powered by Integrated Restoration. Your local experts in water, fire, and storm disaster restoration. That's how you double down on being a company man. But Daryl, I did want to get to the quarterbacks because I have this burning thought in my mind right now.
Well, I can tell you right now, Sorsby's not going to be a Cleveland Brown. I am very confident in the Browns sitting out the supplemental draft. He will not become a Cleveland Brown. And if you're wondering what I'm referencing, go on my social media, go on the station's social media.
Well, Daryl, why just wait?
Find Todd Monken somewhere and enjoy the 50 seconds of delicious honesty from Todd.
We don't have to send him on a wild goose chase. I got it right here, Daryl.
Oh, okay.
Not at all. I mean, it's not even come across my desk. I don't think we're in a position to want to go down that road. That's my opinion. That's not Andrew's. And that I like the quarterbacks that we have. I think that's a slippery slope when you go down that, irrespective of talent, right? In terms of the situation he's put himself in. Like we all know what that is. He put himself in that situation. And we've seen in other sports with players that have been banned for life from playing in professional sports. I think that's a slippery slope to go down that road. Again, that's a question for Andrew and for management. But from my end of it, kind of a tough angle to go down that road and think that that's going to be your franchise quarterback if he's ever eligible to even play in the NFL.
And here I was just trying to help the station get a few extra views and clicks.
Well, Daryl, who knows? What if Jeffrey in Cleveland's watching the show on YouTube Live on his phone? He goes, "Oh, no, I got to swipe out of YouTube Live. I got to go over to social media."
You know what's funny about that?
I'm protecting the show in its current. Everyone, go watch the video later. It'll pop up on their feed.
As I was listening to that response today from Todd, all I could envision was Kevin Stefanski telling us for the billionth time how, well, we explore every avenue to improve our roster, and that's an Andrew Berry question, and you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And there's Todd's like, yeah, absolutely not. I don't even know if he's eligible to play in the NFL. I don't even know if he's going to jail.
Andrew's just sitting there scribbling out Brendan Sorsby right now off his list. He's like, my God.
This guy is dead. Cross him off then.
Yeah, it's not great. But, okay, so Brendan Sorsby's, I say probably under good account.
You know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say he's not going to be a Cleveland Brown.
Yeah, and if he is, well, going to be the wrong coach to work with because he is not going to support all the hoops that you are jumping through right now.
Todd Monken likes Dylan Gabriel more than he likes Brandon Sorsby.
That's a statement. And it is one that is probably objectively true. Deshaun Watson.
I actually said that with a straight face, too.
I'm proud of you.
I tried to hold it together.
Deshaun Watson, though. Daryl, I just have this a kind of burning idea that after you trade away Myles Garrett, we talked about it. It's probably a game or two off of our win projection, the way that we feel about it.
Yeah, I've dropped from 7 to 9. Now I'm in the 5 to 7 range.
So if we're sitting in that kind of range right now, does that not change things, not from Todd's perspective, but from the organizational perspective when you look at the quarterback? Like at this point, if I'm going to start Deshaun Watson, it was under the idea that you are the best quarterback on the roster. This team is dedicated to winning as many games as possible, trying to get back on the right track this year. And again, they're not tanking. They're not intentionally losing games, but objectively trading away Myles Garrett, even getting Jared Verse back, you've knowingly made your team worse in 2026.
Yeah.
At that point, I look at the quarterback spot and go, why am I in the business of trying to win as many games as possible when it comes to this position? I'm back to where I started, which is what I still want to see up to this very moment, which is probably just play Shedeur and figure out if you have anything. And if not, you now have extra capital to go get that quarterback in next year's draft.
Yeah, maybe Shedeur helps you go get your franchise quarterback. Look, I've been very consistent in this, that my preference would be play Shedeur week 1, and let's see if this kid can do it. Let's see if this kid can be accountable for his preparation, learning the playbook, understanding it, all the things that's required off the field, right?
Mm-hmm.
To where it's, we're no longer having a conversation about Kevin Stefanski sabotaging, and I put the sabotaging in air quotes, right? That got thrown out there last year as an accusation, even though Kevin was meeting with him at 7 o'clock in the morning every morning to go over things with him, right? So I am of the belief that I would just find out if Shedeur can do this thing or not. I understand why the Browns are leaning the direction that they're leaning. Number one, you buy Shedeur a little extra time before you have to put him on the field. You get some of the tougher part of the schedule out of the way by starting Deshaun early. And also, too, you find out if Deshaun has anything left in the tank after giving him all that money, right? Now, do I expect it? Absolutely not. He's had his shoulder, repaired. He's had his Achilles sewn back together not once but twice, right? I have no expectation that Deshaun Watson's going to return to being a shadow of what he was while with the Houston Texans, and the player that the Browns gave up 6 draft picks, including 3 first-rounders, and fully guaranteed $230 million for. I have no and here's the other thing. I don't think that's fair to have that expectation
absolutely not.
of Deshaun Watson, okay? I'm just being realistic about it. I think he's washed. I do. But we're going to find out, and I understand why they want to find that out. But
that's the part I don't understand at this point.
No, I do, because you made such a significant investment, and he did spend all the time rehabbing and working to get back. Let's give him credit for a minute, okay?
No, absolutely.
He could have easily pocketed the 230. He fought to get back on the practice field last year, and that's what happened. He fought to get back on the practice field. Mm-hmm. He fought for an opportunity to try and play last year. He could have easily said, thanks for the $46 million this year. We'll see you in 2026. So there is something to be said for that. And I want to be fair in that regard, okay? But I have no expectation that he's going to be worth anything. But they're going to find out. He's looked good in a couple of these practices.
As we expect him to.
As we expect him to. Let me see him do it with the defense on the field. Let me see how evasive and athletic he is when he's got guys that are actually allowed to hit him, okay? And we're not going to find that out unless he's in a game. So I understand why they're taking the path that they are. I disagree with it, but I get it. And again, I just see if Shedeur can do this thing. But part of it, too, is they want to make Shedeur earn the right to be the week 1 starter. And right now, he's a little behind in the quarterback competition. Now, that doesn't mean that, and if Deshaun wins it and Shedeur doesn't, that doesn't mean that Shedeur is a failure or a bust or anything like that. It just means maybe he's not ready. And that's okay. Remember, he was a 5th-round pick. Yep. No one had a first-round grade on this guy, no matter how many times Deion Sanders wanted to tell everyone in the national media that my kid's going to be a top 5 pick, and the national media lapped it up like water and ran with it, that it was gospel. And then after the draft, they're all of a sudden like, yeah, my sources are telling me that nobody in the league had a first-round grade on Shedeur Sanders, and that's why he fell to the 5th round. Oh, so now you tell everybody that. Because it's safe to do it now that he ended up being a 5th-round pick. Now you got to start, as an insider, telling everyone the truth. Yeah, because now you don't have to worry about ruffling Deion Sanders' feathers in Colorado.
But this is... Again, from a personal perspective on Deshaun, listen, I do give Deshaun credit for going back out there, fighting through the injuries, getting back on the field, keeping his head down and just continuing to work while he's here. He was in the building, and, as far as I know, did anybody even speak to Deshaun last year? Not on record. I didn't hear anybody speak to Deshaun last season, so it was all work and all business.
No, he popped in the locker room a couple of times, and he was largely just kind of in his own little space, in his own little world, okay?
Yeah.
And that, fine. No problem.
No problem at all. So from a personal perspective, I get it. But organizationally, again, figuring out what you have left in Deshaun, they said it with the trade of Miles. This is a transition into a new era of the Cleveland Browns. Well, Deshaun is a part of the old era, and Deshaun is not going to be a part of the new era.
Yep.
So why you need to see what you have left in him is where I get confused, right?
Again, I understand where you're coming from. I just got done telling you, if I were in charge, Shedeur Sanders would be my week 1 starter. If I were in charge, if that was my decision to make, that's what I would do. But I understand why the Browns are doing what they're doing as far as making him earn that job. And if he doesn't ultimately earn it, why they're going it would be Deshaun Watson. And what? Look, I have no illusion that Deshaun Watson, if he starts week 1, is going to be on the field for week 18 against the Bengals. None whatsoever.
No, absolutely.
In fact, I can pretty much guarantee he probably won't be on the field. And that's not me being a hater. That's just me knowing Browns history, okay? They typically need 3 and 4 quarterbacks just to get through a 17-game schedule.
Yeah, that would tell us the last couple of years. But we're going to keep the quarterback conversation going on the other side. But, Daryl, thank you very much, the 2 hours that you've given us. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it.
I'll talk to you at the next trade.
Well, hopefully that one's a little bit farther down the line if Browns fans have anything to say about it.
What do you mean by that?
I don't think anybody's looking for any trades here soon, Daryl.
Okay. I thought it was you just didn't want to spend another 2 hours with me after that trade.
No. I just don't think